Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are live from Tembei Show. This is a weekend edition. My name is Wekesa Eric, and my counterpart is Richard Makiadi. We always host this show every night, having different hosts. Today, Bernard is engaged somewhere. We will be able to carry you along the night. I'm assuming I'm using the night for those who are in Kenya, but for those who are different parts of the world, some are daytime. So let's engage each other. We have had different political engagements during the day. One, Baba with the team were in Siaya. Madakarua was it in Nyandarua or somewhere in Central. I will be confirming shortly. And then Ruto was in Tharakanithi. And yeah, I'm not sure where Professor Wachakoya was, but we will be getting clips for each and every presidential candidates. And we get to engage either other on what has happened within the day. So you're welcome to be part of this conversation. We normally run it throughout the night. You're having shifts of different hosts. So choosing your own time, you can engage us right now, or you can choose to sleep and wake up at 1 a.m., 4 a.m., you still get us live. I will be playing a few clips just to offset us, but I will welcome my brother to introduce himself and give a shout out to our followers in the comment section. Thank you.
Asante sana ndugu Wekesa. Usiku mwema, mchana mwema, usiku kwa wale ambao wako ugaibuni, wale wote mnatutazama kutoka kila sehemu ya ulimwengu. Ningependa kuwatambua wale ambao wenye wako kwenye comment section. Nikikuona pale Sami Haemba, karibu sana. Samia Dika, Christina Dika, karibu sana. Steven Onyango, karibu sana mahali popote unatazama. Joy Njoki, Duke Gisora, asante sana. Balkis Mohamed, Phyllis Omuchanga, asante sana. Mohamed Ege kama kawaida. Eva Okelo Makelo, asante sana. Mohamed Ege nishakutaja pale. Madiba Mweu, asante sana. Nasema hello Rich na Wekesa, asante sana. Jackton Ogutu, mko wengi pale, naona comments zinaendelea kumwagika pale. Asanteni sana na tunawakaribisha kwa shangwe na nderemo kwenye hii show yetu. Poleni sana kwa kuchelewa, lakini natumai kwamba tutakuwa na show nzuri na tutaweza kujifunza mengi kutoka kwenu na pia tukaweze kubadilishana wosia. Kwa hivyo Wekesa, ningependa nikurudishie ili uweze kucheza hizo video na ndiposa tukaweze kwenda live na kuwakaribisha panelist kwenye show. Asante, karibu Wekesa.
Thank you. We will cover.
Hii project ilikuwa ya 13 billion. Yeye alikuwa anapigania na watu wake mpaka ifike 39 billion. Hapa hii project ya Thwake Dam sisi tulikuwa tumepewa 10%. 30% ya local content ingekuja Ukambani hapa. Our contractors, our professionals, our women, our young people. Hiyo pesa iko wapi? Hiyo pesa iko wapi? I can say here, hiyo ndio pesa anabeba na ngunia kila siku akitembea kwa watu.
Mambo ya wilbaro ilianzishwa hapa Bungoma. Na hiyo mambo ya wilbaro ililetwa na gavana ya zamani ya Bungoma anaitwa Lusaka, ambaye alileta wilbaro ambaye haijulikani, ambaye ziliuzwa kwa shilingi 1,100 wilbaro moja na 1,120. Na yule mtu alisupply hizo wilbaro ilikuwa Kashagwa. Kashagwa ndio alisupply hiyo wilbaro kaunti ya Bungoma. Ndio sasa hiyo wizi ndio ilizaa mambo ya wheelbarrow. Mwenye amenunua ilikuwa Ken Lusaka na mwenye alimsupply alikuwa Gachagua. Mmejua? Si mnajua?
Shida ya Mutiambai ni kukataa kununua police goods for 13,000 ilikuwa inauzwa na marafiki zako. Sasa akakubali kununua police goods from local manufacturers for 2,900. Shida ya Mutiambai ni kukataa shida ya Mutiambai ni kukataa kununua bulletproof vest for $900 na kwenda directly to manufacturers to buy it for $90.
There's been the question, why at a time when Kenyans are already struggling so much to get by, would you even make it conceivable that you would be the guys to tax unga?
For your information, madam, 70% of Kenyans don't pay any VAT or will never pay any VAT on unga. Because these are people who are living in rural areas, they go to a posho mill, they siaga their unga and they go home and eat.
Let's talk about that 70% and the posho mill or the cottage industry.
Hapo nikiona wengine ngwe mtu amekuwa huko amepewa kazi, badala ya kazi ni mdomo, alafu sasa mimi tutafanya na kwa nini hukufanya wakati ulikuwa huko? Hii mambo ya makelele kila saa, kichwa yako ni makelele huko. Watu waache upuzi. Huyu Munya miaka 3 amekuja amebadilisha mambo huko katika agriculture, amebadilisha. Hawa walikuwa huko miaka 8, walifanya nini? Kituambia watu hawajui vile wanasema. Hawa ndio hawaelewi. Wanafikiria ukienda huko ati ukiona mtu hapo akona shida, mimi nitatatua hiyo. Kwa nini hukutatua huko mbele? Mwache kuniletea bana. Lakini vile nimesema ni shauri yenu. Hakuna mtu analazimisha mtu kufanya chochote. Lakini fikirieni jameni, think very hard. Yeah. Ama ni namna gani wenzangu? Shukuru mimi vile mmeniunga mkono, vile tumesaidiana. Nimeshukuru hiyo miaka tumekuwa pamoja na tutaendelea kusherehekea hii siku pamoja tukiendelea mbele, kwa sababu to build a nation, you build on what you've taken. You take it forward. You don't talk about it because you're given responsibility to go forward. You're not given responsibility to go backwards. Kama wewe kila saa kazi yako ni kuangalia rear view mirror, huna chochote ambacho unaweza kuambia mtu ambapo pahali unataka kwenda. Kila saa ni kuangalia ule alifanya, ule alichukua bibi yangu, ule sijui alifanya nini. Kama alichukua bibi yako, si utafute mwingine.
Okay, those are just part of what the clips that we will be sharing. Quite a number of them are still downloading. Just in a summary, when Ruto was in Tharakanithi, aliambia president amwachie huyu mzee amnyoroshe, kwa hivyo asiingilie mambo ya siasa. Uhuru naye amesema aache kupika domo, sababu when he was given chance he did nothing. Kule Siaya, the message was clear that badala ya Ruto kufunga Uhuru, yeye ndiye anapaswa kufungwa. I think it was also echoed by Mother Karua when she was in Central Kule Nyandarua. So you're welcome to make your input and contribution to the politics of the day. And since this is the weekend edition, you can also canvass through what has happened within the week that is still fresh in our mind, including the manifestos that were launched. Yeah, only we encourage that you be as brief as possible so that the conversation can flow from one person to another one, and we keep also our viewers engaged. And for those who may not join us live on the studio, you can join us through the comment section and make your input. We will appreciate your incisive contribution. Welcome, Selina. Welcome, Stephen. Welcome, Haki. Welcome, Ojar. And nitaanza na Makiadi. You are the first one to arrive. Huh? Tuambie what you make of those clips. You're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear. Proceed.
Yeah, thank you. There's a problem with my microphone. I think the gloves are off right now, and it's a good thing. Wakati mwingine Uhuru Kenyatta anatokea namna hiyo na kurusha bomu moja, inabidi anachanganya UDA, saa zingine sasa wanakosa mwelekeo. Like this thing that happened today in I think KICC, if I'm not wrong. This is going to be a topic for UDA for the next maybe 1 week, which is a good thing. Wakati wanaendelea kupambana na Uhuru, nayo timu yetu ya Azimio inaendelea kufanya campaign. William Ruto anasema ya kwamba yeye ndiye alisaidia Uhuru Kenyatta kuwa rais na hahitaji kura yake, and he also keeps on complaining ya kwamba Raila anazuiwa na Uhuru Kenyatta. So you wonder, katikati ya watu wawili, kwani mpaka leo this guy hajajua nini yake ni nani, opponent wake ni nani. So I'm very happy. Uhuru Kenyatta is doing what we hoped he would be doing, kutokea siku moja kuachilia bomu na anarudi mashinani huko chini, anarudi tena kifichoni, alafu anawacha UDA wakisambaratika hapo kujaribu kumjibu. I know they have not even mastered the way they can tackle him, but I'm so happy that looking at what Martha Karua is doing right now, I've looked at the videos of her campaigning in Kiambu, and I was so impressed with the way she's combing the area. I think she's giving UDA sleepless nights. And also watched Musalia Mudavadi trying to, move around Western Kenya with Malala. I hope they get the votes they are trying to find. The 70% is not going to be an easy task for them, but we wish him all the best. So far, 37 days, I think we are doing great. And I hope moving forward, we have strategies at least to confuse these guys, because right now they've forgotten about their manifesto, and what they are doing is trying to go back to the sympathy card. Wanajaribu kujibishana na Uhuru Kenyatta, kujaribu kuonyesha Wakenya kwamba amemtesa William Ruto kwa muda mrefu, na kwa hivyo they expect Kenyans to vote for them on the basis of sympathy. I don't think I have much right now. I'll basically come in later to do my presentation. Asante sana Wekesa.
Yeah, I just have one thing for you. You mentioned Musalia Mudavadi was in Western, and I think the event was that Malala is still launching the presidential, the gubernatorial race. So this guy has launched it almost 10 times. What is happening? We don't see the Malala who was joining KA with such a bravado. Right now, he's so dejected and he's so worn out. If you look at him, what is happening?
Yeah, I think Malala is feeling the effect of Oparanya. I think you've watched the past few days. Oparanya and Barasa Fernandez have really done a good job in Western Kenya. They have combed the whole area. They are campaigning like never before. And so I think that would have necessitated the need for Malala to go back and look for Musalia Mudavadi to try and strengthen his campaign. But so far, from what I'm looking at, I think Malala's campaign is degenerating, and I think most of the people in Western Kenya have realized that they have a future in Azimio as compared to what is being promised by UDA and the Kenya Kwanza Alliance.
Thank you. We'll be coming back to you for other inputs. Let's have Selina. How are you?
I'm good, Wekesa na kila mtu hapa na wasalamia, najua kuna mahali usiku. Sorry,
you are our
nasikika.
Mother Karua on this channel. You are our Mother Karua on this channel.
Yes, the strong ladies. Anyway,
strong and forceful lady.
Yes, leo naona rais wetu amechipu naibu wake. Kwa ukweli, unajua mambo yenye Uhuru anasema si siasa. Bernard, mkiwa wawili kwa nyumba, mwingine analisha watoto, mwingine anakataa kuleta chakula, kazi yake ni kulalamika. End of the day, Kenyans wanajua kazi yenye Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta amefanyia wa Kenya, na mwenye alienda 4 years Central kukimbia huko kujaribu kupiga Uhuru akitaka kiti. Sasa namuona huko amekuwa Tharakanithi. Sasa anamwambia Uhuru niwachie baba. Kwani Uhuru amemshika? Wekesa, kuna watu wawili walikosana. Walikuwa nataka kupigana. Muoga alikuwa na mori sana. Akiambia watu mshike huyu, shika huyu nitamumaliza. Sasa unajua mtu akiwa na nguvu sana kusema nitaua hii mtu mnishike, kama hamutanishika nitaua. Lakini wakati wananchi waliangalia na mwenye anaambiwa anashikwa anaangalia tu dakika kidogo, Penat, kule mwenye alikuwa na nyamasa alipinya huyo na akaanguka chini. So hii mambo ya Ruto kutuambia Uhuru usimami, wachana na mimi, uniwachie baba. Baba ndiye ako kwa ballot. Amuite kitendawili, amuite huyu msee ndiye atakuwa president ya Kenya tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Ruto wewe uko Tharakanithi, uongo tupu. Uhuru amekuuliza. Sasa unasikia Kindiki anasema ama Ruto anasema ni ile barabara nilisaidia kujenga. SGR tulichenga. Mastima tuliweka. Then what happened? Kwa nini ulifanya hiyo first term na hii term ingine umekuwa kwa serikali kwa miaka 5 bila kufanya kazi, unakula pesa ya wananchi? I think Penat, huyu mtu anatupatia nafasi mzuri, hata kama ni kufungwa, ni yeye mwenyewe ameadmit ya kwamba second term hakuna kitu alifanya. Angeresign, aenda atafute kampeni yake, na sahi angeambia wa Kenya 5 years nilifanya kazi, alafu Uhuru akanitoa, and that is why I have come back. Penat, ukioa mwanamke umemfukuza na umelete mama mwingine, huyo mama anaendelea akisemanga mnajua mimi ni bibi ya Wekesa. So mnajua mimi ni na Wekesa ameoa, ameendelea na watoto. That is how Huda wamekaa. Mudavadi the same. Otherwise nimefurahia kuona mama akiwa Central, alikuwa Kiambu. Nikaona amekuwa na mkutano pia kubwa pale Nyandarua. ukiangalia hiyo picha kwa sababu utatupatia tuone, that is where you see genuine voters. Hakuna kelele, hakuna kusukumana, wanakaa chini kusikia mambo ya viongozi. And by the way, hata kama unapendwa kama mtoto wa kambo, it reaches a time mkiwa watoto wawili, hata kama msasi anakupenda na wewe si mtoto wake, kuna wakati inafika mtu atasikia uchungu, angalie mtoto yake na akwambie no, uwezi sukuma mtoto yangu hapo. That is what Ruto is doing. Uhuru ni mtoto ya Central. Hako na wasasi, ako na wanduku, ako na madada, wachomba na kila mtu. Unamsukuma mpaka lini? Imefika wakati unaambiwa stop, achana na mtoto yetu. Hapo ndiye nataka kusema. Nimeona Ngilu alikuwa Coast, walikuwa na mkutano kubwa sana ya kina mama, na dakika ya mwisho nikamkuta ameenda mpaka Bondo, Siaya. So naona Kenya saa hii watu wanaenda kama asubuhi Mombasa, afternoon mnaona wako Bondo. Na nilifurahia sana wakati watu walimwambia baba tunataka mother, na ikakuwa kiwanja mzima Siaya, mpaka kuna mtu alitoka nyuma baba akisema wanasema nini? Wanasema tunataka mother. Na baba akawaambia mother atarudi next week, anamupangia. Kwa hivyo watu ya Siaya, watu ya Bondo, asante sana kwa kutamani ama kumwambia baba tunakubali running mate yako. Unajua ukisikia watu wanakuita na wewe huko kwa kiwanja. Alafu kuna kitu moja nilinotice wakati Gavana Joe na ile watu yoyote, wakati huyu gavana ya Kisii aliitwa, Wekesa nobody was hata kupigia makofi, akajaribu kuongea na Kijaluo na akajua temut, na hapo ndiye watu waliitisha Martha Karua, kumaanisha they were not happy to what happened in Kisii. Na huyu sasa alitaka alisema anaongea Kijaluo wherever alisema, but nilishukuru wananchi. Najua nimekuwa ya kwanza, sitaki kuchukua nafasi mingi. Niliona kijana wa Malwa wakiwa kwanza, wakiwa Western na mkutano kubwa pia. So in that 7 days, pena sahi najua ni 36, naona Azimio wamekawanyana na mambo ni mazuri. Yetu ni kungoja baba apishwe, yetu ni kuomba. Na ya James Orengo, watu walikuwa nalete shida kusema Siaya wao sijui nani. Leo mumeona vile baba amesema suit kutoka governor, senator, women rep, members of parliament na MCAs. Wacha niwachie hapo nisikie kutoka wenzangu, alafu nitarudi baadaye ikiwezekana. Nimefikisha hapo Wekesa.
Thank you. How did you forget our son from Baringo? He was in Siaya.
No, baba, no, I'm sorry, Gideon Moi. Na aliongea na it did well. Unajua ni kama yeye ni mara ya kwanza leo kwenda mkutano kubwa hiyo ya baba. But anyway, tunashukuru na Rift Valley imetingisika. Nilikuwa naongea na mtu ingine leo, ananiambia Selina, huyu mama yako tunaona kama tutaingia serikali, na nikawaambia mambo ni mawili. Aita mutengwe ama mjoin serikali, tuunde serikali. Na watu wamesema aje, baba akichukua serikali hatuendi mbali, Kenya ni yetu. Na wamesema hata hao walikuwa wamepigia baba kura. So silent majority Rift Valley, watu watashangaa. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for that eye opener. Steve.
Yes, Wekesa, jambo.
Habari ya leo?
Nashukuru, habari ya masiku. Tumepeza kitambo kupatana. Unajua mimi huwa natoka mapema sana. Okay, I want to say hi to all my panelists in the studio. Makiadi, jambo. Okay, I want to start by saying this, Wekesa. I'm so worried where this country is heading. You know, if you looked at how the president was responding to the deputy president, the body language is something else, my friend. Not the words, the body language. You know, the words were just like friendly, but not so cruel. But the body language of the president was so telling. You know, the late Michuki told us, if you rattle snakes, they'll bite you. So the game these people are trying to play, it's going to backfire on them heavily. You know, let's demystify this issue of Ruto saying that aachiwe Raila atamshinda na asubuhi. How? Let us not talk about 2013. Tuongee kuhusu 2017 election. With them, with the state and everything at their disposal, they had to rig the elections. There were so many irregularities that showed the elections was not free and fair. So now Uhuru and Raila are on the same side. It happened in 2010 when we were trying to get this new constitution. What happened? Ruto was on the losing side. 28%. That's what he has. So he should start from there. By these two people teaming up, this is a force he cannot beat. Come what may, he will never beat that force. What I'm seeing is just scratching on straws, trying to give his brigades some hope, but it's done. It's done for him. The other thing I want to say is Mama Selina amesema Uhuru ako na wenyewe. It's true. What do you think wale wa Kikuyu, wale wa kule ndani kabisa wanasikia wakisikia Uhuru atafungwa na Ruto? Will these people go and vote for Ruto? Surely. These people, they are treading on bad waters, and this thing is going to shock them. What they are doing, I don't know if it's the heavens that are trying to make them mad so they can lose this election massively. But if it's not calculated, then I don't know. I don't understand. How do you say you'll jail a sitting president when he has his community, and we know well this country votes on community lines, ethnic lines? It's dangerous. It's dangerous, Wekesa. Going forward, ile kidogo Ruto imebaki huko Central, ile yenye ameachiwa na Martha, hiyo nayo atapoteza. Hao watu wataenda kwa factory reset siku ya kupiga kura. Watakumbuka Uhuru atafungwa huyu jamaa akishinda hii kura. The same thing that was being told against Raila, that if Raila gets the government is going to jail the Kikuyu, is going to spoil the business of the Kikuyu. It's now on him. So hii kitu itamhurt vibaya sana. Let him be careful what he says. Then again, Ruto is a coward. Despite all that bravado, he's a coward. What did he say today? He responded to the president. Mimi sina shida na wewe, tumeachana na wewe. Why? Just go ahead on, because you are the person who you want the limelight, you want everything. Go ahead on with the president, but the results of it at the end itakuwa mbaya sana. Let me not dwell on that. Let me move on. Hii story promises Ruto, Tharakanithi. I don't know. I've never had time to look at the manifesto, and I will never look at it because it's not sitting well with me. I'll just waste my time. I better sleep, not check on that. I'll just hear from people who give us maybe hints on that here. But what is happening is for the last 5 years, Ruto has poured a lot of money in the mountain. He has used a lot of time and resources there. But still, he's going there like every day. Hakuna siku inaisha hajapitia sehemu hizo. So anaita vipi stronghold yake mahali hapumziki, anaenda kila wakati. What does this show? It shows that the mountain is slippery. They know that the mountain is going to slip further. It's going to get out of their hands and their sight. So it's like wamejua kuwa hii mlima hii si mzuri kwao. The other thing I want to ask a question to anybody who will give me an answer maybe. What's the obsession with Rigathi with the police? Who told him that police will vote for them? I don't know the obsession with this guy. Akisimama ni polisi. Is it the only thing in his mind? Surely. Police. So it's like these people don't have their agenda. They are just there to participate in an election, but To be honest, they don't have an agenda for this country. Just a sinking boat, na tarehe 9 tutaamka asubuhi tumalizane na wao kabisa. It's going to sink forever. Okay, the last thing is Ngilu in cost. I think Ngilu is doing a good job. I once opined on this channel that Ngilu should be taken to the national level. I think her contribution is not something small. She's doing good with Martha combined. I think they are taking the new constitutions of women so seriously, and we'll see results. The first time in this country, we are going to see women who are going to vote as a bloc, not as a tribalist, not as anything else. So I think we are on the right path. Let's continue mobilizing on our end. Let's convince, let's make them change so that we can get the biggest win ever in this country. Thank you, Ekesa.
Thank you. Since you asked a question, let me try to answer, but I'm not sure if I will answer it the way you want. But
Okay,
have you, when you ask for a child, if he tries to compare things, we'll always compare people with their mother or father. If you have lived all your life in Kenya, when you go out, you will start comparing other things the way are in Kenya. So your level of exposure really matters. So I'm centralizing this on why everything that Rigathi Gachagua talks about, it has to be either police or what. I think even I made a joke somewhere and said that maybe Rigathi Gachagua pewe tu kasi ya chief from Dio. I think that's all, his life revolves around that. So he only sees either he can interact with police and whatever, because that was his role, and that seems that he never outgrew that. Beyond that, he doesn't know anything else. So his profession revolves around being a DO and interacting with the police, and that remains his job description. He's making a mistake because when he comes to national government, he will not even be a CIC. He will not be a commander-in-chief. So he's not anywhere. He will not be given responsibility to do with the police. So he will not interact with them. And the person he's working with may not even want him near what he's even trying to insinuate or imagine. So I think too bad for him. But that, just understand him, that is where his exposure has reached. He doesn't have any other knowledge in terms of different professions or just running the country at large. Yeah, Steve, you have a question?
Yeah, one more thing I forgot about the same guy. Yeah? I don't know when last did we buy unga at 90 bob in this country. Surely, when these people tell us that Ruto is going to take back unga from 230 to 90 shillings, is this even doable? Is this even achievable at first? You know, there's inflation everywhere. So I don't know if somebody can give me a history of from 2017 to now, if we ever had a packet of the 2 kg packet of flour at 90 bob, and how possible is it that from today now at 230 it's going to be 90 bob again, or if it never happened, or it's going to happen? These people should just be told as they are, the lies they're trying to peddle should be dismissed, so that people can know that this country will never go back the way they want. They just have empty promises. They make a lot of empty noise. So I don't know if somebody can also make clear that.
Okay, and I had shared a clip. I don't know if you came when I had played a clip of Ruto before election 2013. He promised to reduce flour from 100 to 70. And then immediately after election, I think it was a scorecard of 100 days. He was being asked, and he talked about issues to do with even our hustlers. They are not taxed. They get unga from the portion meal. So he evaded the question immediately. So what we are saying, whatever he's saying right now is just campaign gimmick. I also played a video of procurements that happen in government and how each and every procurement he wanted it inflated. So even given the docket of agriculture, he's the same guy who told us he wants Rift Valley to move away from maize and start planting avocado. So what happened after that? So he has not been consistent, and I think Uhuru answered him very well. You have had the Ministry of Agriculture for the last 8 years. Munya has had it for 2 years, and we can see tangible results. So what have you done? Stop making noise for us. Stop lecturing us. Show us when you were given chance. What was your input? What was your contribution? Unless there is a comment or a question, we move to Boniface. Ojal first. Ojal, are you around? Ama ni naona tu the background. Ojal, uko ama tuende kwa Boniface? You have been coming and dropping off. Ebu unmute. Okay.
I think there's a problem somewhere. Hello.
You want to sort it out before we allow you? We can hear you,
No,
although you are low. Yeah, you can sort out, and then I will allow you to contribute. Let's have. Are you asking to be allowed to sort out, or are you asking to be allowed to talk? Oh, yes, dropped. Yes, dropped.
Okay. Am I okay now?
Yeah, you can proceed. You have muted yourself again.
Okay, mi nikiingia kwa mjadala kidogo, nimeona venye siku kumeenda na venye kumeisha. Nikiingia kwa huyu jamaa kidogo, huyo opponent wetu, huyu jamaa ametupromise vitu mingi sana hii kwa hii nchi. Wakiwa 2013 2017 walitupromise stadiums, hatujaona hata moja. I think sijaona stadium yoyote yenye iko yenye imetengenezwa, kuona laptop na watoto. Now anatupromise unga irudi chini. Nani atarudisha unga chini? From 2017 ndio government ilituletea hiyo unga ya 90 na ikaenda hivyo. Tangu mpaka leo hatujainunua unga 90 bob lower than 95 ama hapo. So kwa hii uongo anatudanganya, anaweza kuturudishia unga chini, sisi hatuoni kama hiyo inawezekana. So mimi kwa maoni yangu hizo vitu huyo jamaa anasema zote ni uongo, mimi sioni kitu yenye kweli hapo. Nikiangalia mawingu venye kunaenda, niliona sisi juzi walisindoa kidogo, lakini tumeona mama bado ako na nguvu na ako na bidii sana. After that day amerudi tena na akaongea na ako tu sawa, na tena leo tumemuona akiwa huko Central ako tu sawa. So kitu tunaomba wafuasi wetu wajitokeze tu kwa wingi, tumebakisha siku chache tuelekee election. Tunaomba tu tusitawanyishwe na ama tusigawane, tukue tu pamoja, kila kitu itakuwa sawa. I think mumeona kitu imefanyika Siaya leo, wamejitokeza kwa wingi kabisa na wakahitaji Martha, lakini Martha hakukuwa karibu, lakini atakuja tu, tuko na imani atakuja. Mimi natoka Kisumu, lakini niko na imani kabisa na hii timu yetu, haswa hao watu wetu wenye wako mbele. Ni watu wamekomaa kisiasa, wamekaa kwa serikali mwaka mingi, siasa wamekaa sana. Mtu kama Raila huwezi mfundisha siasa, ni mtu mwenye anajua mahali anaenda na mwelekeo mahali anaelekea. So kitu tungeomba kuanzia saa hii, tukirudi kwa magovernors, ma-MPs, tungeomba tu tupewe azimio au watu wa independent wakae kando, kwa sababu ikifika siku yenye sasa tumefika mwisho tunahesabu watu, hakuna mahali independent itahesabiwa. So watu wakuwe tu taratibu, wasikize watu wenye wako kwa chama vizuri, kama ni Jubilee, kama ni Wiper, KANU, tukue azimio yote, tusikuwe na independent ama party nyingine yenye ni different. Hiyo ndio tu tunaomba ikuwe katika uchaguzi wenye tunaelekea mwaka huu. Haya tu ndio maoni yangu, sina mengi, maybe nitarudi baadaye kwa contribute baadaye.
Wekesa, wacha nimuulize swali dakika moja. Umesema wewe utaki watu wanaitwa independence. Mimi nakuuliza namna hii, na zile sehemu ambazo Azimio iko na candidates ambao ni very weak, tuseme kwa mfano kuna candidate ako Homa Bay ambaye ako aligned to Raila Odinga, anamsupport Raila Odinga, lakini unajua vile mambo ilienda kwa nominations za chama, hakuweza kubarikiwa ama kubahatika kupata hiyo ticket. Wewe unaona ni afadhali tu tupigie mtu ambaye ni wa chama hata kama atashindwa, kwa sababu independent labda pengine hawatakuwa na kiongozi wetu uko mbele?
Okay, before useme, unajua unafaa kuwa mwaminifu kwa chama kwanza, ndio tuamini tunaendelea mbele. Mtu hata akiwa weak, then unajua campaign iko, watu wana campaign ndio ujulikane kama uko weak kama uko mbaya. Ndio maana tulikuwa na ile mkutano ya juzi, tuone wenye ni weak tuondoe, tuache wenye wako sawa. So tukikuja hapo kwa weakness, tukiamini chama na tuamini watu wenye tuko nao na watu wenye wanajiweza, tukijitokeza tuwapigie kura. So the way you ask that question is like kuna wenye unaamini wako weak, so wewe kura yako iwezi enda mahali kuna mtu wako weak. Hapana, tujikaze tu tupigie wenye tuko nao kwa chama kura vizuri na tuendelee mbele kuliko tuende kando. Hakuna haja tuende kando, amini na itafanyika. Hivyo tu. Haya, mwingine kama kuna swali?
Umeridhika? Makiadi, umeridhika?
Yeye amesema ni sawa tu, hata kama tunaona tunaenda kushindwa na mtu. Unajua kuna watu ambao ni candidates wetu, lakini kuna very strong candidates ambao wako independent na wanasema wata support Raila Odinga hata wakichaguliwa kama independent. So vile unaniambia ni kwamba afadhali tu tuendelee na kusupport huyu candidate hata kama atashindwa, bora ni candidate wa chama. Hivyo ndio nimekuelewa.
Okay, kitu nasema ni hii. Unajua wakati kura kuna venye inaenda na kuna mali ma-MPs watakusaidia. So tukikuja wakati yao unahesabiwa ule mrengo mwingine iko na ma-MPs ngapi na pande hii iko na ngapi. So tukihesabiwa tupatikane uonyesha independent. Unajua hapo hakuna mali watahesabu mtu kama independent ako kwa chama ya Azimio. Huyo ako kando. So huyo hata tusaidia na anything, hata akiwa amekuja huko mbele bado tena. Hata tusaidia huyo bado atatupoteza. So tukisupport huyu mwenye ako kwa chama, tumwamini tu, tumpigie kura. Mtu hata kama ako weak bado siku tuko nayo mingi, anaweza saidiwa kwa kukampeni. Tukisampima tumeona ako weak, anaweza saidiwa kampeni vizuri na aendelee tu mbele. Na tukiamini tumpe kura, tutakuwa tu sawa.
Okay, I think let's have Steve. Is it a question or an input?
For a minute, please. Nilikuwa nataka kusema hivi Wekesa, before niende kwa Ojale. Unajua hii platform tunataka kusaidiana, si ati tushinde tu kama Azimio urais juu, na pia huku mashinani pia lazima tupate viongozi waadilifu, tupate viongozi ambao watatusaidia. Kusema ukweli na devolution venye imefanyika sahi, Raila akiwa pale juu akona influence kidogo sana ya kitu kitafanyika kwa wadi yako. Huo ndio ukweli. MCA wako ndio mtu atakuwa responsible na maendeleo pale kwa wadi yako. Hata structures ziwe nzuri vipi, kama MCA wako hata hawajibika, hiyo ward itabaki tu nyuma. The other thing kwa constituency pia, MP wako kama hata wajibika, hiyo constituency bado itabaki nyuma. So nilikuwa nataka kumwambia Ojal hivi, kuna vitu lazima tuangalie. Tunataka independence, hatutaki independence. Tunataka suti, hatutaki suti. Kitu cha kwanza, angalia hawa watu wenye wamejitokeza mwanzo. Usipige kura kwa sababu unapigia mtu wa chama. Swali ni kama alikuwa hapo, amefanya nini miaka 5 iliyoisha? Pili, kama hajakuwa hapo, unaangalia huyu mtu hajakuwa anasema nini, unaona? So mimi mtazamo wangu, mimi ni Azimio, lakini kama kutakuwa na independent mwenye anaweza kubadilisha jimbo langu mahali niko, sioni kama kuna ubaya nisimpigie kura. Nafikiri Ojal, you have to change that mentality. Please, don't vote for people just because.
Steve, maybe we may extrapolate the conversation.
Okay, let me leave it at that.
Are we also allowed to vote for MPs who are in UDA? Because
no, I'm not saying
there are
that.
Guys who are in UDA and groups. No, wait, because you see, you are talking about mentality, and that mentality cannot stop at independence.
Okay.
There are also good MPs in UDA or good MPs in ANC. There are also good MPs in Fort Kenya. So am I allowed to vote for any person as long as in my own assessment he is good? He may not be in the Mrengo that I want, but in my own assessment he is good. So we have to expand the conversation.
Okay, no. I think I'll be.
Actually, some of us may be coming from areas where someone actually, when you look at him, this guy is good, but he's in UDA. He's good, but he's in Fort Kenya. He's good, but he's in ANC. So why should we treat independent as special?
Okay, so let me answer you in 1 minute or in 30 seconds. What I'm saying is, this is my observation, from the experience of where I'm coming from. I'm in Kilifi County, and the last election, we had only 4 MCAs who were not elected on ODM in this county. The results of that, the last 5 years, it has been a disaster because the county assembly is just with the governor. When things happen, yani wanapitisha vitu zenye hazina msingi, vitu kama hizo. So from experience, I'm not saying people should vote for UDA or castigate, not vote for independence. What I'm saying is, because I'm in Azimio, I wouldn't want Ruto to have many MPs. That's it. But if an independent candidate is better than the candidate in your party, that's my position, Wekesa. Let me stop at that.
Okay. Yeah, but let me also ask you, do you feel like you want an effective president, or you just want, for the sake, there are those who just want to see Raila as president, no matter whether he will be effective or not. So if and some people have been arguing that, and I heard from Professor Kakwanja, he said that, for me, I don't have a doubt that Raila will be president. The only problem I have is that he might have less MPs and be not effective in passing what he wants to pass. So that also is a conversation we need to think about it. If you are coming up with the radical measures, do you have people to do it? Or are you just, or we just want to fulfill a ritual that we have for Raila as president?
Okay, Wekesa, let me say this. Sana sana mimi upande wangu, I will consider an independent on my ward level, not on the MP side, because I know what MPs can do. We saw it in Kibaki's term, what happened. So I will consider on the ward level. Let me just be clear on that, because MCA ndo mtu wa kwanza nikiamka naweza muona kwake nyumbani. MP wako Nairobi mara nyingi yeye. So that's what I can say. Let me just be clear on that.
Okay, thank you. Let's have hii jamaa Boniface ametoka. Let's have nani anaitwa Alfred. How are you, Alfred? Alfred, uko na sisi ama umehang? You try to unmute.
Kwangu mimi ile Uhuru alisema leo, kama Wakenya wako na masikio wamesikia. Msichukue maneno ya Uhuru tu hivi hivi. Yeye ndiye anajua Ruto kabisa, na anajua yeye in and out. Hakuna mtu mwingine anayeelewa Ruto kama si Uhuru, na aliacha yeye kwa sababu ya tabia yake. Na saa hii tu anawaambia nyinyi, ndawatengenezea hii, ndawafanyia hii, For example, in 2017, sijui stadium siko wapi. In 2013, sijui laptop ya watoto iko wapi. Alafu, let's say for example kama railway, ili ilikuwa inajengwa from Mombasa to wapi. Naona Uhuru amesimamisha hiyo project. Kwa sababu gani? Hakuna mtu amejiuliza swali kwa nini Uhuru alisimamisha that project. Kwa nini alisimamisha? Because hao watu waliongeza pesa zaidi kuliko hata ile pesa ingetengeneza hiyo railway. Uhuru akasimamisha. That's a ghost project, ambayo hata ile pesa inachukua ni pesa mingi sana. Saa hizi ule mtu anatuambia Kenya iko na deni mingi sana ni Ruto, na yeye ndiye alikuwa kwa cabinet kupitisha hizo deni when Rotich was a minister for finance. Sasa Ruto anatuambia nini sasa? For example, anatuambia nini? Kama ni Mkenya ambaye anayeelewa Kenya mahali inaelekea, don't vote to Ruto, please. Alafu, another mistake Ruto ameleta kwa hii Kenya. Tukipigania hii a new constitution, alikuwa against. Alikuwa na vote no. Ndio sasa yeye mnataka kuleta akuwe president tena. Ataamini aje that constitution ambayo alikuwa anaipinga? Haya, juzi tulikuwa natafuta BBI for the benefit of this country. Yeye alikuwa anakataa. Let's say for example, BBI ilikuwa anasema MCA, your MCA akuwe na ward development fund. Haya, yeye akasema ataki hiyo, na anaambia mama mboga nitakuletea pesa. Is that logic? Hello?
Aya, umekwama wapi?
Poleni, nilikwama mahali. Hello? Wekeza?
Tunakusikia, endelea.
Okay, sawa. Sasa kama anasema alikuwa amekataa pesa ikuje in world level, na hiyo ni kitu ambayo ilikuwa inawekwa kwa katiba ya Kenya. How sure are you kuwa Ruto atawapatia hiyo pesa kama iko kwa katiba? Haya, tuseme counties are getting money now. Kwa sababu gani? Siko kwa katiba. CDF ya constituency level wanapata pesa kwa sababu iko kwa katiba. Lakini yeye anakuambia vijana nitakuja kuwapatia hii pesa. Nitakuja kuwapatia. Hiyo pesa iko wapi kwa katiba? Just within the mouth of someone. Ni kama ile stadium tutaweka mahali, sijui tutaweka hii mahali, na hakuna chochote imefanyika. Lakini ile mimi naomba nyinyi wote, kama mimi, kama kuna mtu ambaye anasimamia yale ambaye ana promise, ni Raila Amolo Odinga. When he was a minister for road after 202 na Kibaki, hiyo bypass ya Nairobi mnaringa naye ni yeye ndiye aliweka. Alikuwa minister of energy. Hii mambo ya Ruto anasema ati tumeweka kilomita ngapi ya energy sijui nini, na hiyo ni plan ya Raila. Alisema alikuwa anataka a new constitution, ndio unaona walipigana na Kibaki in 2005. Kwa sababu gani? Yeye alikuwa anataka counties, lakini wakati huo walikuwa wameita jimbos. Watu wakakataa, lakini wakakuja kubadilisha kuweka counties. Kwa sababu gani? Alikuwa anataka pesa iende into root huko mashinani kabisa. Sasa Ruto anatuambia nini? Asante sana Wekesa, kwa sababu yangu imehang, siwaoni siwasikizi, lakini nashukuru. Asanteni.
Thank you. Ni picha ina hang, but your voice has been clear. We have heard. So thank you for your rich contribution on the manifesto ya Buddha and Baba's agenda also. You've been seems to have a lot of followers on the comment section who are campaigning for her. Atamuruka is only that sometimes maybe she dropped off. I was using the order in which they are arranged on my backstage, but Kamali drop off. Sorry for that. So you feel it your time with Nyongo alive. Bernard, you're welcome. Ojan, you are also welcome back.
Hi everyone. Wakasa, you wanted
Hi,
to ring me out.
you are so popular. You are so popular in the comment section. Eh? If I stand in the comment section, I can't win.
Yeah, don't ring me out next time. Okay, so I'll go to the topic today. Uhuru tells Ruto off on his promises. I just loved that. It came as a surprise actually, but it's good so that they can forget on their manifesto and focus on the president, which is doing them more harm than good, while Azimio is moving on. Because we need to move on. We are moving on with speed, so just let them keep dragging behind. They shift their focus, while with us, we are focused. By the time they realize that they need to come back on track, we're already ahead. And then in Siaya was good. That is Baba's background, so everything is meant to be good. Consolidation, that was okay, but it's fine. I don't think there could be any problems in Siaya. Martha, I like the strength of Martha Karua. She says hacheki na hachezi na kazi, na ni ukweli, she has demonstrated it. She's going everywhere, even when they thought that they could stop her from the next campaign in Kisii. The next day you saw her in Nyamira. Today she's in Tharaka. Tomorrow she's in Kawangware in Nairobi. So I love her strength. And if you look at Martha and Baba nowadays, you'll realize that they look young actually. Baba doesn't have stress, Martha doesn't have stress. So they complement each other, and that's a perfect combination. Election countdown, I can't wait for the voting day to come. I can't wait to vote in Baba, to vote in the right government, so that we have the right resources coming back to us and our country moves on. And then Mama Ngilu, she's doing a perfect job. She was good actually. She's good in the national. So it suits her well. She goes, and I love the reception that she's receiving. I love the reception that Team Azimio is receiving everywhere they go. They are welcomed everywhere. Martha Karua is welcomed everywhere. She can travel around the country. That is a leader. Unlike Naibu wa Rais, who I don't think he can even go. I don't think he can even come to Nyanza on his own. I don't think so. Even in Mombasa, maybe if he's with his boss. And fellow Kenyans, the train had left the station. Always remember, blue is the color, politics is the game, Azimio is the team. Come join us together because winning is our aim. Okay, we are in this together to win. Winning together is quite fun when you celebrate together. And when you unite, you dwell in harmony, and unity is strength. Let's unite, let's show our strength. Let's take these people who don't need to have anything to do with leadership home. Some of them should go to committee where they belong, because they have taken us back. There's nothing they brought to us. We need leaders. We need those who go forward. Like the president said, you can't keep on looking backward. A leader is not supposed to look back. We don't need a leader who will come back to complain to us. We give you the job to do, you come back to complain. Why? You coming back to tell us that you can't do the job? We don't need leaders like that. A leader should lead by example, show us. Even however dangerous the path is, you should show us this is the right way, let's go. And where there is a will, there is a way. We'll go through that together. But you can't come back to complain to us, trying to divide us. No, that won't work. And the president said it very well. You need to go forward. You need to move forward. You don't need to move backward. You need to tell people this is where we want to go, and we'll go no matter what. It doesn't matter how long we get there, but we'll get there. So I think I'll stop from there. But fellow Kenyans, Azimio is the team, Baba is the captain, Martha is the assistant captain. Join us together. Let's win together. It's good to celebrate with fellow Kenyans together. Thank you.
Thank you for that rich contribution. I just have one question for you. I don't know if you are aware or you are related to the politics of Nyanza. You are on mute.
Sorry. Of course, I know the politics of Nyanza.
Yeah, if you know, then I wanted to ask you, the rallying call for the last 3 days for Baba is he needs the numbers. You guys need to give him the numbers. And forget the way people are saying, oh, independent, whatever. Do you know most regions? And Central is an example. You see, Central, at the moment they opened up their doors and vanquished Jubilee, they are struggling to find their identity. You guys may have a problem with ODM, but I tell you, it's just a matter of time, and maybe ODM will also, maybe even after Baba's term, and you realize that having a strong party is still a plus to a region. If you ask Western, we will tell you we have really struggled to consolidate ourselves together. So nobody should lie to you that you don't need a strong party. Every region needs a strong party. You can have a problem with the way it's operating, but don't try to kill your own party just because one or two guys who are offshoots from, they don't agree with what the party is doing. You rather build it and strengthen it. Okay, what's your take on Baba's call for 6 piece?
6 Ps in Nyanza, if Baba calls for 6 Ps, who are we to complain? I know we may have divergent opinions, but if you have your opinion, if you have your candidate who you want to vote for, that's your right. But I know most people will vote 6 Ps because Baba says ignorance. Ignorance is a very bad thing because you may think that I want to vote in this person because I was not given the person that I want. Whatever Baba sees while seated, me as a young person, I may not see. I'll not see. If it tells me this person is the right person, then I should be ready and willing to do that. And I believe most people in Nyanza will do that. We know the people who are quite stubborn in Nyanza. We know them, but they are not that as much popular. You get out of Baba's shadow, you are out. You try to come back. Maybe you go with another party, but you'll be considered as an outsider. You won't have much effect. So, to my fellow Nyanza people, let's wake up. Let's wake up because if your house is on fire, you don't bring the house down. You put out the fire, do the repair, and then check on where you need to build. Make the house stand again. You don't need to bring the house down just because of a few problems. We can't say like, oh, now Baba wants 6 Ps and we don't have the candidates that we want. No way. Maybe the candidate that you want, they'll not even work for you. They'll just tell you, or if you elect let me give an example. If I elect an independent candidate, what assurity do I have about your loyalty? How loyal will this person be to me? This person, you're an independent, yes. You will decide. You can join the opposition or you can join me. What assurity will I have? And then you go to that independent after coming to the party that we belong to get our supporters, and then you get out with them, go out with them, and then you want them to support you because you went to the party and then they didn't give you the certificate. Why can't you wait for your time? Everyone has his or her own time. There's a time for everything. There's a time for everyone. If your time has not reached, you don't need to force it.
Okay. Kuna swali kutoka Alex.
Okay, Alex.
Eugene, it's always nice to listen to you. You come out as a very bright young woman, and I am supportive of intelligent women like you. However, on this, I want to disagree with you unequivocally. I want to ask you an honest question. Where do you put Siaya and Homa Bay when it comes to representation? Do you think ODM made the right decision to give us the 2 governors, more especially like the governor of Homa Bay? Do you think he deserved to become a governor? From your honest part, apart from the 6 Ps, now let's be honest now. Do you think Awiti deserved to become a governor?
You know, Alex, error is to human, correction is to all. I think even Baba himself, he saw that, he could have seen that, and I believe he has seen it. You may make a mistake, you may fall. However, how many times you fall, what matters is how you get up. You need to get up and continue. That was a mistake. Even in Migori County, Obado was a mistake. But we learn from our mistakes. How will you know? We learn from mistakes. And I don't think if someone looks at Gladys today, will say Gladys cannot make a good governor. She can deliver. So you learn from your mistakes. They gave the wrong candidates, but you correct that. That is what I mean. If your house is on fire, you don't bring the house down. You look for ways now to put off the fire and then build the house again, make it stand again. So we learn from mistakes. We all learn from mistakes. If you see someone at the top, that person must have fallen 1,000 times to get to the success. So we need to give Bob also time, ODM time, to build up. We are building up. So we are making up for our mistakes.
You feel we are having a national debate about Nairobi in the hands of either Sakaja or in the hands either Igathe. We are honest and robust when it comes to Nairobi. If that is the position, give him time. Why can't it cut across? And secondly, we saw the mistake that put Rasanga to be the governor of Siaya. Rasanga was never chosen by anybody. Rasanga was a decision that was reached because an old man called Oburu Odinga decided to enter into a race, and we saw the danger of a win from another side, and a compromise decision was reached to avert a fallout and embarrassment in Siaya. Now, in the by-election that passed, if you watch candidly, Orengo tried everything he could to bring back the ODM candidate to win in his constituency that he had defended for many years and won, but to no avail. The fight between Gumbo and Orengo was foreseen. It's not something that was not foreseen. When you say we give ODM time, what does that mean to you? Time to make mistakes or time to correct the very mistakes that we keep seeing in Nyanza? We do not have a deficiency of people. We have the best both in human capacity development and in management. Does the buck fall only on two people so that we get ourselves into the position we are today? Time to make mistake or time to correct mistakes?
Alex, as you ask that question, wait, Eugene, before you answer. Even as Alex, you make that comment, you should also, so that we avoid the perception that comes from it that getting someone outside ODM is the solution. Because we had Obado outside the ODM, and I don't think he has stood out as someone who has performed. And so it should not be that we criminalize or we have a stereotype on candidates that comes on ODM. Because personally, I think the choice of candidates 2017 is different from the choice of candidates 2022. Even the methodology and how they arrived at the candidates was different. And believe me, also, Anyang' Nyong'o was unpopular when he was being chosen, and there was a revolt against ODM. But if you look at him, on average, he has performed. So I don't think we have to, just because it's ODM, we have to vilify it. I think we can narrow down to the individuals between, is it Kidero and the other guy, Alice and Gladys. Then the other one is Gumbo and Orengo. And look at them as candidates and see what is Nicholas Gumbo bringing on the table and what is Orengo bringing on the table. The other side is what the Kidero who failed in Nairobi, what is he going to do different in Homa Bay? Those are conversations also to make. because he cannot look like he's just an angel from somewhere. People are seeing him in independent, and they see like this is Kidero coming out to liberate Homa Bay. But he was given the highest opportunity on the land. This is Nairobi, and he didn't demonstrate leadership. So, and Gladys, for the small dockets he has been given as in Parliament, we have seen her guiding the nation in the right direction, and we still think if given high opportunity, she can deliver. So that should also be in the conversation. If we want to change the conversation, we should not just believe it's ODM, and anything that looks like it's not ODM is good.
Eugene, I think Wekesa finally changed the narrative she had brought. You gave a candid presentation and nobody asked a question. Wekesa dived in and asked about the 6 piece. I came in because I know that there is a benefit of 6 piece when it comes to Luo Nyanza and even in our land. So the reason of my coming in is once we choose a leader, as you said, candidly said, a leader in ODM, we can't push Baba away from electing governors and members of parliament. So you bring it out, and then again, you bring it out. Now, the case of one man called Kidero, I don't call him the way I call him the way Miguna calls him because it sounds good. Kidero. Kidero was our candidate in Nairobi in 2017. When did he become a bad person? That's the question. He was our candidate.
Alex, you can go to the history and do that. You can do better than that. Just go and check Kidero. What did he do? What happened?
No, but he was our candidate of ODM in 2017 in Nairobi.
Okay, thank you.
So
thank you. I think you didn't understand me, Alex. I was comparing. I said when you talk about Kidero, compare him with Gladys Wanga. When you talk about Orengo, compare him with Gumbo. It should not be comparing with 2017, because now when we go to 2017, it should be a comparison between Asongo and Kidero. And for me, if you bring Kidero and Songo, I will choose Kidero. But if you bring Kidero and Gladys Wanga, will have a different conversation. So those are two different sets.
Now we agree what you are saying, and thank you for bringing the conversation back again on performance. But you started off by the 6 piece, and that is why I came to support my sister that the 6 piece issue, when we put it online most of the time, we fail to get credible leaders, because I think there's something wrong. And you know, we have to agree that Awiti was a mistake. He messed up first time. We gave him second time, and it's a fact. And we want to recover from the 10 years.
Alex, before you conclude, let me bring in Mama Selina and Bernard, and then you make a conclusion on the topic.
Mama Selina watamaliza. Wacha tumalize ndio Mama Selina amalize.
No, in one statement.
Mama Selina atanipiga. Mama Selina atanipiga kuwa nimeongea vibaya.
Okay,
yeah, one
thank
statement
you.
each speech.
Thank you Wekesa kwa kunipatia nafasi. Siwezi piga wewe. Chenye nataka kuuliza, wakati Kidero alikuwa gavana ya Nairobi na ile 30 linen alikuwa naye, mara ya kwanza mnakumbuka show ilikuwa Nairobi. Kidero alisahau Raila na alisahau Raila na akakaa ndani ya Jubilee. So na ninakumbuka hata watu waliuliza what went wrong kwa huyu gavana ya ODM, alienda bet na Jubilee na si mara ya kwanza. So wakati ameenda Siaya, wakati ameenda Homa Bay, yeye ni mtu ya Ruto na ule gavana ingine aliua mama. So kuna vitu ya ukweli ya kusemwa. Gladys Wanga alijaribiwa akakuwa na kamiti moja strong kwa parliament wakati Uhuru alikuwa na shida na Jubilee na watu ya Ruto, Gladys Wanga alisimama kitete na wakasaidia Uhuru. Hii maneno baba anapata sifa kwa parliament, it is because of Gladys Wanga, kina John Mbadi na hiyo group yote. So tumeona uongozi ya Gladys Wanga, she can be a strong person. With pesa ya Ruto alisimama kitete na akasaidia Uhuru. Asante, sitaki kuchukua nafasi.
Okay, Bernard.
So before tuende, unajua wakati the best friend of Baba died, Tieno Kajua, something happened that we should not forget Kidero. Immediately, not so long after, Fidel died. And during Fidel's funeral, Kidero, Dalmaso Tieno, and the former KANU stalwarts were campaigning and giving Baba sleepless nights. And if you know history very well, Baba had to finish a funeral right away of Fidel and come to campaign for that seat because Ruto and Uhuru walikataa hata kukuja matanga ya Fidel, wakaenda kucampaign so that they can win that seat. Kidero was part of that group. Now, what amazed me and what made me mad is that they ended up again giving Kidero the nomination to run in Nairobi. That was a great mistake. And I was just bringing us back to history that once we realize there is a mistake, even within our own party, we need to clean it up. Let us not massage a mistake until later on is when we see it. Awiti was a mistake after first term. Omabei does not have a mortuary for your record. Thank you very much.
Okay. Bernard, you had a comment on that?
I would just say our election of leaders requires a good thinking through. We trust the wisdom of the elders who are leading us, yes, but that does not suspend our common sense nor our own personal assessment. We should weigh everything in proper balance. Kidero and Wanga, Kidero for disloyalty should be kicked out. And that is why I think his running to Homa Bay is not going to help much. Fidelity to the party, faithfulness is number one consideration. If I'll quote the late Otieno Kajua, is number one consideration. So that consideration cannot be brushed off. And so, in my opinion, let's listen to Baba. Secondly, 6Ps should not be a commandment, should not be treated as a commandment. That's what I'm saying. Where necessary, that there is a credible leader, okay, who is not in ODM, but is credible, he can deliver. It is okay. You are free, you have a democratic right to vote for that person, even if it's against Baba. That means ODM should give us credible people. If they want 6Ps, let them give us credible people to be on that ballot. Wasituletee vitunguu, watuambie tupigie kura kwa sababu zimevaa mashati za orange. Because we want to have a delivering government. A delivering government is made of credible people. So first and foremost, don't pick everything and put it on ODM and want us to vote for the thing when we know this thing is not going to work. One of the greatest disappointment that I have in my mind and heart is ODM-led counties that did not perform. How are we going to talk about we are the brainchild of devolution? We are being led by the revolutionary or who brought about devolution. Then we lead him, we disappoint him by performing poorly. So our watu wote kuanzia Ojamo, Owiti, and the rest that have led into not performing, they should be an example for us. If 6 Peace is going to give us Ojamo and Owitis in any place, let's reject them. Let's get somebody who is going to deliver. Baba's legacy must be built on a transformed Kenya, not a transformed dance, a transformed Kenya. That transformed Kenya means
Bernard amehang hapo kwa dance. Okay.
Even as Bernard comes, I wanted to ask you a related question to this, what we are talking about. When we look at ODM legislators in Parliament and Senate, in fact, most people will argue that ODM has got the best brains. But despite that, they were good brains, but they were the minority. So they were there to be heard, but nothing, they could not execute anything because they were less. And that is the tragedy of democracy. That sometimes you may want the good people, but as long as they are less, they can achieve nothing. And so sometimes it's a tricky balance between should I choose this one or what are the circumstances? And that boils back to what were the circumstances that triggered Baba to settle on Rasanga and not the other person? And what were the circumstances that he triggered him to settle on Awiti? Maybe that time, and if you replay back 2017, you can understand. And that is also the issue that was in Jubilee, that they were torn between Peter Kenneth and Songo. But what were the circumstances that made them to settle on Songo and not Peter Kenneth? That is, sometimes someone says democracy is the bad. Okay, it doesn't, it's not the best rule, because what you think is the best sometimes may not echo with people. And look at what is happening in Kenya. Even those you think they are coming out and have the best manifestos, Kenyans want the popular guys. And you have to balance between popularity and delivery of services. Alex, how do we maneuver that?
Okay, sir. You see, the reason there are leaders and followers is simply because leaders can make decisions, whether popular or unpopular. The one prerequisite of leadership is to be visionary. You don't follow a black mirage in Kwalami. You see where people are headed to, and you direct them, even when they don't see. Now, let me use Duke's popular word for instance. For instance, when Baba made the most unpopular move to have the handshake, we did not foresee where this country was headed. But the two knew, because they are leaders, they are not followers. And they led us through the most difficult moments of the history of our nation. We will be able to read, well, maybe I'll be a beneficiary and I ask God to give me moments to live so that I can know later on when Baba writes his book of what transpired, how was he approached, what was going behind, so that we can see how leadership works. The good thing about the country I'm living today, when a president is going out 3 months too, he's given a book deal.
And he writes a book about the ongoing and everything. And that's why today we are having an investigation of what happened to Trump. There are people who are given money deals to write books. Now, they, in a de facto way, they are giving evidence of what happens in a leadership. So if you want to balance populist nature of leadership and true leadership, we will never have sustainable development of any nature in our nation. I'm one person who believes that the reason Baba has remained to be Baba, and he will remain Baba for years to come, within ODM, within Azimio, and within Kenya, even those on the other side, and I've said it many times in this panel, mimi na wewe ambao tuko Azimia, we fear if Ruto will come in power. But the people on the other side, they don't fear because they know very well that whether Baba wins or Ruto wins, Baba will never do what? Revenge on them. Baba will do what he's supposed to do because he's a tested leader. So Wekesa, what I'm saying is, at some point you are right, but then we start demonstrating that populist nature of leadership is not sustainable. It comes to an end. Look today where we are in Kisii because of Ngwai. He was a populist leader. He was not a visionary leader. Look where Homa Bay is. I schooled in my primary someplace in Homa Bay for only 1 year called Sang Academy. By that time, we had Homa Bay Tourist Hotel. By that time, the port was working. By that time, samaki walikuwa wanavua ni wengi sana. By that time, the road from the lake to Sophia was functional. On this side of a stadium, very clean. Homa Bay boys, you could, from Sophia to the lake, ilikuwa ni lami ambayo that was beautiful. You go today to Homa Bay, you don't even have a place to eat fish. And why did we used to go to Homa Bay from Kisii? To go there just to sit by the lake and eat fish. Devolution in 10 years has messed Homa Bay than Kanu era. Because we have a government and a governor who sleeps in an hotel in Kisumu for 10 years. Then we are here saying, let's give him time. Which time? At some point, we have to be revolutionist and reject that kind of leadership. So populism is okay. But Wekesa, visionary leaders like the governor of Laikipia are better off. In the end of the day, governors don't vote anywhere. The Laikipia governor is an independent governor.
And my thinking will be like we are both arguing for and against, because when you look at the people now Baba is presenting on the ground, they seem not to be popular. In fact, the ground is looking for other people. But according to Baba's own model, these are the leaders, a set of leaders he wants to work with to deliver a certain agenda. I'm talking about now, not 2017. And when you look, maybe Orengo may not be popular as the other guy, Gumbo. But let's be honest, even you, Alex, if you're given to govern a country or a company or whatever, will you work with someone you trust, or will you allow someone you know he will backstab on you? Maybe he may be the right person according to other people, but you yourself know you can't trust them. And so that is the tricky balance we're having about party. When we talk about party loyalists, we also know that when we talk about development, we have also to talk about the institution, empowering institutions called party. How do we help these people who have stood and ensure that these parties don't collapse, that they are moving from point A to Z? But when it comes now to that party establishment, we say we need to rob in other people who are never loyal to the party, and we think they are the solution to what we are looking for. Because parties also are institutions that need to be developed. And we have seen people who have consistently fought for the institutions called party and democracy. And sometimes it's the worst thing is that the way Kenyans have been rating the Republic of Kenya is so skewed. They will appreciate people who have built toilets there and a few roads there, but they will never appreciate people who have done the invisible things, moving the nation from one expanding democratic space, because it's part of the development of a nation. I saw someone actually was trying to differentiate that. The software part of Kenya, there are those who have engineered for its formation and reformation. But so often Kenyans forget that. They will only attribute Kenya to those who have built one road there, have given us some the things we see. What about the intangibles? And these are the things we can attribute to people like Kinara. If you talk about Raila's development record, it's not more of the things you see. It's more of the space he has created. And that's where the people Kinarengo come in. But so often we want to dismiss them and we say they are not development conscious. Really,
Let me
if you look at Lorengo's life, has he ever spent his own time on himself? Actually, he spends all his life on issues to do with the nation. And maybe that is how we need to look at it also. I want to bring in Eric and Mike, and then Alex, you can actually, if you when you conclude on that, you also make your submission because it's your chance. So Eric, ask your question, then Mike, and then Alex will conclude on that and make his contribution.
Okay. Thank you so much. Alex, mambo? Yeah, nimewasalimia nyinyi wote, Mama Selina, kila mtu. It has been long. I've not been around for quite like 2 weeks. But nimeresurface. So I'm happy to be here today. I think what I just wanted to say, you know, the topic you have been talking for a long time. I think the fact remains that you know, in parliament, the numbers count. That is one thing we should be understanding. In parliament, it's only numbers count, because even if you are very wise in parliament and you are 10 of you you cannot do anything, because 10 out of 200, that's it cannot count. So, and the popular person, yani yule mtu akona wafuasi wengi, sometimes that's why we normally come and find ourselves having leaders who are not qualified. Because of what? In the ground, he has a following, a lot of people, but he or she cannot perform. So at the end of the day, the party will just nominate that person because of that the way the guy is popular. And finally, we'll come back to suffer later. And that's why I foresee what Baba is doing, most likely picking people who are not popular. You know, sometimes it's good you pick them and your work can be done. And the one thing with Baba, akichagua mtu, hata mtu si popular, bora tu Baba ndiye amekuchagua, he will make you popular. And to say like Orengo, people are saying Orengo is not popular in Siaya. He is popular because he has been every time being elected as a senator, every time. So meaning he has people in Siaya. So what he needed a small number, to add a small number to be a governor. That's all. I think that's what I just wanted to say. Then once given time, I will contribute. Or I continue. Wekesa. Should
Alex.
I submit?
Oh no, Mike, and then Alex to conclude and submit.
Thank you, Ekesa. I just want to delve in the topic of loyalty and popularity. I've observed, and this started way back in 2013. Jubilee invested heavily in buying very popular and very, very effective and good leaders in ODM. By the way, all these leaders in Kenya have a home in ODM. They actually came from ODM. So the only place Jubilee could fish leaders is ODM. And to give you a case, if you remember, there was an election of Secretary General of ODM. And ODM, in its wisdom, scuttled that election where Ababu Namwamba was going to be elected by a landslide. But at that time, and by the way, Ababu Namwamba is eloquent, very focused, and somebody you'd want to have in your team. But at that time, Raila knew that Ababu's heart was not in ODM. Most of us didn't know at that time. Actually, we came later to know that actually Ababu was recording private conversations and selling them to Ruto. So, but Ababu was popular. Ababu was very, very efficient as a leader in ODM, and all of us who are ODM admirers admired him. But now that is where the problem is. From 2013, there has been very, very serious concerted efforts by Jubilee to infiltrate ODM in Nyanza. Actually, at one time I heard on record Ruto saying that they are going to liberate the Nyanza people from Odingaism, and they started, and for Jubilee, when they go to a region, they don't go to the heartbeat, they go to the periphery. So they went to South Nyanza where they got Obado, and they were trying to come in through the upper side. In Coast, they went through Muraya, the Kwale governor at the far end, and Kilifi. And by the way, for those who don't know, Kingi had already been bought by as far back as 2017. He was in ODM, but Raila had information that Kingi's heart was not in ODM. And the talk of forming regional party in Coast was just a scapegoat to get Jubilee or Ruto have a vehicle to infiltrate Coast. So when we talk of popularity and performance, Jubilee is aware of that. They will not go for a weak person in ODM. They will go for a popular person and a performer, so that when they buy him, you could see what happened in Coast. They bought an MP and he won the election in a by-election. So they don't go for a weak person. So you put Raila in an awkward position so that he's left with a weak candidate who is loyal but is not a performer and is not necessarily even popular. So that is what now we need to ask ourselves. Do we allow ODM, because they are aware that the person who is popular and a performer is not loyal to the party, and within a very short time, this person will move ship and give credit to their opponent for the development he's doing. So is it what he taking that measure of investing somebody who will abandon you, like we have seen? Somebody like Muhammad Ali, he's a performer. You might hate him, but he has done some good things in Mombasa. But he wanted to vie on an ODM ticket, but he was denied that chance because ODM had information prior to the election that this person was not loyal to the party, and he had discussions with Ruto that he will move once he gets in. So they told him, instead of going through ODM and moving, why don't you just go to your own party? And that's why he went independent. So Mohammed was popular and he's a performer. So are you saying we should have accommodated him only for him to go and defect like Aisha Juma did? That is my observation on that.
So yeah,
Yeah, thank you.
Another conundrum that should
So,
we have...
Alex, in conclusion, Alex, as you conclude, let's, I will just say in one statement that it's a tricky balance and we have also to bite the bullet. If you think you are a performer, but you are also in bed with our enemies, we will not give you an easy ride. You either choose to go and if actually, okay, what I'm saying is, if there are people in Nyanza who think they are performers, but who think they don't like Raila, they like Ruto, why don't they just declare their stand that me, I'm supporting Ruto and also I'm a performer? Let people, one, elect them because they are good performers, and two, because of their own political stand. Why should you use Raila to get the votes, but when you go there, you now start associating with his opponents? Yeah, I think you can make a conclusion and a submission.
Yeah, I won't make a submission. I'll just make a conclusion because I delved in because of the 6 peaks issue. I'm sure Baba is winning the election. I'm sure this time around, Baba is going to govern for 5 years, God willing. My question lies in that if we have tested a couple of people previously and they haven't performed in a limited function of devolution, it will be tantamount of devolution failure if we elect people who are incompetent, and again we increase the allocation of revenue and also the responsibilities of devolution. So far, devolution has been manning a few sectors, including one of the most, which is healthcare. We have counties as we speak right now whose employees have not been paid the last 2 months, and they are not going to be paid in the next 2 months because of the elections. The question is here, very simple. Baba is coming to give us more money for devolution. You have people who have not been very effective. So me thinking is, since it will be an opportunity for Nyanza, because this is, even Junet told us, the presidency is going now to be in Nyanza. Now, the reason why Mama Selina and other people ask, huyo amekuwa miaka 10 kama DP, ametufanyia nini? So we will also ask these people, after 10 years or 5 years, God willing, maybe it's 10 years, wakina kinywa wasikuwe na haraka kuwa ni Mandela moment. Once we get there, ni 10 years. Mandela moment hakuna. We must finish 10 years too. So muanze kuzoea mapema. So if it's that 10 years, we want to ask and look for credible leaders who will show to the whole country that Baba is the author of devolution, not only just the, let me not use the word author because, I mean, there were many people who fought for devolution. But I think for the longest, Baba has been resilient and God has given him more time to be in the game more than the people that were. So he's one person who has a history of, you know, that mileage more than anybody. So when he comes in, we need to see devolution work proper in these counties, so as when he leaves, his legacy will follow that Baba knew what he was doing. And that is the reason when it could not remain that Sonko can't do anything for the next 2 or 3 years. Papa had to speak with his friend and they had to bring NMS. And today nobody complains about it, whether it's constitutional or not, because we were thirsty for development. We were thirsty for working institutions. Today we have boreholes, whether they were built by military or not, we have water a little bit. We have hospitals, functional, whether 70% or 30%, even if it's 10%, we have hospitals because of MNS. And if tutapata counties ambayo you are choosing psychophants who are sleeping in for 10 years in Kisumu in an hotel, they can't even Pakarangi county officers in Homa Bay, and then we say fidelity to the party. I think, no, I can't have that such kind of fidelity to somebody like Awiti. Maybe to somebody like other people, but for Awiti, he was a total failure for his people. And we ought to agree unequivocally that even if it's a level of irresponsibility on our party, kutetea some leaders, not of Awiti's nature. He has left Homa Bay in a misery. If today we have to take a video of Homa Bay and as a county, Keroka is much better. Keroka is a small town within Kisii. It's much better than Homa Bay County, which receives billions. So we have to be honest that as we see Laikipia, as we see Kakamega, as we see Bungoma, as we laud all these leaders who are doing very well, we must also castigate those who have dismally failed. Yeye na Ojamong, we must say they were a failure to Baba. Thank you very much.
So, are you making any submission, or that is the end? We move to the next.
No, I'm not making submission. I've spoken a lot here. I mean, it will be unfair.
Thank you. Let's have Eric. Kinyo.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Bwana Wekesa. I think the first and foremost, I just want to go direct to the topic. Though I'm happy for what is happening in politics right now. About the president, what he said about Ruto. You know, most of the people in UDA might see it as they will always take it negative. But to me, I normally give people the example, a little bit of example. And you see someone who comes and tell us that I'm going to give, because in Manifesto, Ruto, everything was about money. 120 billion, 200 billion, 50 billion, it was about money. And the creation of those jobs. You know, the moment Uhuru decided to give the military most of the government institution to run, you remember like KMC, it used to make 5 million profit in a year, 5 million only. And the core supplier of kettles, most of them, Ruto was part of the business, alikuwa supplier. And the small farmers who used to supply their kettles there, they used to stay even for 5 months or even 1 year without pay. And since the military took it, it has made like 150 million profit within a short period. Why? That's the big problem that we have. The same Ruto, those are the perspective that President was talking about, who was saying that I'll just drop the unga, is the same person who wanted the Kenya police to buy boots at 13,000. The same person. How will such person drop the unga to 90 shillings? How? So those are the things that we should be looking at, and those are the things that the president wants people to understand. And even he said, you guys think, and insisted on that, think what we are doing. So for Ruto promises, we are taking it just like something that he just talk to make sure that he talks. That was the point. So we don't trust Ruto promises. About Baba in Siaya, I think Baba is doing great. I don't talk much about Baba these days because all I normally do, I talk when I'm just looking votes for Baba. That's what that's the time I normally talk about Baba, most likely. Nikiwa nje huko nikimtafutia kula, that's what I talk more about because I know Baba is doing great. Let me talk about today's Ruto in Tharakanithi. You know, Ruto is facing a lot of problem. You know, I had Kindiki talking in our home language, telling people that tafadhali, wale wazee nimekuja nao hapa wakiongea, muwashangilie, msiniaibishe. You understand? He talked that with home language. Msiniaibishe. Hata kama walininyima ile kiti nilikuwa nataka, msiniaibishe. Mtu akiongea, mumshangilie. So I felt it like even Kindiki ni kujifinyiria na jifinyiria, he is not much comfortable about that. And I think very soon I know Baba will be in those areas, because last time he didn't go to Tharakanithi. This time he will go there, I'm sure. And in our place, things are changing. We have a professor, and professor, we are working very hard for professor to get the governorship, and the MP Kareke, we want to drop Kareke down in Mara. Most of the people from UDA, we want to face them out. We don't need UDA there, because UDA, they are so biased. They are negative about everything government is doing. So we don't need those people at all, at all, at all. So for Ruto in Tharakanithi, I'm sure ako shocked. Juu kura huko atapata tu, lakini za wachache wenye hawelewi nini inaendelea na mbele. But within this month, things will have changed. About the remaining days, that 7 days, it's good, we can work with those days. And those that 7 days, they are the days for people in Mount Kenya to change 90%. Those remaining that 7 days now, this is the Mount Kenya time to change. This is our time. We normally take the remaining days, they are the ones we work with. You saw the way Madhakarua was in Kiambu, in Nyandarua. Kanini Kega has been in meetings the whole day today, the whole day. And whatever he is doing is campaigning for Baba, for Azimio. And that thing will go direct. So for me, I'm very much 100% sure Baba will be the president of this country. And we are sending Ruto packing. And there is one thing where Kesa Ruto said, that they are going to investigate Mr. Kenyatta. That's the big mistake they did. You cannot threaten outgoing president. He is sitting president and is outgoing. You threaten him that you are going to investigate him. And saa hizi ndiye amekalia kiti na unasema utamuinvestigate. Madhakarua said anybody who threatens a president, personal or whatever in person, that person is not qualified to be a leader and should not supposed to be given any leadership. Nju huyo ni mtu wa hasira, ni mtu wa kuja kuharibu maneno. So ile kitu Ruto walisema ya kuinvestigate the president, he made a very big mistake. And once more I'm going to say, Ruto wants to know who is Kenyatta, because Ruto, it seems he doesn't know Kenyatta. He wants to know who is Kenyatta. So as the day goes, things are going changing. And I'm sure by 11th, Ruto will be demonstrating in town alone, without any Kikuyu behind him. Any Kikuyu, no Kikuyu will be behind him. He will be alone. And nobody from Kalenjin will come in Nairobi to assist him demonstrate. Akina Mudavadi, they will run away. Wetangula will run away. Ruto will remain himself alone in town. So people should be prepared for Baba's presidency, and that's the person we need. If God wish, we would wish Baba to go 2 terms so that amalize kila kitu aache ametengeneza jia. And one thing I'm saying, if Baba take the leadership, trust you me, the leadership will now be shifting in different tribes. But if it goes with Ruto, it will remain Kalenjin, Kikuyu, Kalenjin, Kikuyu. If it does that, that's why we want Baba to have this thing, so that he neutralize that nonsense. Juu Baba akichukua hiyo usukani, in future tutapata Mkisii ni president, in future tutapata Mluya ni president, Mkamba, Mcoast, Mturkana, warrior. It will change everything, and that's what we want. Hiyo ndio kitu tunataka. Hatutaki ati Ruto, kama Ruto anataka ni lazima achaguliwe. Huyo tushamdump. Huyo ni kumdump, tunamdump saa hii. Tushamalizana na yeye. Tumekula pesa yetu, tumekula. Tumeona sasa tumbakishia kukula, kishaenda Sugoi. Pesa si tushakula. Tumekula. Tunaipea tu hii wiki tu. Hii wiki ya Monday ndio tunakula ikiwa ya mwisho. Then kutoka hapo next week but one we dump him officially. So pesa bado ikuja tukule. Thank you so much Mr. Wekesa.
Okay. Mama Selina, uko na swali kwa nani? Kwa
Si
Mr.
swali, najua hoteli inafungwa and that is how it is. Nilikuwa nimewaambia mara ya kwanza ya kwamba ikifika the last days Central watafunga hoteli na wanaanza mambo yao. Kinywa, asante sana kwa kutusaidia kukama hiyo ng'ombe. Masiwa ilikuwa mbaya, ingemuua. So at least now we will be fine. Thank you.
Okay.
The proposals that were made to us in the county forums, they do not have the money. Give me some water, baby. I thought you were bringing me water. You're giving me more instructions.
Jamaa ameambiwa aongee juu ya corruption, ilibidi aitishe maji. Okay, Mike, it's your time. Huh?
Thank you, Wekesa. I like my brother Eric's observation.
Mike, nikupe maji.
Am I echoing? Why am I hearing myself again?
Alex was on. He was asking akupatie maji.
Oh, no, I'm good, Alex. Thank you for your concern. There's no topic I'm afraid of engaging in. I like Eric's observation, and particularly on the part of where you don't threaten a sitting president. And African presidents are not the kind that you would want to do that, especially knowing that most of them live with a lot of baggage and a lot of issues on their hands. So they need an assurance that those issues will not follow them. I remember, and I've just, as we were talking, I Googled, George Bush and Tony Blair personally called President Moi and assured him of protection. Moi needed protection from superpowers, not even from Kibaki, because Kibaki assurance alone was not good enough, because they threatened that they will throw him in cell the following day until he had the intervention of superpowers like US and Britain for him to accept. And it was not him alone, because Moi as a person could not have done so many bad things, but people around him that we know could not have allowed Moi to resign or to hand over power. Actually, in most cases, Wekesa, it's not usually the president. It's the people who used the presidency to commit crime that will force the president not to hand over or to step down. So I agree with Eric that when somebody threatens a sitting president, he's calling for resistance. And that resistance can neither be he stays in power or he hands over power to somebody who will assure him protection. But I don't think we need that in Kenya, because I think we have a very we have seen how we have transitioned well, and we have a culture, we have a history of smooth transitions, with the exception of a few cases like in 2007. So I would want to agree with Eric on that, and that was a grave mistake, and it will cost him. And even the people who sympathize with Uhuru will now, because he has sympathizers, he has been a president. You cannot say he does not have followers. There are people who will say, if our son, remember Wekesa, in 2007, 2008, sorry, to go back to that history, it is one young man, Uhuru, who came out with his own money and resources to go and rescue his people when they were going through problems in Rift Valley. So he has people who think of him differently from what Ruto thinks, that he has bought the hearts of all Kikuyus, and they don't have a place for him. So I would want to say that was I think it was a slip of the tongue, but it exposed what he has in his heart, which is good for Uhuru to know now. To go to the topic of the day, we have been discussing about loyalty and
Before we move away from that,
Mhm.
let me ask you. I think one of the things Ruto has been withholding himself and playing safe and playing the good friend, my brother Uhuru, is because he wants the central vote. So he has been very conscious of what he says about Uhuru, because he doesn't want Mount Kenya to perceive him wrongly. But with the latest statements that are coming out, including even today in Tharakanithi, says sijakuomba kura yako. I think even media interpreted it that he has given up on his vote. He doesn't need kura ya Uhuru. Do you think he is also slowly admitting, liwe liwalo, if Mount Kenya will vote for me, they let them vote for me. If they don't, but I have to, acha niambie Uhuru kitu, because that statement means a lot.
Wekesa, when you are pushed to the wall, because that is where Ruto is now, it's like a drunk person. You know, when you go to a social place and you find somebody so calm, but once he takes the fourth or the fifth bottle, he starts speaking his mind, and he will tell you things that he would not have told you if he was in his very normal sense. Ruto has been pushed to that level where he's no longer himself. He no longer hide what he has been holding, as you say. It is not. He's not daring. He's actually. It is out of. It is not. It is not out of a very clear conscience. I think, like I said, it is a slip of the tongue, because Ruto is a clever man. He wouldn't say things that would work against him. But this one, it came out of being pushed to the wall, and his emotion got the better part of him, and it had to come out. You have had arguments with friends. In the heat of the moment, they will tell you something that you never knew they thought about you, and you come to discover, kumbe, this is what you've been thinking about me. So I think it was in the heat of the moment, and Wekesa, like I've said, it brought out the true position he has for him. And Wekesa, there's a clip, I don't know whether you ever played it on this forum, where on an interview with JKL, Ruto says, if there's any person or any community that has a problem with the Kikuyus, it is us. And but we have to be friends with the community first, take over power, and then know how to deal with these issues. It is on record. It is on YouTube. You can play it. Those are also slips of the tongue. He has Eric can confirm. He's nodding. We have seen cases where when pushed to the wall, the truth comes out of what he thinks about certain people and certain communities.
Yeah,
And
also, give me 1 minute, I play this and then you conclude.
Myself and my boss, the president, were on the same side. In this election, we are on different sides. From where I sit, I am running more against my boss than his candidate. And that's the real complication. Because the The president is the chairman of the party where my competitor is now running.
Umesikia hiyo maneno Mike? You see, I made a joke and said that, good luck is a Nigerian. You see, Nigerians are our in-laws. So ameanza kuambia our in-laws things that...
where we come from, you don't expose your in-house, especially to your in-laws. Hizo mashida zenyu mnazificha kidogo. But it still comes back to what I'm saying. And I think he has also been told, some of these things you have to say them now. If you don't say them now, you'll be asked, why didn't you say them? So he has in a very veiled way talked about rigging. He has in a very veiled way talked about the president appearing to be supporting or manipulating the election. So he's actually building a case so that he can say that I told you so, because these are the people who will ask him when the elections are over, because these are the observer, is that why didn't you raise it? So as much as he would want to keep quiet, this is an opportunity he has to go on record as having raised those concerns. So he can't get away, he can't run away from that situation where he has to come out boldly and challenge his boss, even where he would have otherwise kept a low profile. So it is they say you are damned if you do it, you are damned if you don't. So it is in such a situation where if he keeps quiet, it works against him, and if he talks about it, it works even worse against him. So that is the situation where he finds himself in. Inaitwa quagmire. So what I will just want to delve in one more topic, Wekesa, then I give it a handover. Personally, I'm not worried about Raila's numbers in parliament. I know once Raila gets into power, because remember, the picture Ruto had created was that he was going to form government, and people made a wrong decision quite early. Remember, this wave Wekesa has just taken over 3 months ago. 3 months ago, all statistics, all polls and statistics showed that Ruto was winning, and by a big margin. And because of that, people chose a side that they were almost sure would win. These people are quietly waiting to see who takes over. Politics is about power, and nobody would want to get into parliament and be on the opposition. They would move en masse to Raila's side. Bernard, I guess 90%, and I don't want to say that this is what they'll use, but 90% of our politicians are corrupt. And Martha Karua is coming in to clean the house. These people will run to Martha Karua and pledge loyalty just so that they can, certain cases he can go slow. Remember, some of these governors even were trying to pre-bargain with the Raila. People like King, it's on record, that help us so that we move together, and he was told no. So these people, so these people will come back in big numbers. So me, I'm not worried about numbers in parliament, because I know people made a decision based on wrong analysis. But but they cannot backtrack now because it's too late. But if they will, the numbers will still come back. Remember, Kibaki came into power with a minority. He found a way of getting the numbers back to the parliament. Once you are in power in an African country, getting numbers in parliament is not as bad, because our politicians, unfortunately, don't work on principles. They work on their stomachs and their interests. It is only in UK, whether you are in Labour or whatever, that you'll stay there to the end. But in Kenya, you will flip-flop back and forth as interest dictate. So to me, Bernard Wekesa, I wanted to let you know that personally, I'm not worried about numbers. Let people go the way they are. Things will sort themselves out as we move ahead. Thank you.
Thank you for that substantive contribution. Alex, you had a question or a comment?
I wanted to say something quickly about the video you just put on. You know, Ruto has forced us to go back and rethink about our constitution. The framers of the 2010 constitution looked at things the way Moi could just stand on a market anavuta tu deputy wake vile anataka. And we took that position from the vice president to the deputy president to protect it, to give it a protection so as a country we can move on. But now we have had a deputy president with bad manners who is forcing us again, less than 10 years, to go back to the constitution, to deal with the seat again. It's like we are saying Moi was wise, yet Moi was not wise. But I think we rather go back to Moi's days so that a president can have the audacity to do what he wants, not the deputy to have the audacity to dare the sitting president. I think that is bad manners. It doesn't happen in the US. It doesn't happen anywhere, even Russia. I don't think it can happen in Russia, my friend. It can't happen even in Uganda. But it's happening in our country. It is sad that you watch a sitting deputy president speak as he wants, because we became progressive and produced one of the greatest constitutions in the world to protect a seat. Now he thinks we were protecting him. Now you find him is a beneficiary of 2010 constitution, is a beneficiary of the freedom that Raila has fought for all these years, is a beneficiary of everything that he has worked against because of our constitution. We need to go back to the constitution before even we check out on the BBI. We check out. And now it's unfortunate that we are going to affect Martha Karua. Thank you very much.
Wekesa.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Mike, before you respond, I was also thinking that when he talks about that situation where Ruto wants to make us believe that Nini.
Okay, so are you there?
I think you might have received a call.
Or somebody wanted to say something. You can go on. It looks like Wekesa
is frozen. No, Alex, I was just trying to say that Martha Karua is going to set the standards of how a deputy president should behave. And going forward, I think, they say constitutions and laws have practices. Besides the law itself, there's also practices. Lawyers will tell you the practice has been this and this. So we are going to have a deputy president practicing certain behavior, certain mannerism, certain culture, certain way of carrying yourself. And those are going to be the practices that the future deputies will carry going forward. Because she has said categorically that I'm going to lay the foundation of how a deputy president should complement the president. And I'm not here to compete. I will be subordinate to my boss. And you see, the culture of Martha is very clear. If she doesn't agree with you, she will step aside. She will not come and tell you that I was voted by people and so the constitution protects me. She will do the honorable thing, as you have said in civilized countries, and resign out of principle, because hiyo ofisi si vile Dwala anasema, sio mali ya, sio nyumba ya mama yako yenye unasema you have a birthright to it. It is a privilege to serve in such offices. So you cannot have that sense of entitlement, and that's the problem with our brother deputy. That sense of entitlement that to the extent that you even say if it were not me, the president wouldn't be there. I think is taking your relevance a level higher than what or where you really are. But Bernard, Daniel, Alex, we don't need to change the constitution. Somebody behaving badly should not make us go back to rewrite the constitution. It is just one big mistake that I think we shall overcome as a country. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Wekesa is gone, and Kinyo had something before he decided to go back.
Let me before we give Diana, let me just say something here. You see, the problem with our DP is this. In 2017, after the election for Uhuru Kenyatta, DP started campaigning slowly in Mount Kenya. Do you know why? DP is misbehaving all this much because he knew very well in Mount Kenya, people are together when it comes into voting. They go as a block.
Kenya,
So he decided...
I'm going to be a bit cheeky. You can no longer call Ruto DP. We already have one. Masakarua.
Okay. So the moment he saw that he has managed to divide Mount Kenya, the Mount Kenya people are fighting. Now he thought that he can now talk in the way he wants to president. Na hiyo ndio kitu imempoteza. Aliona ameshinda Mount Kenya, ameletea watu mkate, ameleta mkate every day. To an extent, akaamua yeye ndiye kingpin wa Mount Kenya. So he comes even in Mount Kenya to insult leaders whom we have elected in Mount Kenya. He come and insult them there. So it shows, akaonyesha Uhuru ni mtu ana nguvu yoyote. Akasahau the president is the president. Hakuna kitu anaweza fanya. So the moment Mr. President alitoa makucha, sasa Ruto ameanza kulia sasa. And and Mr. Kenyatta has done nothing actually. He has not even gone a trip to Mount Kenya, even a single day, apart from the Sagana tree. If he does that, trust me, Ruto will not go in Mount Kenya again because things will change 100%. So that's the problem we have with Ruto. Aliona kama ameshinda sana. Just imagine someone come in your village and start insulting your elder. Someone comes from Mombasa and comes to a village in Meru and start insulting your elders. I think there must be disrespect. And that's how Ruto is. You
Alex,
remember Ruto went...
Alex, niforwardie hiyo clip ya Tharakanithi, nimeitafuta hapa sijaipata. Ukipata hiyo ya kina na Gashaka.
Okay. I think keep ulienda kwa group. Keep you have it.
Sijaweka kwa group lakini naweza kutafutia tu sahi na just give me about 5 minutes itakuja. Tharakanithi ilikuwa leo.
Kinywa malizia.
Yeah, so that's the problem with Ruto, and the tables have started turning now, and things are not working well, and for sure, we don't need such a deputy again. We don't need such a deputy again, because right now things are going wrong. If it were not for Baba, trust me, the Jubilee government, the second term, they could have done nothing. Nothing. Actually, Uhuru could have been impeached if it were not for Baba. The Ruto's plan was to make sure that Uhuru doesn't deliver anything so that he get the leadership in an occasion that is with the... I don't know how I can explain it. Apate uongozi kiurahisi. Alikuwa anataka president asifanye anything. Ikuwe ni shida vita now and then until watu waseme better we vote for Ruto. But Mr. Kenyatta is a wise person. Baba is there and the country settled. Sasa Ruto akona kibarua. And I have said from next week but one, Ruto will be crying like a baby. from next week but 1. We are giving him only next week from Monday to run away the way next week but 1. Things will change 100%. And you will understand the meaning of the word leadership. Uongozi si ya kupeana vile alikuwa anafikiria ni ya kupeana. So you better go to Sugoi and run for governor there. Keep and advise your brother to come home and vie for governorship. Thank you.
Wewe ni MCA bana, tutampea MCA.
Okay, thank you for that. I think tulikuwa tumefika kwa before tuende kwa
Diana.
Naitwa Diana Kelana. Yeah, I was commenting something on DP's clip, and then Alex akatuma blacks akanihangisha. Yeah, I don't know how they normally collide. Hata juzi baba akiongea ukule Siaya walimhangisha leo, actually ni leo Mike ikakataa. I was saying that DP asifikirie yeye peke yake ndio ameai andamainiwa na boss. That's the nature of politics. Where Kenyatta and Oginga Odinga, they did not continue being president and deputy president. At some point, they parted ways. Moi and Saitoti, at some point, they parted ways. And actually, we can say that they were on a different political side. In 2002, Saitoti was campaigning for Kibaki, Moi was campaigning for Uhuru. And Raila Odinga, they worked together with Kibaki, but 2007, they were on different political sides. So is even Isaac and Ruto himself, the two Rutos. At some point, they were in the same URP, and at some point, they were on different political sides. So you should not be crying and telling us, oh, it's like I'm campaigning, my boss is campaigning against me. History of Kenya does not start and end with Ruto, my friend. Everybody has had a moment, enjoyed their boss, and a moment where they have contrasted with their boss. And how does he want Raila to feel that time when he was the only minister who was allowed to climb Kibaki's Land Rover? You remember that time when he was a minister of agriculture? And he came up with issues of Mao and whatever. And at that time, since he was fighting the Raila wing, the Kibaki wing impressed him. He was the only minister who was allowed to ride on a Land Rover of the president. I've never seen any other person, even the vice president, I've never seen. So at some point, he also needs to look through history and see how he portrayed his own bosses and how he enjoyed the deep state lurches of power.
Wekesa, that Land Rover is commander-in-chief. It's not just for
Ndio,
president.
I've never seen
you say Land Rover, somebody can think near county commissioner. It has C and C in front.
He was given the opportunity to enjoy the privilege of a CIC. Nobody else has ever had that privilege. Even Kalonzo, who was the vice president by then, never had that privilege. So, and just because the deep state was now frustrating Raila Odinga, and Ruto enjoyed and was very happy. So when it comes to this time, he's even crying when nothing has actually happened to him. Kama ni salo akonayo, kama ni nyumba ameachiwa. He has 2 offices using them for his own meetings. Okay, let's bring in Diana.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello. Can you hear me? I'm very sorry.
We can't see you.
Wekesa, can I come in after 2 minutes or 3?
Yes, I see you cruising. Let's have Kip, and then we'll come back to you.
Yeah, before Keep comes in, you know, Wekesa, you have reminded of something that is deep in history that we need to divulge and remember. I could not believe my eye. It was a public occasion, either Madaraka or Jamhuri Day, when we saw Ruto on that famous Land Rover, the red carpet Land Rover, where only presidents are allowed to, and when they are coming in. And the purpose of it is that unasalimia wananchi. And it's a sign of power. It's a sign that the state, not even the government. Now, you see, there's a difference between the government and the state again. So it is the state showing how powerful it is. So I think in quoting Ruto to be who he is today, now I think you're reminding us mali kichwa ya Ruto ilianza kuwa ngumu. And I think you're bringing out something that the same people ambao walimwingisha hiyo Land Rover are the same people who today are saying that huwezi chukua uongozi. Remember, they are not different. These are the same people who did that. Because most of them, it's maybe Kibaki and a few, I think 80% of the same deep state are still alive. Kimemia is the one who 2 days, 3 days ago was telling us that you can know who is going to become the president of Kenya. 3 years before that, we will give him state function, outside countries functions, and we will give him protection. So for now, you know who is the next president. I don't have to tell the name. It's Kimemia who told us about a week ago. And Kimemia was the one again who told Ruto that this is what we are going to do for you. So you can imagine the same people who introduce you to the palace are the same people who tell you, you know, but hakuna kitu kibaya kama you come from a poor family and ufike kwa landi, unajua not in a suburb, mnaishi kwa landi hivi. Alafu rafiki yako hapa kando anapika nyama na wewe umetoka kule sijui mjengo hauna chakula. Unaona? Lakini akuambie kuja pitia tu hivi kidogo kwangu tuongee, anakula akikuangalia. I think Ruto has tested a little bit what power.
Alex.
Yeah.
That one that bring out the real mute yeah, that example is a little bit weak. Alex, can you stand your own friend like Kip? Because mmekosana na bibi yako nyumbani, he comes here and then anakutana na Kip, anamhaka and anamkiss in your presence. It's a little bit more stabbing.
Kip itakuwa World War III.
I don't think I'll see tomorrow if that
happens. But yeah, thank you for bringing that out. I think Ruto goes back and thinks that whatever that had happened, the Kibaki issues, meeting of Mama Ngina praying, and the support he got was an anointment to him. He doesn't understand this was politics. We like him, we hate him. This man called Kuria sometimes comes out to be in his senses, sometimes comes out to be out of his senses. There are times he said that sisi tunapanga uongozi yetu. We are never in a vacuum. And in fact, the person who brought to us an even anointed Martha Karua and started saying it's a spokesperson is this person. He was even named Moses Kuria, but it's the same person again who said we never have a vacuum. After Kibaki, we knew who was going to be our president. So I think Ruto may not have understood the Mount Kenya politics so much. I don't understand it. I have asked some of you to help us understand here. You don't tell us, maybe kuna kitu mumekula mumekatashwa. But understanding Mount Kenya politics is not as easy as you may think. You may be as smart as Ruto, as people like Black says. I don't think, for me, Ruto is very smart, because we told Ruto, come rain, come sunshine, the Kikuyu nation will not support for you presidency in 2017. We said it. We said, Uhuru mwenyewe alimwambia 2013 on the record. Ndio unasema wewe ukuwe president. Mimi nitakupea. Lakini siko sure hata familia yangu itakupea. 2013, remember, Uhuru said it. Mimi ninaweza kukupea. Lakini sina uhakika kama familia yangu na Wakikuyu watakupea. That was a direct prophecy that after 10 years, don't come back to me crying. Thank you.
Yeah, they say that even a broken watch is correct twice. So one at some point, Moses Kuria always oscillates between being right and being, sometimes he's acting because he's on a mission. So sometimes he speaks the truth, but sometimes he manages. So whatever he speaks is what he wants people to believe. But at some point, he comes out and says the truth. Then he remembers, I have a mission. He goes back and he hides. But nevertheless, we can understand and differentiate the truth and what he's acting. We know when he's acting, and we know when he actually is saying the real truth that we need to hear. So Diana, umefika ama okay, we want
I have to speak because I'm seeing like it's going to take me a long time, and you people, you will leave the studio.
Yeah, ongea kwanza ndio
Hi everyone, habari ya Wakenya. Alex, me, I'm just really, I've been listening to you people all along, and I'm wondering why Kenyans youth want to allow these men to take off power. I can't understand how we can be lied to. Many promises every day, promises that do not make sense. If somebody, I tell you, like I give an example, I tell Kinywa, I will give you bread. Tomorrow, I'll give you bread. How are you going to trust me that the next day I'm going to give it to you, whatever I promise? It's not going to work. And one thing I know when I listen to Ruto is very bitter, very bitter. He's going to revenge, even if he says he's a Christian, but he's a revengeful man. And this person is not supposed to be close to any power at all. And I also wonder how, and I thank the president, how he's managed to work with this man for the 10 years that he's been in power. If it was Moi, I tell you, Ruto will not be alive today. He has abused the president. Even wherever we are, we cannot imagine that a deputy president can talk to his boss like that. A little bit respect does not cost anything. To me, I will vote Raila to the last bit. And even if wherever I am, I tell my mom to vote Raila. Whatever the circumstances, we are not voting for ourselves, we are voting for our children to come. My life that I'm going to live in this planet is going to be lesser than the life my sister or my brother who is following me is going to be. I want to come back to my country and feel that I was born there and I have a right to access any services. And if we are going to allow Ruto to be the president, even whatever we've learned overseas, we shall not be able to practice. It's going to be really difficult because he is associating himself with people who have so many questions in their lives. He defends Sakaja, and when we were going to school, we were being told, go to school, you get a better life. But he has people who have bought papers from River Road and is telling them that you have to be the governor of Nairobi. It's not going to work. Even the education of Kenya is going to be questionable. Wherever our kids will go, they will say they don't have enough credentials to be employed. Everyone is listening to this news. Wherever we go, we just say we are going to have an election. And sometimes we saw them we have to tell them what's going on. I think youths should think twice. This life is not for our parents. It's not for Raila. Neither is it for me. It's for our children. Vote the last bit to Raila, then he will fix the economy, he will fix the legislations and policies. From there, we can pick up. Kenya is a good country. Imagine a country that has rain throughout the year, but now our families are crying they don't have unga. So, for me, I will say that let's make good choices. And he may cry the way he's crying, but he has been given a chance. I think God gave him a chance to repent and to ask forgiveness from the president, but he kept on like punching the president, pushing to the corner, and the president felt like he didn't have any powers. And now the president has set aside, like, I give you to the people will choose. He has not campaigned, but people have refused. We'll vote and we'll vote Raila. And my family and my grandparents will vote Raila. That's what I can say. And for the campaigns in Kisii, personally, I come from Kisii. I'm very disappointed. I'm disappointed, but I can say this is political and it's on why. We're trying to instigate the fight between ODM among themselves so that Arati can look bad. But we are going to vote a young blood in Kisii County, who is Arati. Yes, because if we have to vote the president, he needs people to be in parliament. He needs everybody so that he cannot be impeached and the bills can go through in parliament. So if we don't vote enough MPs, enough MCA, we forget about Raila president, because there is nothing for Raila to be there like a puppet, and his bills money cannot come out, anything cannot be functional. So let's preach the gospel love for everyone so that we can get a good president, who is Raila Amolo Odinga. That's all. That's all.
Thank you for your contribution. We appreciate for sacrificing your time. I knew you were busy, but you have.
I'm still going to be around. I'm just driving, then I'll get home and I'll still listen to you. Mama Selina, nimekuwa nikikusikiza sana. We ni kama mama yangu, anasema Raila. Sawa, tutaongea.
Thank you.
Asante.
Keep before you
na huyu William Ruto. So unajua hii Matiang'i anapanga kuiba kura yetu? Si mmesikia? Tukauliza hii kura mtu ya kuchunga ni nani? Tukasema inatakikana mtu awezi nunuliwa. Huyu profesa aliitwa na Uhuru Kenyatta, akaambiwa apewe pesa asaliti William Ruto, akakataa. Mpigie makofi. Tukasema hii kura itasimamiwa na mtu ambaye hawezi nunuliwa. Number 2, mtu hawezi uziwa uoga. Nyinyi wa Tharaka ni watu ya kununua uoga? Mnaweza nunua uoga? Huyu profesa Kithure Kindiki akaitwa akaambiwa usipowachana na William Ruto tutakunyang'anya kiti yako ya deputy speaker. Akamwambia Uhuru, chukua uende naye. Alifanya mzuri. Sasa tukasema yule ambaye hawezi nunuliwa, ambaye hawezi usiwa uoga ni Mutharaka original Professor Kithure Kindiki, na ndio atasimamia kura ya William Ruto kama chief agent. Sasa Kithure akiwa pale, kuna kura anaweza ibiwa hata moja? Inaweza ibiwa? Tena ujue uchaguzi ya rais, pahari watu ya Tharakanithi kupiga kura, huyo ndio anakuanga mshindi. Si iko namna hiyo? Si nyinyi ndio mlipigia Mwai Kibaki akakuwa rais wa Kenya? Si nyinyi ndio mlipigia Uhuru Kenyatta akakuwa rais wa Kenya? Watu ya Tharaka mkiamua huyu Ruto atakuwa rais, atakuwa ama hatakuwa? Mumeamua hamjaamua? Tharakanithi imeamua. You put Raila as your chief advisor. You put Fred Matiang'i as the implementer of your projects. In the process, unga wakati ya William Ruto ilikuwa shilingi 90. With the advice of Fred Matiang'i and Raila Odinga, unga ni 230. Kweli ama uongo? Mr. President, when you chased away William Ruto from your government, with the advice of Raila Odinga and your chief implementer Fred Matiang'i, you abandoned the four big agenda, the big four agenda, and you embarked on a useless exercise called the BBI, the handshake and reggae. In the process, your country has come to a standstill. We are in an economic crisis. Wewe rais, tafadhali, hakuna shida. Wewe patia huyu William Ruto nafasi apambane na yule jamaa, aingie apunguze unga kutoka 230 arudishe shilingi 90. Wewe president wetu, tafadhali tunakuomba, wachana na huyu William Ruto, Wakenya wamchague, arudishe kasi ya Big Four ndio wananchi wapate maendeleo. Mr. President, hao polisi uliwachia Fred Matiang'i na Karaja Kibicho for 15 years, hawajaangalia mshahara yao na marupurupu. Kazi yao ni kuwatumia vibaya, kushika watu ya siasa. Hao polisi wanajipiga risasi kwa sababu ya depression. Huyu William Ruto was nowhere in the picture. It is Fred Matiang'i and Karaja Kibicho who mistreated and misused these police officers. Patia William Ruto nafasi aongeze hao polisi mshahara na hao waendelee na kazi. Tumekubaliana? Mr. President, you have messed this country. Wewe ulichukua advice ya kitendawili. A man who is not known to have advised anybody since independence. Ukachukua ndio advisor wako. Wewe ulitafuta shida yako ukajiletea. Katibu wa Ruto, si nchi tumetapata shida. Sasa President, tafadhali, don't blame William Ruto. You blame yourself for getting yourself an advisor called Raila Odinga who has misled you, and we are going to inherit a country on its knees economically, and we have a job to do, Mr. President. Netoiguithania andu achuka. Netoiguithania. Netogothura jambenu yagoithie mutu. Netokomethura. How?
And this is the future. Na ndio mimi nasikitika hapo nikiona wengine ngwe mtu amekuwa huko amepewa kazi, badala ya kazi ni mdomo. Alafu sasa mimi tutafanya na kwa nini hukufanya wakati ulikuwa huko? Hii mambo ya makelele kila saa, kichwa yako ni makelele huko. Watu waache upuzi. Huyu Munya miaka 3 amekuja amebadilisha mambo huko katika agriculture, amebadilisha. Hawa walikuwa huko miaka 8, walifanya nini? Kituambia watu hawajui vile wanasema. Hawa ndio hawaelewi. Ya, wanafikiria ukienda huko ati ukiona mtu hapo akaona shida, mimi nitatatua hiyo. Kwa nini huku tatua huko mbele? Mwache kuniletea bana. Lakini vile nimesema ni shauri yenu. Hakuna mtu analazimisha mtu kufanya chochote. Lakini fikirieni jameni, think very hard. Yeah. Ama ni namna gani wenzangu? Ama ni namna gani? Shukuru mimi vile mmeniunga mkono, vile tumesaidiana. Nimeshukuru hiyo miaka tumekuwa pamoja, na tutaendelea kusherekea hii siku pamoja tukiendelea mbele, kwa sababu to build a nation, you build on what you've taken. You take it forward. You don't talk about it because you're given responsibility to go forward. You're not given responsibility to go backwards. Kama wewe kila saa kazi yako ni kuangalia rear view mirror, huna chochote ambacho unaweza kuambia mtu ambapo pahali unataka kwenda. Kila saa ni kuangalia ule alifanya, ule alichukua bibi yangu, ule sijui alifanya nini, ule alifanya nini. Kama alichukua bibi yako, si utafute mwingine.
Na niseme hapa, na mimi akitaka nitamuelezea. Hii project ilikuwa ya 13 billion. Yeye alikuwa anapigania na watu wake mpaka ifike 39 billion. Hapa hii project ya Thwake Dam, sisi tulikuwa tumepewa 10%. 30% ya local content ingekuja Ukambani hapa. Our contractors, our professionals, our women, our young people. Hiyo pesa iko wapi? Hiyo pesa iko wapi? I can say here, hiyo ndio pesa anabeba na ngunia kila siku akitembea kwa watu.
Mambo ya wilbaro ilianzishwa hapa Bungoma. Na hiyo mambo ya wilbaro ililetwa na gavana ya zamani ya Bungoma anaitwa Lusaka, ambaye alileta wilbaro ambaye haijulikani, ambaye ziliuzwa kwa shilingi 1,100 wilbaro moja na 1,120. Na yule mtu alisupply hizo wilbaro ilikuwa Kashagwa. Kashagwa ndio alisupply hiyo wilbaro kwa county ya Bungoma. Ndio sasa hiyo wizi ndio ilizaa mambo ya wilbaro. Mwenye amenunua ilikuwa Ken Lusaka na mwenye alimsupply alikuwa Kashagwa. Mmejua? Si mnajua?
Shida ya Mutiambai ni kukataa kununua police boots for 13,000 ilikuwa inauzwa na marafiki zako. Sasa akakubali kununua police boots from local manufacturers for 2,900. Shida ya Mutiambai ni kukataa, shida ya Mutiambai ni kukataa kununua bulletproof vest for $900 na kwenda directly to manufacturers to buy it for $90. So
ya unga itatoka shilingi 100 ifike shilingi 60.
There's been the question, why at a time when Kenyans are already struggling so much to get by, would you even make it conceivable that you would be the guys to tax unga?
For your information, madam, 70% of Kenyans don't pay any VAT or will never pay any VAT on unga. Because these are people who are living in rural areas, they go to a posho mill, they siaga their unga and they go home and
Let's
eat.
talk about that 70% and the posho mill or the cottage industry.
Huyo ni mtu yenu. Kip, can you defend your kinsman?
Acha tu ni defend hapa. Hata kwanza nikae kama yeye. Let me tell you something. Let me give you some information here. Sema Mike.
He likes splitting hair.
It's an irritating person. Uliona vile amekaa hapo nyuma na Gachagua. He had to make sure he was behind to make sure ile sentence alipatia Gachagua aseme imesemwa. Amekaa tu kwa nyuma anasema yeah, he's saying what I wanted him to say. Kama Gachagua angekuwa peke yake, I saw would have had very good news.
Ni kama ukishikiwa nini mic hivi kwa kanisa utoe ushuhuda, make sure unaitoa in the right way. Sasa hivyo ndio ni kama tu amemshikia, ni ile tu hawezi iguza.
Ameshikilia hapo. Alafu sasa wewe ulikuwa unasema hiyo kitu ya Alex na mimi sasa vile Alex unaona vile Uhuru alisema atiende kutafuta ingine, Alex ataniua. Ati haiwezekani. Haiwezekani bana, hiyo you keep off. Sasa mimi nataka kuwasha moto. I want to reignite something. Unajua kulikuwa na hii news article tuko kwa WhatsApp group that is concerning me. Hii kitu imetoka kwa Daily Gazette newspaper. So there's some allegations about people that have gone to a secretive city hotel meeting. You are to ABC. And as a person who is in IT, I can see some of these positions are very, very scary for me. So there are two people that are in the warehousing department. So both the head and the deputy seem to be in Ruto's pockets. And you know, the warehousing comes with the KIMS kit. So you come from the warehouse, they'll pick the KIMS kit from the warehouse. Na itaenda sasa kwa the different counties or the different polling stations. So that's the first concern I have, because what we want, nakumbuka ile siku tulikuwa na some kit that we could not really verify where they were from. They just appeared out of nowhere. Hata acha mambo ya kifaranga, tunaongea sasa zile kits za election sasa. Hiyo ndio tunasema ndio na hii watu wa warehouse is where I'm concerned. Okay, the main business systems manager. Sasa huyu ni mtu wa ICT. Sasa the guy who's in charge of the software, if he's in, huyu anaitwa Silas Njeru, allegedly by the way. So I'm gonna use from now on allegedly, because this comes from a newspaper and there's a source from that, July 2nd. So that was yesterday for some of us. Alafu huyu mtu amefail, huyu Abdi. I think he's failed or maybe he succeeded. Huyu mtu acting manager of voter registration department, acting manager. So it looks like ile 1 million people that were cleaned off the registrar, we still need to know who they are. Were they dead people? Were they people who were put in the wrong polling station utakuja during election day? You know, people sometimes don't fight so hard. Unakuja wanaambiwa ati you're in the wrong polling station, your polling station is in Kiambu, yet you've come to the Nairobi one. So that guy, we need to keep a look at him. Then the two most scary ones are Chepkwon, who is the head of networking. Sasa huyu ndio mtu atatuzimia hizi ma networks za 3G, 4G and 5G. Mwenye atazima at any polling station, alafu tuseme tuende manual, alafu ndio tutapata some fudge figures that come from, you find Raila is winning in the morning, then watasema network ilizimwa, alafu all of a sudden you get that shoot of votes late in the night when the networks have come back. So huyo mtu nataka kujua. Chepkwon laureate, Chepkwon, be careful. Martha Karua will be on your case if you do anything funny. Alafu huyu ICT technician. So I'm thinking, you know, when they say ICT technician, it's more about SQL, so database technology. I don't think it's mainly about the software, because we've got the business systems person there. So huyu mtu atakuwa na type typing queries to change. So mimi nilivotia huyu, you'll just type a query alafu switch, and that is why this talk about server. So hawa watu wawili mimi nataka kujua. Now they're both my people from my community. So Langat and Chepkwon. Don't we have Masai people who could do this? Don't we have Kisi people who could do this? There's very, very many intelligent people. So wawili mimi, I'll watch for them. Isaiah Langat, Laureate Chepkwon, I'm watching you. I don't want to hear that the networks were switched off in certain areas in Central, especially Central. We are watching those votes very carefully. Kilifi, Machakos, na Western. we are watching those areas because those are the areas mnataka kuja kutuibia.
Kim, before we finish watching people, let me ask you a question. Is there documented anywhere that opposition party inaweza ibia serikali kura? Okay, in other words, let me ask you, okay, even if they are planning to do it, they have the monopoly of the system to control everything they are doing, switch off and switch on, wakiangaliwa na nani?
Yes, no, Wekesa, it's true. You're telling me this is a very strange election we are into because usually there's the people behind the throne. These are the people who control energy, people who control communications. Unajua ukizima communications in the country, Russia, China, they can just switch off communication. That is my Facebook, my Instagram, na hizo vitu zote zina switch off in the whole country. That's communication. Energy ni zile mastima zote zimezimwa. There are certain industries that these people make decisions for us. So hapa huyu ndugu yangu Ruto is in a bit of a quagmire, like we say. He can only try and steal a bit here, there, and here. So that is why you can see there's a bit of arrogance in terms of how he communicates. There is certain people he's reaching out to try and what do you call it? To try and elude that they're going to win the election. Let me just put it there that way. So mambo tunaona they assume that they're winning the election. That is the problem. That is what I feel is a problem. And Raila, on the other hand, and this is the good thing that we are on the winning side. Raila does not want any nefarious style. I think many people might have approached Raila to say, tunaweza kukuibia hivi kidogo, like Raila wants it clean. So long as there's fair election, Raila will concede if that happens, and that will never happen because the popularity that this man has is just why do we think we call him an enigma? You see, there's a difference between a cult following and a love. The people of this country, even Kalenjin people, by the you're forgetting this. There are some Kalenjin people who are coming back to their senses and they're beginning to understand. And I think we've seen them on Tembes, you've seen them coming here. We actually love this man. Raila ni mtu wetu. So he's loved. Alafu Ruto is only the last.
Allow me to ask you the second question.
Go on.
Can okay, does IBC work in isolation? In other words, can IBC sit down and because okay, let's assume there are people there who want to do the rigging. Can IBC sit down and come up with figures and relay it to the public that this is what has happened? Because remember, election does not just happen with the 9 commissioners or whatever. It's all institutions working together, ICT, whatever, including even it's the government which gives them security and everything. So are you trying to tell us that, and do you remember even when it was happening last year in 2017, the blame went even up to companies like in a Safaricom. So does this thing happen in isolation or it's a concerted effort? And how are they working in the whole of the other group are not aware of what's happening?
So I'm going to give Mama Selina a chance, but let me say something very quickly before she comes in. What I believe happened is when a government is in power, like I've just mentioned before, there's certain industries that are men behind the throne, and if these people accept or agree that this is the person they want to come in power, there's a lot of collaboration across this. So it's not IBC or like you just said in isolation. In this case now, it's just that we do not even want those little pockets of theft that are happening. Like stuffing ballot boxes and stuff like that. Because you remember 2013, 2017, allegedly, that was the whole, what everybody's now using carelessly as the deep state, working together to make sure that this government comes in power. But in this case, there is somebody who's got half his foot in the government, like he's watching everything, and that is DP. And then there are things he will not see. There are things he thinks he knows, but he doesn't know, if you get what I'm saying. So mimi nataka kuchunga every single vote. I do not want this man to steal. Hata kwetu huko Rift Valley, I do not want that person to steal anything from us. So that is what I'm worried about. I'm not worried about complete rigging. It's just this small votes where we might miss an MP that we deserve as a people, that could be an Azimio MP. That's what I mean.
Question, keep, and then I allow other questions. The last question is the Raila of 2013, 2017 still there? Raila, who was able to watch every logs and logins in the server of election. It's only that he didn't have now the power to overturn, because that time the state was against him. So is the Raila of 2017 asleep, or is still aware? Because I have heard him several times talk in the rally that mjinga akierefuka mwerefu yuko mashakani. So is he aware that these guys are doing it? Because they have told us the whole process, even in procurement, and told us the companies that have gone to procure, even the people who are associated with that. So are they just aware about the process to keep quiet, or they are aware and they know that at some point they will stop it? That's
the first
I'm just
thing.
asking a rhetorical question.
No, it's not rhetorical. It's also something I can answer. The same person in 2013 is not the same as 2017. It looks like every year Raila actually evolves, and this year he's chose to release certain aspects into the public. So right now, his chief agent is not taking any jokes. This man is intelligent, and he will not let IEBC interrupt him when he wants to ask certain questions. So you understand that some of the questions that are being asked by these agents, by Mutua, by Martha Karua, all these people are asking the questions, and they're exactly what you're saying, rhetorical questions, saying that we are watching you. Certain actions that we've seen Martha Karua doing are also to show us that in future, do not dare try and steal. Questions about a single community being in power is also shaking Ruto. Why do you think Ruto is saying that, oh, it's a constitutional right or blah, blah, blah? That's bullshit. We all know that. Excuse my language there, sorry. Apologies, sometimes I get heated up. We know what is happening. And Martha Karua only going for the smaller people is actually very clever. Me kitu lazima ni emphasize. Sasa that's why I mentioned those people by name, because it's on the newspaper and it's allegations that I want the public to know their name. We need to know these people by name. Tunasema Laureate Chepkwon, Isaac Lagat, we are watching you. Tunasema mtu mwingine anaitwa Peter Paul Mugo, Boniface Wame, allegedly. And I say that this is from a printed article called Daily Gazette. So hii si mambo nimetoa out of thin air, and I will say allegedly, but if they are thinking of doing anything, and if we, as even mimi mwananchi mwenyewe, I'll take them to court myself, individuals that I suspect. This time the public is aware and we know our rights, and we will do it. That's why I say it's not a rhetorical question. Lakini nimemalizana hapo kwa sababu naona Mama Selina na I think Kinyo wanted questions. So
wale wenye wako na maswali uliza Kipa ndiye amalizie kuchangia, sasa aende kwa topic.
Yes, hao watu wamewekwa majina na wanasema they are 3/4. Wakati 2013 and 2017 alikuwa ameweka ndiye asaidie kufanya ile rigging. But we want to remind them, simple question. Those who have been given opportunity kufanya kazi kwa IEBC, wakati watafanya makosa, wamemulikwa, they know their names. We should not be worried. Huyo askari, for example, huyo askari tunaweka vitu tukifananisha. Huyo askari ya Kisii akukua kasini, akapepa hiyo nini tear gas, akarusha, ako police 10 days. Wale watu walimtumia kwa sababu huyo ni mkori. Whoever used him, sahi ni nani ako police? Ni huyo askari. So we want to tell those returning officers, Kiprotich, Kiblagat, wherever, those Kalenjins, mufanye kazi ya Kenya kwa sababu mutakuchiwa individually. Ruto will not be there. Musitumiwe na Chirchir kwa sababu I know Chirchir is the chief agent. So whoever will give out a report, kama wewe ni mtoto mdogo, kama umeoa, mwenye atalia ni mama yako na baba yako, and you will face Kenyans. Hiyo askari ya Kisii kama angeokolewa na watu, that man could be dead as we are talking today. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think Kinyo, you had wanted to ask. Go for it.
Okay, so something I wanted to. Okay, thank you, Kip.
And then Mike, sorry.
Chairman.
Chairman wa wapi?
Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman wa wapi?
Wakukatabiti.
There we go.
Okay, so there's something I wanted to say about Wekesa just asked you about whether the Baba of 2013-2017 is the same. On my own perspective, ninaweza sema Baba doesn't change. I know Baba will change the day he will be taken by God. But as long as Baba is here walking, Baba will never change. He will remain the way he was. Do you know why? And another thing I'm going to say, the people who are planning about leaguing, with all this insult that our opponent are insulting the sitting president, and they think they are going to do such nonsense. I pity them. I pity them. No, you cannot insult a government every day, every night, every morning, every lunch hour, and you expect you can do anything inside there. My friend, hey, let them not dare. Saizi tumewangojea hivi, unaona hivi, Martha Karua lazima akuwe deputy, hiyo ni lazima. 2022, hiyo ni lazima.
Sijui nimekuambia.
So hakuna mtu anaweza fanya ujinga hapa.
Kinyo, I've told you and I'm not going to repeat myself. Tunamuita deputy president nani? Martha Karua. Ruto is not deputy president anymore in our heads. I'm not going to tell you again. We're on the 6th. Go finish.
Said Martha Karua lazima akuwe deputy 2022.
Let's assume it's already happened. So
yeah. So whoever is thinking of rigging anything, if they wanted to rig, they could have been in good terms with the government for that 5 years, be on government side, say everything good about government, support the government, then they can have a leeway maybe to try. But this time around, Baba is very sharp than even before. And did you know what? Baba knows one thing. If you want to win an enemy, make him or her your friend. Baba knows that very well. So Baba usifikirie ati njuu anasalimiwa wanaongea na Uhuru ako tu amerelax. Baba is a wise guy, is a wise man. He knows when to hit something. Na ukisikia Baba amecomplain juu ya kitu, hiyo kitu iko. Si kuguess iko. Iko. Achana kina Ruto anapiga kelele. Baba akisema this thing, it's not good. Trust me, it's not good. There must be a plan. So ukisikia Baba amenyamaza, jua intelligence yake inafanya kazi na anajua mambo vile iko. So I'm 100% sure Ruto cannot rig this election because we are going to defeat Ruto with more than 2.5 million. Where will Ruto get that vote to rig Baba out? Where? atatoa hizo 2.5 million wapi ndio amleak out, unless sasa aende Uganda. So my friend, let it, even I think if I'm asked to advise Ruto, ningemuadvise tu ajoin Azimio asiaibike, because this thing will not turn out well on his side. Juu mimi nangoja tu keep, you will ask me about Mount Kenya on 10th. Ndio nataka utaniuliza.
Kijo, acha nikwambie kitu moja ya. Hii mambo ya rigging, let me tell you something. Raila did not have Matiang'i in Kisii in 2017. Raila did not have the Marthas, the Kabogas in 2017 in Central. Raila did not have
Kega.
Hiyo akwa na Sabina Chega. He did not have all these people to watch his votes in Central and Kisii. Sasa taiba wapi?
Like hii pia. Derito Murray.
Nakuru. Trans Nzoia.
Nakuru. Nyandarua. He didn't have all those people. Then Meru. Then Tharakanithi, Meru County in Maua, Raila had something. Then you come and tell me that. Then you come here and start singing that ati huyu mzee tutamshinda asubuhi. My friend, nikipata Ruto naweza mwambia, my friend, you are lost. Ati huyu mzee nitamshinda asubuhi. Kama wakiwa na Uhuru wawili, Ruto na Uhuru, Raila aliwaweza, na wanajiita vijana, walikuwa wanajiita vijana, wako na pesa ya serikali, wakiwa wawili tuliwanyorosha. Ni saa hii. Actually, Ruto is the weakest candidate opponent mwenye baba ako na yeye. The weakest mwenye baba ako na yeye. Na he knows already, ashajua ni kulose ana lose. Na they are lucky because baba si mtu wa revenge. It's not a revenge person. Baba ni mtu wa kusamehea. Baba hata akiingia atashinda kuwakimbiza. Ile kitu itafanyika, Martha Karua atafuata sheria. Hiyo ndio itawakula. But baba
nataka kusema no handshake, no nusu mkate. Raila anaingia. We don't want that nonsense this time.
Ile kitu iko, baba hata tesa mtu, hiyo ni kitu moja najua. Baba it's anakuanga easy to forgive na si mtu wa revenge. Ile kitu najua itawanyorosha ni sheria, Martha Karua. You trust you me, watanyoroshwa. Hiyo ni kitu niko 100% sure. Akina Ndindi Nyoro hao wanaruka hapa wakitusi president. Ndindi Nyoro will be nowhere to be found. Wewe ngoja tu, hawajui serikali inaendaje. Serikali ni kupangwa, inapangangwa. Si vile wanafikiria, inapangwa. Sasa ni serikali tunapanga. The next 10 years tukuwe na baba na Martha. Before 10 years ziishe, tutakuwa tushapata leader mwingine mpoa kuliko Ruto. Either Kalonzo or Matiang'i. You see, those are the things. Or even Joho. Like the way I keep on saying, 2027 Babu Owino will be Nairobi governor. Hiyo ni kitu najua. Huyo ndiye anakuja kuchukua kiti ya baba Nairobi. So hizi ni vitu ziko kwa system, zinaonekana vile zinaenda. So to relax, ile kitu iko ni tupigie baba kura, tusilale, tumpigie tu, ni hivyo.
Asante sana Kinyua. I think hiyo kwa swali Vincent Odhiambo, asante sana. I've got your confidence at 2037 nikuwe president. Amesema atanipatia vote. I like the way that the people in UDA are basically calling Raila Baba, even when they're arguing against him. Wanamuita Baba. You know, it's like it's in their head. This is the father of the nation. So that is, you know, Mr. Rono, I like that. Yo ni baba yenu hata mkidisagree. Because it was Baba Moi, Baba Kenyatta. You know, Kenyatta atakuwa anaitwa baba, alikuwa anaitwa mzee Kenyatta. Alafu tuko na Baba Moi, sasa tuko na baba wa pili, na huyo ni Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. Hiyo ingine tuliskip. Mwai tulisikia, Uhuru tulisikia. Anyway, Mike, it was you to ask or contribute to this election issue.
Mine keep is just a comment to add to what Erica said. And I'm borrowing from a statement made by CS Mucheru. One thing, Keep, we need not to underestimate the level of intelligence that this country has. Our intelligence system is very, very high in this country. And I don't think, I can tell you for free that all IBC officials, especially the senior ones, are on the radar of NIS. That one goes without saying. There is no movement. Wakikohoa wakienda choo, they know what they are doing. That one I can tell you for free. And that's why at one time Ruto complained that Uhuru is using the intelligence to help Raila win. Because basically every movement, yani watu wamekabwa, they say they are being held by the ball. Watu wamekabwa, there is no breathing space for these people to do any deal, whether in the house, in the toilet, or where. Keep, we are living in a technology world where things can be planted, the microphone, cameras, and you'll never know what you are doing or where you are, where you are, and who is watching. So that one I'm very comfortable. Now the statement I wanted to tell you is,
Mike, can I speak? I interrupt you, please. Mike.
Yes, please.
I want to ask you a question.
Yes, please.
As much as you are saying there is technology, do you believe that there is technology, yet the way Chepkat is behaving is above everything? Is for Kwanza, that Kwanza thing. Even the way he answers questions is very arrogant. He behaves like nobody can stop him. So I don't believe that he knows that he's being monitored.
I can tell you for free, he knows. At a certain level in this community, you can even there are certain things that betray that aspect. Let me give you an example. Just this year or last year, a drone was seen flying over a senior person's residence. These things are happening all over. It is not a secret, and these people, I can tell you for free because I know. I have friends in the system that tell me certain people in government have to be on the radar for national security purpose, and the elections are national security issues. The moment you fall under that category, you are assigned monitoring or surveillance systems. But that was not the main point. The main point is Mucheru, ICT Minister, CS, said very publicly that this time round, we have secured the votes of Baba and we are comfortable that they will not be stolen. That is ICT, and that's why I wanted to ask Kip, where does ICT sit in this process? Because it was a categorical statement. It was not an opinion. It was not a wish, but it was an affirmation. And when somebody speaks with that finality, it means there is more than just wishful thinking.
Mike, wacha nikusaidie kidogo. Mike, I think I've heard Kim, and but I also wanted to say, as Azimio, one of the things we need to know is that the thing that the other group can hatch is they have known that Raila supporters have voted for Baba for several times, and one of the things that was coming up, they are having voter apathy. When they start hearing that Raila will be rigged out, they already get tired because they have had it 3, 4, 5 times. And so for us, the script of even rigging should not be. There's something we can continue keeping on our. It will work against us more than it can work for, because you cannot be on the government side and one, you are the one complaining of rigging, and also you have been rigged several times, such that people think that tumechoka. So for us, it's something we need to work on more on intelligence on how to counter if there are plans like that. Two, I wanted to talk about for Diana. Diana, I don't think if Chebukati was for Ruto, I don't think he has to show it openly. It beats logic that he can come out openly just to demonstrate that he's for Ruto, unless he's dumb. Remember 2007. No, prior to that, 2005, there was a referendum and the opposition won. And ahead of 2007, Kiwitu was looking like he was pro-opposition, and they were confident the way he held, he carried out the referendum very well, and it won the election. So they knew that Kiwitu is good to go, and they were confident of 2007. That is when he bungled the election. So sometimes things don't appear the way you see them. In fact, somebody can appear to be for you when he's actually cutting aside deals from the other side. Okay, I can't imagine that if he was for Ruto, he just shows it openly. And Ruto is not the government. It doesn't make sense. He knows that even he's monitored, his security is given by the government and everywhere, and everything he does. So if he has even to support Ruto, it cannot be direct. For me, I wanted to say that.
Okay, just to finish off Wekesa, so that Julius amengoja, then you have to
kindly moderate kidogo na kuja.
Okay, but just to finish off, then I can put Julius on. I'll give you the space. Or sasa, nilikuwa nataka kusema there's something very important that Richard has said on the comments, that which government office or department respects Ruto at the moment? There's none. Hakuna hata moja. Just name one government department that can vouch for Ruto at the moment. Ameangusha finance, ameangusha kila kitu. Police hata wampendi, the commissioners, all these people don't like Ruto. So if you've you know, the problem with Ruto is the fact that he doesn't do what my brother from Wasingishu, the governor, Mandago, says. Politics si kitu neka kwa roho, but Ruto never forgives, and he burns so many bridges that right now people who are in the government offices, the civil servants that would have defended him or done everything in their power to help him become president, he's alienated every single person. The only people that he's looking at is future people that he can control, suppress, and finya hata ukiona the MPs he has. So that's a very good point, Richard. I like that. That is brilliant. Kufunga hiyo, just a final comment on Diana, then Julius itakuwa presentation. So keep it under 30 seconds, tafadhali.
It's just that I get very happy when I see Keter, but at the moment, Alfred Keter, I don't know what is going on in his life. Is he winning or is not winning? Mama Selina and Kip.
Keter is taking that in the morning.
Okay.
We're not. There's no. That one is too popular.
Okay.
Hata Mama Selina is not going to say.
My happiness.
We are nenda nayo asubuhi.
Okay.
Julius, karibu my brother. Na wewe ulinitukana juzi bana. I'll get you for that one.
Sijakutukana, najua ni ndugu yangu mdogo, najua siwezi, haikuwa kwa roho, hata kama nikisema ni kwa ulimi tu.
Ati he doesn't understand Kalenjin. Kwere huko.
Mimi sijasema hivyo.
Ilikuwa Julius ama Julia? I don't know which one.
Mimi hapana. Mimi sijasema hiyo.
Okay. Go for it, brother. Big brother.
Mama Sedi, Eric, Mike, Kipril na najua nimeseka zioni vizuri. Diana ama ni Diana. Na wasalimia habari ya asubuhi. Nafikiri ni asubuhi hia. Nashukuru kwa wakati huu kuchangia kidogo. Lakini kwanza kabla nisijaendelea nataka kuongea maneno ya jana. Something happened yesterday in Amukwa and I don't like it. It happened yesterday and the last week on Sunday, the same person did the same thing. And I think we admitted
Captain. It was Captain.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was disrespect. Pole. I had it.
I think we cannot accept that because when we come here, tumekuwa na kina Black and they express what they think is good for UDA, but not the way that guy anajiita police, of which I doubt is not a police officer who doesn't respect other people. He used the very bad utterances, which it's incitement, because. And by the keep this one, I'm sure Wekesa is listening, and all the wale wanahusika na Mtembe TV. This is very, very dangerous. In around 25 years ago, the same thing happened in Narok. The police officers insulted the army, took army guys and they beat them up. You know what happened? They went and came back. I cannot tell you what happened in that town. I cannot tell you. And those are things that we cannot accept. We cannot accept people to incite people. When he said, yesterday captain said, and I want to know that captain, kwani anafikiria hata kama ni polisi, kuna watu wengi, we have a lot of senior people in Mtembe TV here, wanachangia, very senior. And you cannot see them bragging about who they are. When we are there before them. Lakini mtu usema, I cannot just say I was army, I'm police. It doesn't help. What we are talking here is building our country. So I was very disappointed yesterday, Kip. Very disappointed.
It's very dangerous, and like you just said, the rivalry of between the police and army is quite serious. So he cannot come and utter such things. Watu wanaweza umia. So at the end of the day,
mgani
with a K.
Anajiita captain ya K. Unajua hakuna kitu mbaya. Mtu anapitiaka skini club, anakunywa pombe, anakuja hapa. Ni kama anajiita captain. And I think that kind of people should not be allowed to enter because hakuna haja mtu kuja inside. This is a live TV. Unajua Mtembe TV iko na 300k subscribers or more. Sasa watu wanaona vitu kama hizo. How do you think people will feel? Jana alikuwa ameanza incitement nyingine, anasema ati Azimio anasema ni mkale, huyo polisi alikuwa mkale. Na mimi namwambia wewe polisi alitupa tear gas ni Mkisii, sio mkale. Na yeye ameanza spreading that very serious rumors ya incite the Kalenjin without
Keep ama ni Sam. Keep ama ni Sam.
No, it's unajua kuna mtu mwingine ana changing his name. No, this is captain.
Anaitwa captain. Ni
anaitwa
captain. Yeah, ni captain. And then unajua nilitaka kuongea nikaona incite. There were an incident ya mnakumbuka Eldoret. Mama alikuwa Mkalenjin na askari alikuwa Mkisii. Na hiyo ilileta incident mbaya sana between the Kisiis and the Kalenjin. Na unajua aliniambia na Kikale, you remember? Alitaka kuniambia wachana. Nikamwambia alikuwa na weka rumors. Labda alitumwa akuja aseme ni Mkalenjin, ili sasa ile incident ya Wakisii na Wakalenjin ianze. Juu wakati niliongea akaniambia, Selina, unawasupport, unawatetea. Nikamwambia I'm saying the truth, kwa sababu niliona huyo mtu anaitwa Makori. So huyo mtu si mzuri, alikuwa ametumwa India Kenya, nisiseme ni Wakalenjin versus Kisii. Wanatafuta njia yoyote. Na ukisikia Suti leo vile aliongea, alisema tumesikia mbaya sana kwa Martha Karua na mambo ya polisi, na akalaumu Raila, akasema mbona Raila amenyamaza. So nyinyi lazima muone hii watu wanatafuta incitement ya chama fulani na fulani ndio waanze vita.
Hao ndio tunatafuta, wenye wanaongea vibaya, wana insight watu, ndio tunataka hao saa hizi.
So, Kipril, I was very disappointed. Because tunakuaga na watu wa UDA kwa hii platform na tunachangia vizuri. We don't have any hakuna mtu because
very true. No, before that, I just wanted to say something very quickly. There's a person in CAS FM that was taken to ICC for inciting violence. And Captain, if you're hearing this, that is very serious. You cannot try and bring tribal clashes, because that was going towards a very dangerous route. Kuna mtu alienda, huyu mtu wa CAS FM that went to ICC for doing a similar thing. So ukiona Mama Selina akisema hivyo, she knows what she's saying, because you cannot try and clash between two communities. So it's a very serious thing to say on camera, which now it has a record and we see your face. It's serious. Okay, go on.
Na ujue huyu jamaa ni jamaa akona mission, because his face is not clear. You cannot see him clear. Anakaa kama anaitwa nani Penny Nyagaka. Ni mtu wa kujificha ficha. Yani is not a straight, I mean, I don't know. Anaanza kusema ati jeshi ya Kenya endeni muende kuuza makaa Somalia. Surely. Sasa vitu kama hizo unakuja kuongea kuhusu in this TV. We are talking about different things. Sasa kwa sababu nani Nyomba, unajua Nyomba alimwambia hata yeye ni ofisa na ako na grade ya juu kuliko yake. Akaanza kusema ati nyinyi jeshi. I mean, last Sunday the same person, the same captain. So these things I don't think we are going to accept it at all, because we are here to discuss the issues of politics. If you have something it's part of campaigning for where you think is the best side, with facts. Lakini kuleta mapropaganda hapa ya maneno ya uongo, it's not good. Alafu incitement sasa, unajua hiyo that is a police case already. Because alikuwa anaambia captain ati nyinyi ati majeshi kazi yenu mnakuja kuandikisha ma statement, sijui jamaa ameenda na bibi ya mtu sijui nini wa kupigana.
Julius, I have to stop you there.
Okay.
I think debate ya jana wacha ibaki jana. If it was to be sorted yesterday, yes. Because now we are discussing somebody who is not there. Kindly, unless you are also bringing it indirectly. Because you have made your point. I think if you overemphasize it, you are bringing it indirectly. Kindly. Yeah, we go to the topic.
Wekesa, that is how
the topic, kindly.
That is how things, if we don't sort things, they go and
part of sorting is to stop a discussion that is not necessary. Kindly.
Anyway.
If I was there yesterday, I would just have stopped the way I'm stopping you here. So that's how we stop the discussion. So how do we continue meddling as he's not even here?
Okay, you have said.
Yeah, proceed to the topic.
Anyway, I don't have much to say. I'll just finish here. Thank you.
I hope you still stay a bit, big bro. But Oh, he's gone. Julius, I would hope you come back. But before we proceed, one of our anchors here is having a big fundraising tomorrow, and this is the Church of Pilgrim, and they need a PS system. So House of Pilgrim Christian Church tomorrow, so it starts at big daybreak. If you are around Embakasi off Feder Road next to Taisha Complex, tafadhali pitia huko. Kuna fundraising kutafuta equipment. They need speakers, they need sound systems to let their church grow. So this is for Bernard's ministry. So House of Pilgrim. So if you want to do any donations, kindly phone call number phone number. The phone number is 702-422-942. We will be showing an image for this later on. So support our pastor mtumishi wetu hapa. If you're around Embakasi, tafadhali pitia. Tomorrow is a day of worship for those who are Christians. Na mneza mpitia. So let's support our brother and his church. And yeah. Asante sana. Hillary Rono. Tuingie kazi sasa na tukue factual tafadhali.
Yes, Kipril, how
before
are you?
we start battling, let's be factual. Karibu.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so I mean, what's the topic actually? Maybe you can remind me. I've been hearing conversation here and there.
Unajua kitu ingine hapo that Bernard always says unasoma topic kabla ukuje. Okay, topic ni Uhuru tells Ruto off on his promises. Baba, that is Raila, consolidates Siaya. Ruto's Forays in Tharakanithi, Ngilu in Coast, an election. So tafadhali stick within the topic and be factual. We showed a few videos of that also.
Yes. Of course, I think might be very hard for me to contribute because I'm actually an UDA person, but I can just talk about a few things that I had before. So I had some people, for example, complain about IBC, but to be honest with you, I think they'll be very objective. I don't think people should actually worry about rigging. I don't think people should actually worry about rigging. Yeah, so in terms of what has been going on, so for example, the reply Uhuru gave to Ruto, definitely, we are talking about the president and the vice and the deputy, definitely. And I think that's I think it's really so hard to really kind of I don't think any Kenyan actually would be in a position to judge any of the two in terms of who is correct, who is right. But I think the two manifestos should actually be looked at really differently. And I think I actually support the Kenya Kwanza manifesto. And if you look at it actually, it will actually empower the low income people, and it is really modeled on expanding the income base for the people, which quite frankly the last two terms have been really bad.
So what is the difference between some of what was to be promised by the Jubilee government and what Kenya Kwanza is promising now, and some of what Azimio had given as the manifesto that has been plagiarized by Kenya Kwanza, and then just use the thesaurus to change some of the things? Most of what you're putting there is some of our things. So I think the empowerment, I think you're just hoodwinking us. But if you think that the Kenya Kwanza one is pure ideas, I don't think so. Your manifesto, the manifesto of Kenya Kwanza, just allow me for a second. The manifesto of Kenya Kwanza should stay the way it was before, which is basically complaining every day about mtu akitendawili, complaining every day about Uhuru supporting Raila, because that's what I think that has been the campaign for Ruto for the last 4 years. Other than that, I don't think anything that Kenya Kwanza had written as a manifesto is original. You've stolen.
Yeah,
And I'm not ashamed to say that.
Yeah, the thing, Kipe, the reason why I think Kenya Kwanza is actually very correct is that actually if you look at the Azimio doesn't look like they'll really go slow on huge capital investments for a while. And I think the problem with Kenya is, much as it's good to concentrate on capital investments, actually one needs to be very, very careful. And if the country continues that path of capital investments, then things really won't be good.
Great.
And most of those
Okay,
investments.
Just one question. One question. Just a quick interruption. Why didn't your candidate have corruption as one of the major pillars of their manifestos? Why didn't he mention corruption?
I tell you what, Kip, about corruption. I mean, myself, actually, I'm not in Kenya at the moment. I'm actually outside Kenya, and I've been outside Kenya for a while. And when we talk about corruption, I know exactly what it means, and I know what actually ails Kenya in terms of corruption. So, but the way it's being handled, quite frankly, is actually not appropriate. And I'll tell you why. I don't think any politician should actually accuse another one of corruption because corruption. Wait a minute.
No, I didn't ask that. I asked why hasn't your presidential candidate talked about corruption as being something he's going to fight, because that is the major pest in Kenya. I not asked about him accusing other politicians. I said, why hasn't he mentioned it in any of his campaign trails? He's hiding something.
Yeah, I can tell you that. I really suspect that the reason that it's not mentioned is because it's been really a hot potato in a wrong way. And but actually DP Ruto has actually talked about ways in which he'll be able to fight corruption, and that's how corruption is actually fought across the world. That's how corruption is fought in many countries.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't talked about ways of fighting corruption. I haven't seen a single clip where Ruto says he's going to fight corruption.
He has given commitment about, for example, this judiciary fund, empowering the police. Because let me tell you one thing: the reason why fighting corruption in Kenya is really not correct is, I mean, look at a time, for example, when the director.
You're still not answering the question. The question is, when has Ruto ever mentioned how he's going to fight corruption? If you answer that question, I'll let you move to the next part of the topic. If you can answer that, I'll definitely, because what we tend to do here is we tend to let things go. I am not like that. I know the people in the comments will not allow me to do
okay, this. I tell you what, Kipe.
Answer the question, Tafadhali.
Yeah, I tell you what. In the next couple of days, okay, I'll read the manifesto 100%. I've actually read the one for Azimio, the one for Kenya Kwanza. I'm yet to finish reading, and I'll do that. So hopefully I'll come maybe in a few days, and I'll give you an answer.
Asante, I like that. Okay, continue. Yes. The next topic, continue.
So I think that the next topic was obviously, I think, on reception by Odinga in Nyanza, isn't it?
Siaya.
Yeah, which of course is quite good, actually. Even as a Kenya Kwanza, person, that's a good thing. It's always good when you go to home base and you're able to get that good reception. However, I must say one thing though. I think with this election, and I've actually been observing quite keenly, I think it will really be very hard to tell who the winner is if you are to look at the numbers, because quite frankly, I know even in this channel, people have been discussing about, a poorly attended meeting. At one time, some people are saying, oh, some people are mobilizing. But to be honest with you, I think the numbers really of the number of people attending these meetings, I think if we have to consider them as an indicator of who will win, will be totally wrong. And I honestly believe that this election will be won on the economy, because people have tested, for example, the 10 years for Kibaki, which was actually very nice, including for us in diaspora. But we don't know what happened actually in the last 10 years. So that's why I normally keep saying it's actually good if people can tone their rhetoric down, because at the end of the day, after August, hopefully we'll have a country that we can all enjoy. But obviously, it will be very hard for those two competing parties, for example, to kind of have a handshake in the event of things going bad. But I'm just hoping that we have a straight win whichever way. Of course, I support Kenya Kwanza. If the other side wins, that's fine. But I guess what I'm trying to say is this election will be won on the economy. I really totally believe it 100%.
So, from what you're saying is you cannot judge who will win the election. I'll come to you, Jose. You will not be able to judge who will win the election through the crowds. You have dismissed the fact that that mobilization was not working, and that we are seeing yellow T-shirts everywhere, and that the Azimio mobilization is actually organic. People are genuinely going to see the leaders, because we've got very many lieutenants and generals going around Azimio. You've dismissed the polls, dismissed the ground. So you're saying, so what way are you determining that Ruto is going to win if those are the options you've refused?
Okay, as a very independent, person, and
is it feeling? Is it feeling, or I don't know what?
No. I've actually looked at the. I've actually. I mean, I've been listening to the campaigns right from the start, even actually before Mr. Odinga actually came up with this idea of Azimio. Initially I could actually see, the way both formations were happening. And to be honest with you, I think Kenya Kwanza has been really very unfairly kind of portrayed, if you like.
So you've not answered the question. I've asked the question, which is, how do you tell that Kenya Kwanza or Ruto is going to win?
Yeah, on the economy.
It's not about. It's not. Wait. It's not about who's treating you unfairly or the news. Mm-hmm. It's a whole story that Ruto has been portraying. I just want to know from your perspective. You've denied the crowds is not a way to measure, which we call the ground. You've denied the polls. You've denied what you're seeing on TV. I want to know how you would know that.
Yeah, it is the economy, and I've actually analyzed the numbers.
The numbers of the economy is not what would determine. I asked, how would you know the people will vote for them? You cannot say economy is the answer.
No, that's what I'm saying.
There's a method you're finding out that Ruto is going to win.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Method. Yeah. You can't say that. No, you cannot say the message economy is going to be the thing. I want you to tell me how you know that Ruto is going to win, not that the message.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The solutions for the economy that Kenya Kwanza is actually providing is much better than that one for Azimio.
That is what you're telling me. It's a feeling. Okay, you've not answered the question. Okay,
it's not a feeling. That's something I'm very confident about.
That is a feeling. Sorry, you that is a feeling, and I have to correct you. I feel that even me, I feel that Azimio's message is good. I feel good about it, but it's not about feelings. Anyway, I'll need to stop you there, and then I'll move to Kosea and for a question from Kosea. Kosea, tafadhali.
Yes, good evening, Chair. Eric not absent, eh? Kip, and Rono. Alex, where are you? Where is Alex?
He's driving. He's driving. Go ahead, sir.
I'm happy to join you at this time because I think we can actually be able to exhaust that area. That's why I'm wondering why Alex has gone, and I thought I came on because I saw him there. And Hilary, what I wanted to point out is this.
Yes, sir.
It may well be true that this election may be won on the economy. The question is, when was there no economy? Why are you saying this time around the issue is economy? I don't want you to answer that now, but I was just trying to open up what I want to say. Then secondly, as much as I agree with you that this thing will be won on the economy, what are the main factors? It is not just the solutions. We have to ask ourselves where we have ended up. Basically, most Kenyans believe we have ended up with a bad economy. So it will, so much of what has happened to make us where we are is going to be part of that thing you call the economy dictating who wins. Now, if you are to do that, then you can ask yourself between the two main groups, who will score when you start ticking the boxes? What has landed us in this mess? Now, forget about the solutions at that point. Then you mark that, call it paper one of the economy. Mark that. Then you find out who has scored what. Then you go to the next. Who is offering the best economic solutions? Then again, you do the marking. Now, for me, people may think that the KK side are offering good solutions. According to me, what I see there is just a very hype thinking of what state of the art solutions should be. Given what our problems are, we don't have so many basic resources which will push the economy the route the DP, for example, tries to sell to us. You remember now this is newfound thing about the digital superhighway, which seems to drive everything he says. This digital superhighway want to drive agriculture, transport, mining, all manner of these economic activities. They seem to be hinged on, according to his manifesto, on this digital superhighway. Now, you and me realize that how difficult it is for the, our population is like we are, it's like we are 30% urban, 70% rural. The role of internet in spearheading rural economy has got so many challenges. So many challenges. As much as the economy will be the solution, even how he proposes to arrive at it seems to be very, very disturbing. Now, you quickly flip-flop back to where we have come from. Then you realize 2013, it was all economy. You realize the mega economic objectives and goals that they had set. All of them have become a cropper. Now, you come now this time around with even more bigger promises. As much as the economy is going to be determined who wins, the issue is who will deliver it. The losses, the sufferings we have gone through because of those empty promises, promise after promise. Remember, every rally, the DP would never stop kusema tumetengai, 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 tumetengai.
Sorry, let me can I respond to that?
Well, as much as it will be economy, his solutions looks just mere promises, and maybe that is all they are.
Can I just respond by giving you one example? Just one.
Maybe get Alex's question, then you answer together.
So okay, let's take order here.
Sorry, Keith.
Yeah, let's you've done a presentation. Okay, Alex, ask the question, and then Hilary can jump in.
You know, Hilary, thanks for coming in, and You started first of all by divulging, then you came back and say, what's the topic? You've been on the comment section. You knew very well the topic. And from there again, at some point you said you are independent minded. You started by saying you are Kenya Kwanza. And I mean, you're going back and forth saying the numbers, the methodology of winning, you're not telling us. And you're saying the manifesto was based on expansion of jobs and economy. Hillary, I'm questioning your ability to absorb information from our manifesto. I want to take you on just one thing.
Mhm.
When Raila spoke about Mutumba,
Mhm.
was that not about expansion of our cotton? And when Ruto said we have skins and hides and we are not stupid, is that not also saying that we should ban Mitumba shoes and start making our own shoes? And don't you think that Ruto got away from his manifesto because of one thing that happened in Kisii, that it overshadowed Ruto? The security of the incoming DP was more important than the manifesto of the outgoing DP, to a point that nobody paid attention to some of his lies. Now, I want you to speak more particularly on the issue of the leather industry. He said, we have the leather, only stupid people. I don't want to call Kenyans stupid. That's what he said. But generally called us stupid because we have hides and skin and we are not using them. Is that not in a retrospect saying that we should ban Mitumba shoes?
Not really, and I'll answer that one actually. I'll answer that very well. Let me tell you one thing. In an economy, you don't actually need to hurt one to be able to support another one. And I think if you are a leader, those are the kind of things that you should be very careful about. And to be honest with you, I don't think actually Odinga meant badly when he said, for example, that Mitumba is for the dead people. I think that was just a slip of the tongue, but obviously it's been taken out of proportion. But in terms of managing the economy, actually you don't need to. There are so many ways that actually any country can do that. And I'm telling you where I am at the moment. I've seen, these people in this country actually support all sort of competing interests. So actually, what Kenya Kwanza have said is that, we waste so many hides and skin for animals, and yet we import a lot of shoes from abroad. Actually, that makes a very big economic sense. And I mean, he hasn't done anything actually. What he just raised is an issue.
Yeah,
So
that is actually,
it's all presentation. To be honest with you, it's all presentation.
so I'll jump in there because you've actually hit the right place. So why is butter failing in Kenya? Why is Rivertex
It's lack of competition actually. Sorry, not lack of competition. Actually, it's a high cost of production, and also there's obviously the issue of quality. And I'll tell you a good example. If you look if you look at a country like UK here, where I am actually, if you look at the shoes that come from abroad, because this country imports a lot of things. And
so you're telling me, wait. So you're telling me that the production of agricultural goods are expensive in Kenya, yet they used to be cheap back in the day. So what has caused the increase of manufacturing? And now, that's what I'm trying to understand. Why is it expensive in Kenya? What makes it expensive?
Okay.
Is it the high cost of living in Kenya?
No, it's the high cost.
Is it the high cost? Yeah, the high cost living of Kenya. How is it high cost living in Kenya when we don't have trains, we don't have expensive vehicles? We're still a third world country, yet the cost of living is expensive. So how could the production of food and this material be due to high cost of living?
Let me tell you.
Yet an average Kenyan cannot earn
I'll answer you that.
earns $2 a day.
No, that's a very simple question. And to be honest with you, that is a question that, I think as a country, we really need to ask why. And I'm telling you, and the reason I'm saying that is, if you take, for example, a country like UK, a lot of goods the country gets from Asia. It's because for some reasons, the cost of production in Asia is actually very cheap. So if I were a leader in Kenya, the first thing I would do when I go to power, I would actually investigate why, for example, it's easier to import clothes from Asia and so expensive from Kenya. And I'll tell you, even here, when you go to supermarkets, the goods from Kenya are actually very expensive.
Yeah,
And,
no,
and,
you
and
have not
people
answered
know
the
it.
question. I've asked you the question. For the
Mhm.
last 10 years,
Mhm.
why wasn't this investigated? Why are we collapsing more industries than creating? And I told you that the high cost of living cannot be an excuse. We've got the land, we've got the expertise to plant these things.
Mhm.
Why are you telling me it's more expensive to grow cotton, to grow maize in Kenya, to produce these things in Kenya? Yet 10 years ago we could do it.
But keep that is not true. We are having a debate on heresy. It is not expensive. There is no goodwill to do that. It is lack of market. Why are we even lying that growing growing cotton is expensive in Kenya? It is not. Rono is lying to us. It is the very market that we're talking about that is lack of market. We have people with skins and hides, but they don't have a place to take. That is from the record from the DP. Lack of market for that hide and skin. Let's not even go away from your subscription of Kenya Kwanza. He said we have no place to take them. So it's not the issue of high cost of production. It's the question of market. And the market you're lying us is that we can have both. We can't. You cannot create a textile industry that is thriving because already we have EPZ. We can't expand from EPZ to Kikomi, to Rivertex, to Raymond's because we are completely dependent on Mutumba. So the low cost of production of our goods goes out of the country and it is sold in Walmarts and other places cheaply because in a country I will also be able to tell you, you go to Walmart, you go to Sam's Club, you go to Costco, you go to high-end stores like Victoria's Secrets, the bras and the underwear women wear, the best in the world, come from EPZ because of the low cost of production. So it's not about the debate we are having. Why will they do it there, come here, and still they sell it and they make profit if the cost of production was high? How does the middle class people be able to afford it?
Thank you,
Yeah.
Alex. Just go wait. Diana has been putting his hand very long. Let's just give a moment, please, Henry. Then you can say.
Thank you, Kip. I think what is happening in Kenya, it's just political. It's not that there's no market or we have a high cost of living. Because these politicians, they've collapsed all the industries so that they can import things and come and sell simply because they want to be rich fast. Whatever I buy in this country, I'm in Australia, it's China products. And here, because the labor is paid very high, that's why they've gone to China. They can use cheap labor. But in Kenya, we can get the labor because we have our children who are not working. But the politicians, they've made that this is their market. So they go and buy things from overseas, from China, and then come and sell to us. Then they lie to the common human being like there is no market, we are not able to. If the government is having the will to put this industry in place, Kenya can thrive. So let Rono not say that the cost of living in Kenya is high. The cost of living is high in Western countries. Kenya is able to produce whatever we need and we can sell among ourselves. Even the farming that is done, some people just go and buy wrong fertilizer. Then they give to our farmers. Then if they plant with this fertilizer, there's nothing that is going to come out. Then they can import the maize from Mexico and wherever. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diana. That is is quite good. Okay, Rono, unless you can rebut what Alex and Diana said, but with facts, tafadhali.
Yeah, I'm actually supporting what
even mine he has not answered.
I'm actually supporting.
I'll give him 30 seconds and then
I'm actually supporting.
I'm
supporting what Diana said actually in terms of why things don't work very well in our country. So I think that is one of the reasons that need to be sorted out. Actually, this idea of importing and therefore hurting a farmer. So take maize for example. Quite often it's imported when our farmers have just harvested, and that really hurts everyone. Yeah.
Yet Uhuru, Ruto alikuwa ameimport mahindi kutoka Mexico and Colombia, and then flooded our country with those maize. So you cannot tell me that the problem is the fact that okay, I want to summarize hii alafu ikwishe kabisa.
No, but
let me.
You put something there where Kikwete Venture is saying that EPZ is not meant for Kenyan. For your information, there is a percentage of EPZ goods that we are allowed to buy as Kenyans. Although it's called export processing zone, there are stores in Nairobi who still sell those products. And that's a fact, because they are not purely meant for exportation that no Kenyan is able. You can't make products in Kenya that now, made in Kenya that no Kenyan is completely able to buy them. The issue is export processing zone was brought after East Africa industry decimally failed, and you understand how it did. You know, in East Africa, they were dependent on Kenya, from Blue Band to everything, Royco, Cadbury, everything was from Kenya. And when that failed, we started looking beyond on the expansion of industries. Export processing zone was, created, and it's a good venture, which I think many politicians, especially Moses Kurias, have benefited from it. However, it does not mean that it can only be used for exportation. If we find a way to leverage that we can afford, because at the same time, we can't say that they are cheap, but if we can at some point say that we don't need mitumba and start creating a better awareness on how these goods and where they are. And in these countries, we have like high-end stores who are on other stores whereby zinaitwa like I was distracted kidogo. So those stores, you can go there. If you can't afford like Calvin Klein, you cannot afford like Louis Vuitton, you cannot afford all these high-end things. The same, they can be found in a cheaper, subsidized by the government, because the profit that is being made by this company, they can subsidize it. So what we are saying is, if we ban mitumba, Mr. Venture Kikwete, we encourage buy Kenya, sell Kenya. There is a way we can leverage our buying so that we can take our goods now to our own stores, like Nakumat is gone, say Naivas. But we can create other stores apart from supermarkets. Like, a good designer person can come out and call himself Alex Products. And we can have products of Alex being sold in Nairobi, in a certain store, in Kakamega, so that we can start from there. our branding should be supported by our government so that unique stores like Louis Vuitton must be Kenyan made, Kenyan branded, Kenyan advertised, Kenyan subsidized, so that we can have awareness of it. These people don't just pop up and you find them just having those stores. It's because the government does a lot of advertisement for them. So we are saying once we abolish Mutumba, the same way the DP said that we are stupid, and I agreed with him. Because when you see kitu kama safari boots, wazungu wanakuja Kenya wananunua safari boots, wakikuja hapa, they are very proud of that safari boot. You find them wearing them, and you're a witness to me, Mr. Rono. Mzungu will tell you, I bought this from Kenya. Anavaivai saa yote, anavaa wakati akona occasion. That is what we want to create.
Yes.
Ruto hawezi akasema ati Keith, Ruto hawezi akasema ati tuko stupid, na ye mwenyewe ako kwa gava, amefanya nini? Si angewapatia hayo mawaidha apitishe huko parliament, alafu watu watengeneze viatu. Sasa sisi atatuambia tutafanya nini? Hatuna uwezo. Awache kutudanganya bwana.
So nilikuwa nataka kufunga hii kitu because I was going to give you right now. It's very quickly. Wait. What Alex was talking about is something like TK Maxx. TK Maxx usually gives clothes from previous summer, excess. You know, we're in a world of fast fashion. So TK Maxx wataleta nguo kutoka Next, walete from all these companies and bring last season's clothes. Na inauzwa at a very cheap price to the rest of the public. So why don't we do the same in Kenya? But tafadhali, let's move on. After Wekasa's point, we move on. Now,
Nani, keep. Let me repeat the question because he has not answered me. Rono, can I repeat the question?
Yes, please. Answer you, brother, please.
My question is, I agree with you that this election will be won on economy. I fully agree with you. Now, I want you, based on the two manifestos, or what is in common knowledge, I want you to explain how this economy is going to help Ruto win the election. I did tell you that what is going to happen, we are going to look at how has the economy been. We all agree that our economy is in crumbles. The fact that it is in crumbles, for me, I think this is going to work against Ruto. As much as the winner will be based on the economic activities or the economic development, everything, listen. Everything about the economy, as we speak, are against him, are against Ruto's chances. How will the same activities, which are failures, help him to win? I don't understand.
Yeah, the thing is, it will help him to actually win because people want, something or a proposal that will make lives for people easier. Now, when I compare the two, so let's look, for example, at the idea of helping small businesses. If you look at
no, not the solutions, Keep Nanirono. Don't talk about the solution. I'm talking about the track record on how he has performed. For example, on the dams, on the Kulana Gulalus. You see, the economic activities in the last 10 years surely do not favor the DP. I don't understand how the same will make him win.
Yeah, the only challenge though, and let me just correct that one very quickly, because I was actually in this forum a few days ago, and I had so many people asking me all sort of questions when I came to the defense of Kenya Kwanza. But to be honest with you, just like the subject that we just, if you allow me to just mention that, just like the last subject of Mutumba, the thing is, you listen to politicians talking about, oh, we'll close this, we'll do this. But let me tell you the way the economy works. At the end of the day, it is people driven. You can actually decide to manufacture new clothes and then you'll have Mutumba. It's people to decide. It's people to decide what they want to buy. So the government hand in business should actually not be that heavy. So both sides are actually, in a way, not correct on that, but maybe one is more correct than the other one. So that's just one example. And if we go to the economy and you dig further, I know you are saying the economy has been problematic, and I know every time you try and, for example, defend Kenya Kwanza, there's always that element. Oh, he hasn't done this for the next 10 years. Again, I'll tell you one thing. It will be one on what people believe in.
Hillary,
trust me. Yes.
Are you doing justice to your candidate? You asked a straight question. You're just going around in circles. You could have just outlined straight to the point. These are the things that make Ruto stand out in terms of economy.
Yeah, but I wanted to
going left, right, center.
No, I wanted to mention, but Kuzeo stopped me. He didn't want me to give examples, isn't it?
You have been given the second chance.
No, he wants me. No, the thing is that is the same thing that
now that you don't want
now
that you don't want to answer, we will provoke you to answer. Let me share one clip here.
Okay, sure.
Medium enterprises are without doubt the lifeblood of our economy. This sector accounts for more than 80% of all businesses in Kenya and creates around 75% of all our jobs. Equally important, because of their broad reach in providing employment, especially for vulnerable groups, for women, for our youth, micro, small, and medium enterprises are key contributors to a very broad-based and inclusive economic development model. The second point we need to consider is the need to promote industrialization of agriculture. Stronger linkages between farmers and agro-industry can improve supply chain efficiencies and improve access to local and global markets and increase the real incomes of our farmers. In addition, because agriculture employs more than half of our workers, many of them poor, value addition and the integration of smallholder farmers into national and regional agricultural value chains would contribute to much more inclusive growth and development. The third aspect is that we need to support entrepreneurship and the growth of micro, small, and medium enterprises. In Kenya, as I believe in many of the ACP countries, MSMEs contribute about 1/3 of gross domestic output and create about 80% of all employment. MSMEs have the potential to create positive impacts on the welfare of vulnerable groups such as youth, women, and persons living with disabilities. To successfully grow micro, small, and medium enterprises, members of vulnerable and economically disadvantaged groups, we need to ensure that we provide finance, business skills training, and markets, without which most of them, as evidenced, will fall within the first 3 years. I am sure that all of us look forward to receiving a report on feasible solutions, especially on innovative financing for accelerating youth, women, and persons living with disability into the entrepreneurship.
Now, there's a reason why I went for those clips, and these are not recent clips. These are 2018-19 clips. When you call largely on the what Ruto is calling manifesto, he's talking about the same things. And UDA want us to believe that these are new things, and actually he's telling us amebadilisha mjadala. They want us to believe that he has come up with some new things, innovations, and a new thinking that has not been in Kenya. He has invented something called bottom-up. When you go back to 2017, someone and watch Raila's clips, he was talking about upward social mobility. Upward social mobility is actually moving from down and going up. And so these guys, instead of they are just trying to confuse us with the language. When we talk about small and medium enterprises, those are the people you are telling us they are mama mbogas, they are mtu wa nduthi. You're only giving us the names, nomenclature. But in terms of the content of the small business enterprises, they have always been there, and that is what Jubilee has been discussing. And then when you go towards the end of that function, when Uhuru was discussing, he looked unto all of them, and even including the DP was there, and he said, let's be honest, we have not been helping these people. And each one of us in this room, we need to confess that we have been focusing on the major players and we have forgotten these people. So the conversation of Mutuachini has always been in Jubilee government. The implementation, the support is what has been lacking. So when you come up with, Ruto has come up with a unique manifesto, this time around we are talking about economy. In each and every election, we talk about economy more than anything else. In fact, I can tell you for free that 2013, Raila was talking about economy, and you guys decided that you will not talk about economy. You decided that you have to save your sons from ICC. And you started talking about ICC and prayers. And you told us, see uchawi ni maombi. So the issue was between spirituality and saving some of your sons who have been sent to ICC, instead of discussing about the real issues that were affecting Mwananchi.
You are talking about analog and digital.
I don't know mjadala gani watu wamebadilisha. Ukienda bottom up, the same their architect anaitwa nani, David D, actually said he picked all those issues from NASA Manifesto. So hiyo kubadilisha mjadala, it has something to do with the change of the colloquials and the language and making it look like something new. Because when you tell us about hustler, the first government of Jomo Kenyatta told us maadui tuko nao wanne. The first one ni umasikini. Kama yeye aliwaita umasikini, nyinyi mnaita hustler, does it make it a different agenda? We're just fighting the same things since the independence. We just when we talk about healthcare and alikuwa anasema ugonjwa, are we talking about something new? Kindly, let's be substantial. Let's not just be moved by words and rhetoric. Nyumba, you have something to say?
Thank you, Mr. Wekesa, and members of the panel. Maybe the very first important thing to do is to greet you. I salute all of you. Do you accept the salutation? I came a bit late when this topic was ongoing, and Mr. Hilary Rono, I've not met him over here. Most of the other people were met virtually, and I'm surprised with his arguments. I'm not an economist. Me, I'm an architect. Wekesa, I'm warning you. I'll report you to the Board of Registration of Architects and Country Surveyors of Kenya for having you said that David Ndei in Kikuyu. Ndei is a hawk. He's an architect. No, that one I refuse. I'm a registered architect. Now, coming to the point, me, I'm not an economist. I'm an architect. And I would like now economy. For me, I know, and his own age has caught up with me. I would have run away from Kenya to elsewhere because this country is run down. And why is it run down? The idea is, the whole thing is corruption. I think, and I even said earlier on, when even our president, Uhuru Kenyatta, was talking about the big four. Me, I will not go for the big four. I will go for one big one, corruption, nothing else. Once you have done with the corruption, every other thing of the big four or big 20 will be in position. And Kenya will be a beautiful country. Corruption, 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 corruption is the issue. Now, for me, I've said I'm not an economist, but I would like Mr. Hilary Rono to tell me in the manifesto of the Kenya Kwisha, there's nothing like Kenya Kwisha of order, how many times, and the ways of fighting corruption, because that's the main disease of Kenya. In the other Azimio manifesto, we know, and these two guys, they are anti-corruption crusaders. That is Honorable Raila and Honorable Madam Karoa. These are crusaders, anti-corruption crusaders. Now, I think corruption, anti-corruption measures in the UDA manifesto was mentioned only once. I finish by saying the major problem of every economic activity in Kenya and how we have gone so low is corruption. Let's not go about all those many other issues and circles. It is corruption that is put us where we are. Now, tell Buanarono, that's so beautiful manifesto of UDA. Tell me how many times, or the methods that how many they have mentioned, how they're going to fight corruption, because that's the disease of this country economically. Thank you.
Nyumba, I
Okay.
think
Diana, is it a question before Nanyana responds? Is it a question?
Is talking. Hello?
Diana, I've seen your hand. Is it a question?
It's somehow a question. I don't know, but it can be a question as well to Hilary Rono.
Yeah.
Hilary,
Yes, briefly.
you say your boss, who is Mr. Ruto, Dr. Ruto, they say, I'm not sure. Anasema atikuwa, si ulisikia Matiang'i akimwataki Kisii? Na Matiang'i adanganyi yako kwa serikali. Si alisema Rono, unaona Ruto anataka kununua viatu za baskari kwa dola $900 na Kenya zinaweza nunuliwa pesa kidogo. Sasa kama yeye mwenyewe ndiye anataka kuumiza Wakenya akinunua viatu kwa bei ghali kama hiyo, na anajua hii country yake ni country ya wamaskini, sasa yeye ataangamiza nini corruption kweli? Anaweza fanya stop corruption? Hawezi, kwa sababu yeye anaona tu pesa na anataka watu wakuwe maskini ndio wazidi kuenda kumuomba $10, $2. Kwa hivyo sioni kama hiyo manifesto yenu ya UDA itafanya kazi. Saa hii ipatia mzee kazi, anyoroshe Kenya, alafu baadaye wewe ukirudi na watoto wako huko Kenya wapate mahali wanaweza kaa. Mkiendelea kukaa kwa huyo mtu wenyu mtakufa. Kwa sababu huyu ni kama ngojea Wekesa. Kule kwetu niliona mpi mwingine.
Now, if you ask a question and you dilute with comments,
ni question nimemwambia hiyo question yenye na.
Let me answer you then.
Wacha ajibu kwanza
kidogo nikumalizie. Unaona huyu mtu wetu,
wacha aulize ajibu kwanza maswali.
Okay, sawa.
Yeah, I think I answered this before. Na nilisema, I was very honest and I think I said manifesto for Kenya Kwanza, I'm yet to read. However, I'll give you an answer. However, on corruption, I think Kenya Kwanza have been very clear what they will do. And from where I sit, okay, from where I sit, you know, I'm somebody outside Kenya, so I'm likely to be very impartial. Let me tell you, the way corruption is fought in Kenya, and I think I said there before, it's not actually the correct way. You see, fighting corruption is not about really scaring people, you know, kind of. I mean, how many times has DPP, for example, arrested people, and it's been such a big drama? Even in this country, there's corruption, but it's not handled like that.
Hilary,
So,
you are diverting. when you tell us he has been clear in his manifesto, because I will share a clip on here where even Nani Mohammed himself was reminding DP to talk about corruption when he was in Kasarani, and he diverted it with something else, and he never talked about it. So when you don't run and start talking about DPP, who tell us Kenya Kwanza in their manifesto, how did they announce they are going to tackle corruption? The same way they were extensive on agriculture and everything. They showed that
They
actually
did tackle Wekesa.
Actually,
yes.
They did not.
So that is what we want. And if he did not outline, don't waste our time. Just say no.
No, but let
Thank
me
you,
tell you.
Ekesa. This man should answer in a straightforward manner.
No, let me tell you. Where I've actually read, they've said actually.
Yeah, don't tell us what Uhuru has not done. Tell us what Uhuru.
No. I'm not saying what Uhuru has not done. What I'm saying is that from reading Kenya Kwanza, what I can see is that they want this idea of fighting corruption to be boosted further and to be really, really very independent, and not to get it, mixed with politics, which I think is the right way. Let me finish. It's actually the right way of fighting things anywhere in the world. That is why when you are in America or US or which country, if somebody is corrupt, normally both parties, all parties, come together and deal with it, just like the way the courts does. So there's no this issue of bias, victimization. In fact, people who are corrupt should actually be protected by the law.
Ekesa, I think we
in a
move
good
on.
way.
This guy is theoretical. We are practical. We are experiencing these things practically. We know them.
I
It's
think
a bit
you can't
theoretical.
answer that. We need to move forward, because the question of if we defeated Ruto to talk about corruption, I don't think his members can. We are giving them kazi ngumu. So I think we
Wekesa.
need to progress.
Wekesa. Sasa kama we ni mhubiri na uwezi ambia watu vile wanaweza enda mbinguni, sasa hiyo njia itapatikana kweli? Si lazima utuhubirie ndio tujue vile ya kwenda. Sasa Ruto asemi chochote, anasema tu maneno Rono, sema hii government ya Ruto na Uhuru imeisha. Sasa tuko mbele 37 days tunalete country ingine. So
Sorry,
don't talk about the DDP. Talk about what your president is going to do.
Sorry,
Can we put that
last
issue
statement.
to rest?
Allow me to just say one thing, just one thing, 2 minutes. Now, let me tell you one thing. I mean, forget about Azimio or Kenya Kwanza. Let me tell you, the way corruption is fought, honestly, it's not an issue of politicians to talk about that. That is something that is handled independently by the courts. And that is why I'm not worried, because even the current constitution is actually very clear on that. So actually, neither of the parties can do anything. A party can come to something and say, "Oh, I'll stamp corruption," but at the end of the day, it's a court issue. It's a court issue.
Hillary,
yes,
corruption does not begin and end with Jubilee. There was corruption during Moi's time. There was corruption during Kibaki's time. Under Kibaki, how was it handled? And were they crying the same way Ruto is crying? Now under Jubilee, in fact, first term, what was he saying and what is he saying right now? So that we need to remain objective. We cannot make corruption to be conceived through what Ruto feels. If he thinks he's being okay, let me also ask you, when you are dealing with corruption under politicians, how do you divorce it from politics? Because the moment you touch a politician, he says I'm being targeted. In fact, he recruits for his family and relatives and community and starts saying I'm being targeted. So politics, corruption in politics are not, will always have political undertones around it. I have Uze, Alex, and King, make one comment. We start now doing a different.
I think, Hilary, I think you know, when you started talking, you told us that you have seen very little of the DP's manifesto. In fact, I don't know who was here earlier. Keep, was it Keep? You did say that you cannot respond to these questions. You want to read the manifesto. And then later on, you yourself indicated you'll come back and explain. Nevertheless, because you said that this election will be won based on the economy, that is why I posed the question. But now you are diverting into issues which you had apologized that you have not read. So that means that we are just going round and round. We are not going to get conclusive answers.
No, what I said is I'll give you a substantive answer. That's what I said.
Then why don't you just say right now you don't have the answers? Then we don't keep circulating around ourselves here on the same question.
Yeah.
So
but Jose, that is what he's telling you. He's giving you substantive answers and substantive answers.
No, he said he will give later.
Yes, later substantive, right? But right now unsubstantive.
So then it means that we are wasting each other's time.
Thank you for telling him. Exactly.
That's why I have said the debate should rest. If actually your question cannot be answered, don't ask another question. Let's have Alex, what did you want to say in then Kings?
Yeah, I wanted to quickly inform Ruto when he said Rono. I almost called him Ruto. I wanted to remind you that history is important. In Kibaki era, we had this man called Patrick Lumumba, who was then the anti-corruption guru. And when he was almost in conclusion to nail a few parliamentarians who were Mbarire and the rest, the next day they went to parliament, they voted, and 2 days later, that institution did not exist in Kenya anymore. So when you say that corruption issues can't be dealt with politicians, I'm trying to remind you that even ESCC is political. So why is it that when Kenya Kwanza are being investigated, then you people cry foul? Do you know that through Ruto and his people, those very close to him, the most corrupt, they have made anti-corruption institution to be debunked, and we keep creating new and new because they can't stand the word corruption. So I think you must agree with what Nyumba said. We should have one big agenda. And that one big agenda in Kenya is corruption. And that is the only agenda why we are supporting Martha Karua. Remember, we were trying to have something called rotational presidency, but they gave us somebody, the only de-risking factor as per Kuria, a person who is able to fight corruption. And you must hold our hands together. And I extend this olive arm to you so that we can fight corruption. Hii maneno ingine wanataka kutuambia expansion of sijui nini tax bracket, hiyo ingine. You extend bracket for tax for people to steal or what? If we can't hold together what we have because of corruption, why should we expand it? So my friend, rudi kwa azimio ya kumaliza corruption so that whatever you're thinking about Kenya will be achievable. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and Alex, you should have said one thing that I find the school of Ruto is engaging in. I think this is in our churches. Sorry to say that, but have you ever gone in church and you have a problem, you are sick, and then wanakuambia toa pesa tukuombee, unataka kwenda ng'ambo, toa pesa tukuombee, sijui unataka nini, toa pesa. It becomes like money is the solution of everything. So when we are talking about corruption, Ruto says, I will give money to judiciary, I will give money. As if he thinks that money is the solution, money will work its way out. If people don't have the will to fight corruption, if you give them money, they will steal it. Let me not go further. Makiadi, what do you want to say?
Hillary, habari yako. Najua last time nilikuwa hapa kwa studio na uka drop off. I've been listening to you on the side, and there's one thing that I want to read for you here. There's a statement by the Deputy President, and this is the strategy that UDA, I don't know about Kenya Kwanza Alliance because I don't believe there's an alliance like that. UDA is saying that their strategy of fighting corruption, let me just read the way it's written. Our strategy of fighting corruption is in depoliticization, and removing the weaponization of our criminal justice system. Our strategy on fighting corruption is in depoliticization and removing the weaponization of our criminal justice system. Those are the words of the Deputy President. So I know you've tried to sugarcoat what the Deputy President said, but that is the actual statement that the Deputy President used. So in simple words, explain to me as a layman, as a person who has never stepped in school, what that means.
So, and then I had forgotten Kings also. Kings asked a question, he answers there too.
Thank you, Kesa. Hi, everybody. I just have a quick question to Hillary Rono, and my question goes to the promise. It's all about the promises in Kenya Kwanza. I mean the UDA. The other day I heard about he had kind of good promises or some outstanding kind of promises. But the question that has been bothering me for a while, me being an economist, I have to dig deep and see how our economy has been into shit. Now look at how people complain in our country. Hatuna pesa, we are owing the lenders. Now, if you look at how he promises, the amount he quotes, my friend, there are a lot of money. Now, if you're asked, I remember he had some interview back some days back, and he said how he will get that money is to increase the tax base. Now, how effective is this tax base gonna be? Is it going to be done today and tomorrow you just feel it? Because he's saying in 100 days, we will start seeing things. Do you think increasing the tax base? How many people are even exempted in tax payment of taxes? You see, now, there are so many ways of expanding this tax base. We have things like increasing the tax rate. We have so many people, hata hawana pesa. Hiyo tax inakaa kama wimbo kwao. And they're the Wanjiku, they're the people who are voting. Wewe ukikuja ukasema, I'll increase the tax base. Hiyo tax, ebu explain this to Wanjiku mwambie, tax base nita increase ni hivi. And number two, of increasing the tax base is to expanding, reducing the tax breaks. Now, mimi sina pesa, I don't have income, sina tax nalipa, and you want to give me tax break. Is it even effective? Is it even making sense? Number three, we find that, things like, for me to get that tax and give it to you, or to deduct it from my income, you have to give me a job. And I have to be in a certain bracket to pay this tax. Now, my question is, Rono, how effective is this gonna be? Is it going to be his second term for us tuanze kuona hizi fruits zake, ama ni zile 100 days tunataka kusikia? We are being told things that we want to hear, but we don't have time or maybe opportunity to ask questions of how. How is the most important part of the conversation, such as your manifesto. The other time ukisikia Raila akisema how you'll raise the money, he was so much it was open. Ziba mianya. Kuziba mianya is like blocking all those holes zenye pesa zinapita nayo. Hiyo kwanza ni kudeal na corruption. And that is the main agenda that I've been seeing here you guys are talking about. You see. Now, can you please explain to me how long is this increment of tax base gonna be done, and then are we going to start seeing the effects of this increment? Because those promises, number one, una promise 50% of my government to be consisting of women. Surely Number two, sijui pesa ngapi itaenda huku. You go to every rally, you promise everything. You go to every rally, you promise everything. You go to every rally, and it's not a little money. Now, where is this money going to come from? If it is going to come from the tax base increment, can you please explain to me how the Otieno in my Mfangano Highland going without a job, and we are over 6,000 people, 4,000 without a job, going to pay this tax hadi hii sasa iende kwa government, sasa tuone pesa inaanza kutufanyia kazi yetu. Thank you.
Najua vile atafanya hiyo. Can I answer you?
Wacha jibu hiyo kwanza. And I would like him to answer na tuende kwa topic ingine. You guys.
Okay. Shall I answer that one?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the easiest actually in terms of tax, and I'll actually use the NIHF, the National Hospital Insurance Fund. Actually, I get quite puzzled when I hear that politicians pay as much as only 1,500 Kenya shillings. So somebody earning like $500,000 just pays so much little. Actually, most people in the Western countries will know that we pay so much in tax, to cover the health service.
Is
so
the
that
insurance
is
a tax? Where?
Second?
Insurance, is it a tax?
It's a tax here. It's a tax. We call it, it's basically a tax in a way, because it's taken off your pay, isn't it? Both the employer contribute and you also contribute. So it's a tax. Because if it's not a tax, you'd get that money in your bank. I see you are laughing, Kuzo. You don't agree it's a tax? The contribution?
No, just because of the way Kings had framed this question, I'm surprised that you bring a far-fetched example like that.
No, it's not far-fetched.
You don't have obvious examples of which straight away even Mamamboga will understand this tax.
Now, Hillary.
Yes.
No, we are talking about insurance. Insurance ni ile pesa yenye nime earn, and I'm part of it inaenda kwa nini? Unaweka. Now, nimenunua, I've bought this drink, right? This drink is $1.
Yes.
Nikilipa nitalipa $1.2. Hiyo tu inaenda kama tax, ndio?
Yeah,
now,
so I was going to give you that one as a second example. That's why I say
wacha nimsaidie Rirari, wacha nikusaidie. Lakini haita kufeva, itafeva ile government yetu inakuja. Nafikiria aki-increase hiyo tax, hiyo rate vyenye mnasema, hata itaenda kwa mama yangu mwenye ako huko ushago, kwa sababu akichimba kisima ataitishwa pesa na government. Kwa nini amechimba kisima kwa shamba yake? Hata akijenga watamuitisha. Sasa huyu mama mboga, hiyo ndio tax ana expand ndio apate pesa. Kwa hivyo itaenda mpaka kwa ule mtu mwenye ana kazi na kitu yenye anategemea ni shamba ama anajenga nyumba yake, ataitishwa pesa iende kwa gava. Sasa ataweka wale watu kwa county, wale wanaitwa administrator, wanaenda kwa kila boma wakiangalia huyu anajenga, lete pesa. Na hiyo bado itaongeza corruption. Anyway, that's what I'm thinking about, because that's what they do here overseas. If somebody is going to build something in his farm, they have to pay the government. If you have a kisima in your shamba, wanakuitisha pesa. They don't mind what you do, so long as Sasa hiyo ndio ametoa huku anapelekea wa mama yangu, atateseka sana. Sitaki hivyo.
Thank you.
Sorry, what
kindly, we are just going in circles. Some of us are not benefiting from that discussion because the answers are not substantive. Kindly.
No, I was going to give you 2 examples.
Then he'll bring answers next week.
No, Hillary, let me rule it out.
He can bring his answers. I'm really eager to hear from him.
And I got interrupted.
If he doesn't have the answers right now, we can still give him time.
No. I want to give you 2 examples. I gave you the one to cover, the tax that will boost the health sector, and somebody says that one is not tax, but it is. The second one, which Kings was actually asking, was on tax base. So with tax base, he said he'll increase the people who are not paying tax. And I saw somebody in the chat actually mention that. In Kenya, people don't pay so much tax, to be honest with you. And the thing is, if both sides, if they are going to fund what they are talking about, they have somehow to increase the tax. But the thing is, increase in a fair way. There's so many people who will be willing to actually pay more tax. If, for example, the services are good, and if you do it progressively and in a way that don't scare people. So I think Kenyans are decent enough, and they'll actually, they'll cooperate.
Bwana Wekesa, people don't pay tax, they don't have money in Kenya. This money is theoretical.
Hey, Rono, can I ask you a question?
Let there be order kindly. Nimesema hiyo debate wacha ikome hapo. Can we now come back to the topic? You guys are not doing justice to that. We need to be talking substantive things, because the other side have told you they are going to deal with corruption to increase their net turn.
Revenue, to increase revenue.
Yeah, so let's have a different conversation. Hillary akikuwa kifanya homework, kwanza alituambia hajasoma hiyo manifesto ya Ruto, so let him not just answer us from his own imagination. As we are talking about what Raila has said he will do, it's not us doing, and it's not us imagining he will do. Actually, we are saying what he has said he will do. So you also go read the manifesto of Ruto and come and tell us this is what Ruto has said he will do, not what you think he can do. Because there's a school of there's a very wide difference between what you think you can do and what you actually can do. Demba, you are welcome. Makiadi, you are welcome. I need to take a leave. Hata mi ni contribute sasa. Makiadi uko ready ama tupatie Demba?
Demba atachukua tu, hii ni masaa yake. Mi nilikuwa nataka tu kuuliza hiyo swali Wekesa. I think it would be unfair for Hillary just to leave without answering that. He has given a lot of flowery language.
You know why Makiadi nimemsimamisha?
Yeah.
Ask all these guys kama kuna jibu
okay. Sawa, Hillary, you can always come back. Hillary, if you don't have an answer, you can always come back. That we are very fair here. You can always come back with substantive answers if you
actually don't say nimemsimamisha. If you check the total time Hillary has used here, those who have been watching, it can be more than an hour. But in terms of answering questions, no, alikuwa anahepa zote. So
no. I think that the problem is every time you guys want me to say what Azimio wants to hear, and that is a problem we have in Kenya. That is a problem we have in Kenya. We don't listen to each other.
No. Don't compartmentalize that. When we talk about corruption, convince us that you are fighting corruption. It has no tag. It doesn't look like UDA. It doesn't look like Azimio. We are just talking. These are topical issues. So convince us that this is how to fight corruption. Convince us that this is how to develop an economy. I think wacha tuache hizo mambo.
Wekesa, I have a question for you before your submission. This national insurance fund, which I think I saw in one of the Azimio papers, where they are saying that for those who will not be able to pay, the government will pay for them. Now, if it is tax, does it mean the government will be paying tax for these people?
Okay, let me ask a question to answer you. For the students who go to university who are unable to pay school fees, government pays for them through loan called a help. So that's government paying for you. I think that's, you have understood what this fund set aside for a particular cause.
My issue is that if the insurance premium, if it is tax, and you remember Andrew, I'm not asking him, but he did say that if by expanding it, you are expanding the tax. And then I know that for those who will not be able to pay that premium, the government of Kenya or of Azimio will pay for them. Now, what I'm wondering is that will the government then be paying tax for these people? If you assume that the National Insurance Fund premium is tax.
Again, Wekesa, I heard Hillary saying that Kenyans are decent people. If you approach them to pay tax, they will pay. Kenyans are in the streets crying, maisha ni ngumu. You go tell somebody to pay 50 shillings, surely. Atasema umekuja kuni, kuniroga ama nini?
But that one is going away from what he's asking. I think what he's asking, let me answer it this way. You pay tax through different, when you buy bread, you are paying tax. When you pay fare, you are paying tax. So this tax, when it comes to consolidated fund, it does different functions, including that NHIF and whatever. So if they have decided that this bracket of people have a problem in meeting their medical bills, they are going to help them the same way they are saying about social fund. So that tax has come from all the people, yes, but now it's channeled to a particular vulnerable group, those who are unable to pay for their medical, their medical expenses.
Wakasa, quickly, and thanks for saying that, because that's why I was carrying my hand. The issue of people saying that Kenyans don't pay taxes is a fallacy. Kenyans pay taxes. Then I think Rono, when he will come with his substantiative answers, as he has said, he needs to come and also teach us about what VAT is, because VAT was something that we all passed, whether we were, in Jubilee or we were in NASA. We realized that we needed to expand our tax bracket. And what happened? We passed it, all of us. Now, when you say Kenyans don't pay taxes, that's a lie. We do pay taxes. As Wekesa said, when you're paying your fare, you're paying taxes. When you're buying sugar, you're paying your taxes. When you're doing most of your things that you're transacting, that's the issue with the VAT. So don't come here and say Kenyans don't pay taxes. How? Kenyans do pay taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Themba, you can help me to chair. Let's go back to the topic. For submission, I left Nani Akikwana. Uze and Nyumba had submitted, isn't it? I left Kipo chair. Uze, you had not submitted.
I have not submitted. I just raised a comment to Rono. I have not submitted.
Okay.
Very short because I've already.
So we begin with, he will start with Uze and then Nyumba. Then who else? Kings and Jiru and then by himself. Then the rest, it's a second submission or just a contribution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Wekesa. Maybe we start with your submission before you go.
No, give me, do one person, Narudi.
Okay, that's fine. Kuseo.
I will start with the first one, just maybe a sentence or two. As we have said, we have always reckoned on this platform. You see, if I want to imagine what was in the president's head when he made that statement, especially the reference to the DP's promises, it's because every time that we are in an election season like this, you find that the promises after promises after promises after promises. Now, if you are a bit rational, it means that if I promise you something today, if I come tomorrow and I'm really keen on dealing with it, I would, and I have not done so, let's say after 1 week or after 1 month or call it a year, I would try maybe to dilute it so that it is achievable. Now, the DP's approach is a bit strange in the sense that he knows very well that the hefty promises they had given, part of this as the Jubilee government, and I think that's why the president talked the way he did, have not been met. You are fighting, and if there was a very strict marking scheme, you will be marked and marked badly. Now, here he is the same person. You come up with even more flowery promises. Surely, if the what does he get from his supporters? Claps, claps, claps. And I think to that end, I think the president is right in his comment. You see, you can't keep hot air, hottest air, and nothing to show for it. So I think as far as those promises are concerned, I think that is what I can say. Now, in terms of consolidating the voter strongholds, I think I think the Baba is really doing very, very well. What I'm wondering is that wherever he goes, since the last 4 or 5 days, it's like, as I said earlier, it's just like celebrations. Celebration. I see the speakers are really emphasizing the need to vote. The need to vote. It is almost like, guys, slow down. Don't make sure you vote on the 9th. That is the message. But the crowd, you see how they respond. They even start singing before the speakers are on the podium. Celebration songs are already in place. So I think, anyway, if it will help in exciting them to come out to vote, so be it. I'm not so much aware of what happened in Tharakanithi, so I'll skip that. The same with the coast. Now, the election countdown, I think there we are. That's one I can give a point or two. And I can only hope that I don't know whether any of us have seen the revised timetable for the next immediate actions by IEBC, so that we'll know when have they doing the gazettements, and when are they closing that window, so that no further changes will be taking place. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Kusel. Nyumba.
I was back to do contribution niende nilale sasa.
Utakuja baada ya nyumba. Nyumba gone.
Thank you. But I think when Wekesa must be tired and sleepy, why don't you give him the chance? You know, he said that David D is an architect, and I threatened him to report him to the Board of Registration Workers and County Surveyors. So please let him talk, then he can go away.
Yeah, mine is just 1 or 2 minutes, and then I sleep. Huh? Okay, the first thing I want to talk about to my friend Team KKA and Hillary. As much as Ruto's launch of Manifesto was so flowery and focused on Mtuachini, it was devoid of realities. One of the reality is, okay, as we talk about 80% of our economy is SME and MME. But there's also one reality that Uhuru shared in one of the videos that I played, that 90% of those SMEs die within 3 years. Within 3 years of their launch. And so it brings out something that Ruto never factored when he was giving us a motivational speech at Kasarani. He was telling, when I inject 90, I'm going to get 500. And that's how things look rosy. The same way I can tell you today, when I marry today, next year, this is how my life will look like. Then I find that I will even become a senior bachelor after some time. So we need to measure the manifesto to how close it is to reality, rather than how inspiring and motivating it is. Because most things that inspire us and motivate us sometimes are just deals that are too good, but they never give us a chance to think twice. And so sometimes we get carried off with those rosy things and forget that they will never come to fruition. Two, I want to talk about the ranting at Tharakanithi. One, I want to believe that Kenya Kwanza followers are intelligent. How can Kashagwa go to Tharakanithi and tell the people of Tharakanithi that, you see, we have chosen your son to be the chief agent of Ruto so that they cannot steal Ruto's votes, forgetting that this is their son who was supposed to be the running mate and was denied the chance. So is being a chief agent something to excite them? Two, Kindiki himself in the native language speaks to people and says, niko na wakubwa hapa, msiniaibishe. Wakiongea piga makofi. So ideally he was actually say, if Ruto understood, if he was told na akaelewa, was actually being told that this is a stage managed crowd to please you, but they are not necessarily with you. Because you don't, if actually, I want to believe that 4 years of Ruto on Mount Kenya has had an impact. And right now he should be enjoying organic crowds with natural responses. He should be having diehards on the mountain, people singing his praise, willing to take a bullet for him, because they have blended with him and they have owned him and made him one of their own. But if up to now, you still need John the Baptist to go ahead of you and prepare the way and actually stage manage the crowd and teach them and train them what to say, like one of the contributors said, I think he shouldn't trust the mountain. It may not be with him. They might escort, some people can escort you like to the grave only to bury you and go back home. Huh? Yeah, so that to me, that was an alarm for to Ruto. The other thing I want to talk about is his surrounding and trying to even insinuate that he can jail the president. You cannot do that to a sitting president. And even if he was to do that, you don't have to show kuku, kisu. You don't have to show a hen a knife if you plan to slaughter it. Two, you also, if he's still courting Mount Kenya votes, that's not how to do it, unless he has given up and said, wacha liwe liwalo. We also occasionally we say Uhuru will be coming out and giving his some of those destructive speeches, and I know his speech today will be a conversation for Kenya Kwanza for the next 2 weeks. They'll be crying how the president has betrayed him, how the president is undermining their campaign, how the president is planning to rig in his project. They will revive the project thing for the next 2 weeks. So for us, it's a good thing because it's it distracting them. You remember he talked, it was around saa ngapi, saa sita, saa tano hapo. By saa nane they had already answered him. So it destabilizes them and they run away from their agenda. Okay, I didn't see also the Mombasa rally, but watched Siaya, where Baba tried to consolidate the Nyanza vote. And for us, we are saying that unless it's under exceptional circumstances, give Baba the right team to work with. There are those who are coming in the name of independent or whatever. Some are paid by our competitors to have a way into their stronghold. You wait after election, you will see. They will start confessing, oh, this one was my project.
I'm supporting you. I'm supporting you.
So some are, we know some are rich, but then you look, some independent candidates right now have a lot of money, but you don't know the source of their funding, because some people cannot penetrate some areas, but they would rather have a project to help them penetrate. That is how we disrupted Migori, and Migori has never regained. Even right now, when you look at Migori politics, Obado is playing with two candidates. He's trying to fund one guy there and another one there. You want both of them to distract Ochilo Ayaka of ODM. So yes, you may tell us they are the right candidate, but also look deeper to the bigger agenda. Some people are not as good as you think. People like Kinamwamba came as the saviors when he entered the first day in parliament. He was the only guy who refused to acknowledge the presidency of Kibaki and swore in the name of Raila Odinga. Was it how many years down the line? He was the one taking notes for the competitors and sending screenshots of what they discussed in secret meetings. So see a big picture and make the right decision. If all politicians are the same, then you rather choose from your own flock of sheep, not from the outside. Thank you.
Thank you, Wekesa. Wekesa, I want to ask you a question. The DP and his teams launched a manifesto about 2 days ago. The last 2 days have been non-reference to the manifesto. I have listened to them in 2 occasions, immediately after the launch and even the day today. There has been non-reference. The manifesto was launched in Nairobi. I would expect that if you're going to Mashinani, you are going to unpack the big document that you want, that you had. Just like Azimio is doing its unpacking, is going, and when Baba stands before he speaks to the 10-point agenda. The KKA, on the other hand, I've not heard any place where they have unpacked the manifesto. In your own view, what do you make of that?
Yeah, okay. In one statement, let me say that I was telling Professor, Anaitwa Professor, who this one from Western, who is in KAA, Professor
Not Wajokoa.
Kisiangani.
Kisiangani. who was praising Ruto's manifesto on Twitter. I was telling him that was a motivational speech. It was not a. It was not a. It was not a manifesto. Anyway, for me, it didn't come deep from the heart. And you can look at it when he was even presenting it. He was being fed by the information. Talk about this, talk about this. And he chooses what to talk about. That which he thinks it's not necessary, like corruption, he deliberately gave it a blackout, even when Hussein Mohammed insisted you should talk about it. So yes, and even the cartoonist helped us to understand what was going on. They actually say Raila is writing his manifesto and Ruto is there copying. The issue was to look like he is more detailed than Raila, but he was just going over almost the same issues, but packaging them to look more friendly to the common mwananchi, but omitting the very key drivers of the economy is trying to champion. Yes, Hillary has said here that the key thing about this election is about economy, and it will be won or lost on economy. Those shouting loud about the economy, they don't have exactly how they are going to. We have asked the question about where they will get the funds to drive the agenda they have laid on the table. They don't have. They still believe they will give 100 billion. If you ask them where they get the 100 billion, they don't have the answer. If you want to also to see, go and check one of the clips, was it of this Ahmed Nasir, asked basic questions by Professor Olo. He cannot answer. It stems from the day they introduced something called bottom-up economy. None understood what DP was talking about. While he was busy talking about moving, starting the economy from the bottom up, most of them were understanding giving handouts. So they were busy contradicting themselves. In other words, and look at it from even the stage itself. When Baba came to launch his manifesto, it was a collaborative effort. Munya talked about agriculture. Another person talked about Juakali, and then different sectors. Then Baba came and wrapped it up. This guy came and gave a long lecture of 1.5 hours. And after that, he said, now you can ask questions. Even the DP himself, the running mate who is supposed to be the DP Kashapa, was not given time to contribute as part of the manifesto. He only appeared somewhere at the tail end to ask when they were asking questions. And as usual, the only topic he's comfortable talking about ni police. Hiyo tu. So deep, that thing is not running in their blood. They have not owned it. It's not something that you can wake up and talk about it, but it's something you have learned and crammed it, and you have to present it and make the presentation very well. But now when you are in a rally, you see, it's something that needs to come out naturally. So those that comes out naturally are those rhetoric against Baba, those sympathy against Uhuru is doing this to us. Those are the natural drivers of the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto. To me, that's how I see it.
Okay, so there's a video I've sent to you. I hope you get to download it and send it. And in that video, what I want to bring out is that you capture the way they evade the core questions when asked. There's one scholar that refers to the Kenya Kwanza budget proposal, which in my view was a budget proposal. He calls it a reactionary document. that it was reacting and it was full of emotions. It was a reaction to the president's proposal, a reaction to the DP's perceived mistreatment, and a reaction to perceived achievements that the Azimio document has achieved, and it is devoid of the things that they have been talking about in the rallies. So the document has not been internalized, and the people who put it together were just rushing up to put a bigger document than what Azimio had. Too many words. In fact, there's some place, if you read, you wonder what let me just read that out. You read and you wonder, whoever wrote that document, if they ever read that part and they captured what was in that document at that point, they should have seen that. And you see, when you bring 200 and 250 people to write a document, and each person is writing some document, then eventually, something, and then eventually you put it together, then you end up with some interesting statement like this. This is in that document. Plowing of land and labor. Consider the case of dairy sector. The biggest challenge that farmers are facing is the cost of animal feeds. We know that nutrition impacts on milk production in a matter of weeks. With a dairy herd estimated at 2.2 million lactating cows, an increase in average productivity by 0.5 kg per cow translates to 400 million kilograms of milk, with a farm gate value of 16 billion shillings at 40 per kilogram. We have estimated that provision of 4,000 per cow, a total of 8.8 billion, will be sufficient working capital for our dairy farmers. Now, that statement in a document, what sense is it supposed to bring? Even if you are to read that kind of statement and you're saying that this is what I'm going to put in my manifesto, what are you supposed to get from that? The reason why they get so confused on simple matters and simple questions of how they are going to even raise the budget, they have also ignored something. They have ignored that the budget, you cannot change the law the way it has been provided for the budgetary process. Where are you going to get that plan? Are you going to have quasi other areas of getting your budgets proposed and passed? There's only parliament that you can do that. Another thing that they said in that document, and I wish Hillary would go to read that. He said that within 1 year after being elected, within 1 year, that is August. So by August next year, they will have made sure that they have achieved both elective and appointive positions to be 50% women. Now, elections are taking place this year, and everybody is being elected for 5 years. So how will you achieve 50% on elective positions while people have already had an election? Are you going to change the constitution to have people elected into positions to achieve 50%? So that document was just put together as a reaction. And that's why even when they go to any rally, they cannot address themselves to it. Even themselves, they cannot address themselves to their document. They go to Tharakanithi. When you're going to Tharakanithi, you are going to campaign. You are going to tell people, this is what we are going to do for you. Now, you are going to do for them what you have promised them in the document. You cannot refer to that document because it's so hard. The questions that are there, you cannot answer. So what do you resort to? Attacks. You have 1 hour of a rally. 45 minutes of that rally, you are busy throwing salvos to other people. You are busy calling, tutashinda asubuhi mapema sana, nini. I mean, what does that have to do with the manifesto? You just launched the manifesto 3 days ago. You should be popularizing it. You should be availing it to people. So when you're coming to talk to them,
I just want to add something on what you just asked, what Wekesa answered. When I was listening to Dunstan Omari after that manifesto, he was trying to break it down. And the main thing he was asking was how, where is this money going to come from? Now, I went and connected it to when I was a kid, how I could go to could be sent to the shop and then ile shilingi moja naingia nayo nanunua ko alafu nakuja I become an effective liar. And these were the two things naona on an effective liar. Kwa hiyo manifesto naweza sema jamaa was kind of one of the effective liars. Kwa sababu gani? He knew his target. He knew his audience. Akiwaambia hivi, that's it. Number two, mi naona the guy had laid his ground so well in that akikuwa interrogated, ako so ready to put his words together. You see, that's why he just keeps on throwing words huku na huku. Hizo ni characters mbili za effective liar. Mimi hapo ndo niliona. Ukiangalia pale Dancing Nomari akiwa pale kwa debate asubuhi, I mean the morning daybreak. The man himself also had the problem of how is this going to be achieved. Now you've mentioned the 50% of women to be in the government. How? You see. So those are the things. Unajua, we are there listening. The freedom is coming. Yeah. Now, can we ask how is it going to be on ground? Hizo ndo vitu hatuulizi. We just want to hear things and then we leave. And this goes to Hillary Rono. Anyway, nikimalizia, I just have some few minutes break ishi nirudi kazi. So wakimaliza kusubmit, I ask for me to be the next, if you don't mind. Thank you.
That's okay. Wekesa, are you ready with that video?
Sir, acha nikuchezee hiyo clip.
I want, as Wekesa is playing that, I want you to listen to the question the lady has been asked and how she's responding to it.
Employ them. To correct you, in Europe and the US, 75% of production actually comes from MSMEs. So let's not try and water down the impact of MSMEs. But I want to talk on the issue of corruption and some of the things that I've had. When we are talking about ensuring that all corporate organizations actually pay the taxes they need to pay, we know for a fact, and may I dare say, that there are some institutions and some business transactions that have actually been exempted of taxes. And just to put out one example, NCBA, the merger of NCBA actually got exempted of a lot of taxes, and up till today, okay, Amtata, I think your fellow went to court and actually asked why. So when he brings up the issue of Keroche, we were, in fact, I was on set saying, if you can exempt billions from the merger of that bank NCBA, why can't you sit down with Kereche and see? So basically we're trying to say that it has to be fair. It has to be an equal playground for all. And we are not, it feels like a witch hunt for certain people, because for certain people they have actually, for a long time, been exempted of taxes because of who they know in government. And that's what we are saying we are going to deal with. Now, when someone talks about corruption and does not even want to understand that indeed our bottom-up economic approach will deal with corruption, you ask me how? Recently, we've seen how our port was actually sold. Our port was sold. We call it state capture. We are actually talking about individuals in this government who went to transact business and sold off the port. And the one thing that my party leader actually said is we are going to take back those functions, because that is it's a resource and it's a form of income. And if you ask the people at the coast, they're suffering because they don't understand they have the port here, but there's no economic impact on them. So when we talk about looking at the people who are at the front, look at their characters, see if they actually have intent, we actually call for the same, because the people who have sold the port are the same
but
people.
we do know that Okori Atani also clarified
Lillian,
and outlined exactly why this move was made and who it was essentially going to benefit.
Will come and tell you, nilikuibia kwa sababu niliona utumiangi your handbag. So does it make it right? It's not right. So Uhuru Yatani can come out and say all he wants to do it, but the thing is, they auctioned our port. And those people who auctioned our port are the same people who Mark Bichache is sitting here trying to actually say, these are the white people who are Wakokama Pamba, they have no corruption cases. They have sold, before you know it, if you give them 5 years, Lillian, we might end up being back in colonial era because we don't own anything. So the issue of corruption is an issue we have really beat and said, corruption doesn't happen down there at the grassroots. Corruption happens in the boardrooms, in the jets, in the high-level places, and who are in those places. We know exactly who are in those places. So our economic approach and how we intend to actually, by the way, I keep on telling people, ours is not a manifesto, it's a plan. And you know, a plan, the difference between a manifesto is this vision that you have, and ours is a plan that even if today I give to Mark Bichache and he goes to State House, he can actually implement it because it has a step-by-step, and including dealing with corruptions, with the corruption issues. Dunstan, you talked about the fact that are you trying to say that we should not take the cases to judiciary? What exactly? No, we understand that all these institutions are actually run with resources.
And
with
we are
money.
going, I'll end it there, Gloria, when we come back.
No, let me just finalize, because I feel like you need to give me this time. Okay. Strengthening institutions, which is what William Ruto is saying he's going to do, means also that you give them their fund and it is independent. Because like he said yesterday, there is no way judiciary will be able to actually push through convictions if their budget is actually being controlled by the executive. So at the end of the day, what we are talking about is strengthening the institutions, judiciary, police force, and all the other, actors within that space, so that when someone is brought in, it will not be that I can make a phone call to the president and then the president can say, Kateni here, Nini, then judiciary comes and says, we don't have money for this and that. So you have to strengthen the institutions, which is our plan to do so. And that actually begins with ensuring that their finances and their funding is independent, both in the police service, in the judiciary, and all the actors within that space.
So, Wekesa, the question was, how will KKA fight corruption? It was a simple question. Refer to your document. Tell us how it will fight corruption.
There is no answer there.
It won't fight corruption.
Now I think I'll go to Nyumba and then I come to Kings because he says he wants to go. So Nyumba, do you want to allow Kings to maybe talk and then you can come after him? He has to go to work.
Yeah, but it should be fast because my goats are also making some noise, but it's okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Nyumba. Thank you so much. I just need to submit some few things here. Number one is how the Kenya Kwanza is always talking about how Uhuru is unpopular. Watu hawa hamtaki, vitu kama hizo. And then at the same time, they are going to rallies asking Uhuru mwenyewe ati wachana na huyo mtu wa kitendawili ni manyane na yeye. So, that is kind of desperation. Like the guy is just desperate. Anasema huku and then he's just confusing me. Mtu unajua hawezi ufai kumuongelelea all the time. The second one I try to feel like unaona the late Ghanaian president JJ Rawlings, he was one of the guys I could mention was against corruption. He is one person who would ask questions of how would somebody get into a job and then start building a house, start owning this and that, you see. And if you listen to how Raila was talking about how to get that money, he was talking how the money gets lost on the tenders that goes to like Rono. Listen to this. Hiyo pesa inatoka wapi? Unaona zile pesa zenye inapotea pale kwa hizo tender. Uko na kampuni tatu hizo. I know you listen to it. And then another thing is either tax imekuwa under collected. Hakuna pesa ama budget imekuwa mingi. So, you see, those are the people who have the country in their heart. They want the country to grow. Ziba mwanya. Number 3, the Sakaja thing, I saw it in the internet yesterday and I got shocked. Like the guy was saying that hakumaliza shule in UN, and at the same time he was owning a car. He had 500,000 ya gari. And then you want that person to be a leader who can't make a decision. You see, he's the person who is supposed to make decisions for us. Like we go tell him, help us make decisions. We refer, like he's one of the real people we should see as role models. Kama hiyo inakuweza, are you qualified to be a leader? And then lastly, Nyumba, I like, and I'm really happy. That day I was so much shivering. I thought that the freedom was coming. And I really liked how the Roots Party distracted the Kenya Kwanza lecture. And would it be Roots haingekuwa na hiyo siku ya ya manifesto yao, Kenya Kwanza sasa ingekuwa imevuma sana sana. That's my submission, and you guys have a good evening, or maybe good night, good morning. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Kings, for your submission. I hope to see you again. Now, Nyumba, on to you.
Thank you, Bonathemba. Let me say hi to Madam Adika, Christine, and Njiro Maura. You are not there when I got here first. Lemba, you have run away also now, and Wekesa is not there. Look, these two. Now, it has been a very productive morning to me. I'm in Kenya, Nakuru. In fact, it's morning now, so that's around 4. It's 4 in the morning. Let me say this. Let me encourage Bwana Hillary Rono. Don't look so sad. Cheer up. You are good. Your comments were hilarious, and we need you here. And Mr. Black, we need you guys. We are not harassing you. We like arguments. It makes it lovely, and we exchange ideas, which is for the betterment of this our loved country, Kenya. So welcome. Don't feel harassed by anybody. Now, Bonathemba, you have to counter check your timing coming in. I'm beating you every day, every morning nowadays. So improve, please, so that competition goes on well. Lastly, I can see Mr. Wekesa has run away. Just pass my word that I'm not going to report him. I've forgiven him. I'm not going to report him to the board. Yeah, I'm a very merciful person. Hiyo mambo ya kumreport kwa board of architect na nini nimewachana. So tell him to feel free. I see he's not in here. Now, to the topics here. Some of these things, they look simple, but they are serious. For example, I will not talk much. I usually touch on one point on each topic. Uhuru tells Ruto off on his promises. Most of those promises were just fake, but people were just clapping. They have been programmed like robots. He says nothing, they clap. Rono, I'm talking the truth. You are not in Kenya. So, but I've already, Bonathemba congratulated Bona Hillary for his hilarious comments. We need him here. Now, he says even give the wrong figures. They clap. The most amusing one to me is in my field of housing. He was trying to direct us to go back to what we used to do in the 80s. We learned our course manually. It was digital. These electronic things are not there. It was manual, drafting manual. And they're saying now we are going to standardize everything about housing. Standardizing is okay, but what for? And I don't have to keep on repeating myself. I started with the Public Works, Minister of Public Works, and they had what we used to call catalog, window catalogs, door catalogs. What catalogs? You cannot design something new. You just pick the one that is in that catalog. Because designing was also very complicated. Manual design was very tedious, time consuming. Now, when Ruto now tells me to go back to that, na vijana wamekuja huko na computer, vitu zinaitwa AutoCAD na ArchiCAD, wanafinya hapo 1 minute wamemaliza design. I don't understand what he's talking about. In fact, I was laughing as I was watching when he's talking about housing and how we go back to standardization. Because even without standardization, you can come up with very nice designs, many of them, and very fast. So, I love mambo hata kidogo. And I don't know if there are people of the professional housing in his team. So that's why I was a bit disturbed when Wekesa said, David, it's not D, it's a Kikuyu from Kiambu. It's Ndei. Let me correct you. Ndei. Okay? Just like I'm not Nyumba. I'm Nyumba. Nyumba. David Ndei is Ndei. And he is the one so-called architect by Mr. Wekesa, but I've withdrawn that. So we move on. So the promises Ruto has been giving actually very bad, and they are wrong. The last part of it, I said I'll be very fast. I have yesterday's Daily Nation, it is a Saturday Nation. Then I'm addressing this one to you, listen very carefully. On Saturday Nation of July 2nd, in the year 2022 AD, page 5, I repeat, Saturday Nation of July 2nd, 2022, page 5. Let me read it to you. Ruto hints at initiating Uhuru's prosecution if he wins election. I'm reading, I have it on my desk. Huh? This is one of the promises he's making. What a promise. Huh? Imagine you're the president and then somebody is saying this. Actually, Uhuru is a very composed person. He was a difficult and hostile person. He would have taken action, very bad action. This is an article by somebody called Walter Menya. Walter Menya wrote that, and he knows what he was talking about. So those promises, Uhuru actually, even though he has been handling them, is actually very gentleman way. I'm saying me, myself, when I'm temperamental. I'm sorry, pass my apologies again to Bernard. There's a sickness that was passed to me by Selina Sego. Losing temper. I lost my temper yesterday by somebody called captain until I declared myself a major, which I'm not. I clarified that situation. I just wanted to freeze that guy who was called a captain. Okay. Now, so if it was me, I'm sorry, I can't handle some of these abuses. Somebody wants to jail me and I'm in power. Just feel like laughing. Okay, let's leave that one. I said I move very fast. Baba consolidates Siaya. It's not even a matter of consolidation. This is a matter of telling them to come out. Kama vile Central wanafanyaga kumira, kutokea, watokee kabisa. Si kukaa huko ati wanachua automatic ati baba amewin. Tokea kama Central tulitokea watu wanatolewa hospitali, wazee wa Kongo yanabebwa, wanapelekwa, wanavote. So that's the most important thing that Baba is doing, because that's an area of his from all the time. Ruto Forays in Tharakanithi. And Bwana Wekesa has explained that those guys are bitter. When Professor Kindiki didn't get that post, they are bitter people. I don't see him convincing them again. People can pretend that they are with you. We are pretenders. Let's agree with that. Si nilimwambia siku ingine napita hapa kwa stage ya Nakuru terminus mpya yenye ilijengwa hapa kwa reli. Nakuta kina mama wanaongea, hao wanapiga chai huko. Wanasema wao wamekuwa UDA, wamekula pesa ya UDA na wataendelea kula pesa ya UDA, lakini vile sasa Martha Karua amechaguliwa kuwa deputy, watapigia kura Azimio. They are saying that. And that's genuine. There's only one lady in the park here, and Christine can confirm. Ladies are very serious with their commitments. If they say it's you, it's you. They are not like men. Tunapewa pesa hapo alafu napinduka. They are serious people. So those women wanasema wamekula ya UDA, wataendelea kula mali ya UDA, lakini sasa Martha Karua ndiye amefanywa deputy, watavote Azimio, and they are going to do that. Lakini kula wataendelea kula pesa ya UDA. Okay. Sasa ndio nimalizie hiyo forays. Leo Bwana Themba, leo hamna nini grammatical issues. Leo namwekea 100%, nimempea, simtoi mambo yote. Na hiyo ni kweli. Sasa hiyo foray yake huko Tharakanithi is a waste of time. Na nilisema hivi, na naona kipa hayuko leo. Hakuna haja ya kwenda kukata hiyo miti Sugoi, wacha miti ikae. Hata kamba ropes zizifichwe hardware, wekeni hizo ropes. Mtu akuja anunue aende Sugoi. Hiyo ni shauri yake. No, don't be so serious. I told you to cheer up. Now I'm finishing. ya mwisho kabisa ni kwamba hii kitu ikuje haraka. It's only I can't push my watch iende haraka ile kushinda hivyo tuifike August 9, but we have already did, and we are not revengeable, you know. We leave revenge to God, as the Bible says. So let me withdraw that statement. Sitaki watu wajinyonge. We are peaceful, wacha Mungu achukue jukumu yake ya kurevenge, lakini sasa those threats ati utafunga mtu ni mbaya. Let me go straight back. We do our own things on this earth. We plan, but the executor of our own planning is God. Ni Mungu peke yake. Let me remind you, had things not gone the way they went way back in 2002, Mzee Kibaki akachukua. Kama ingechukuliwa ni mtu wa hasira, this country would have burned down. In that, kama mtu angeenda revenge na late Moi, things would not have gone well. Lakini naona Mzee Kibaki akachukua hiyo mambo ikapoeshwa kidogo na ikaendelea sawa. But if the government had been taken by somebody who is revengeful, the country would not have gone well, actually, because there are so many things that the late Moi had done wrong. But Mzee Kibaki akanyamaza na mambo ikaendelea vizuri. So nimemaliza. Wish you well. Na Bwana Themba, pass those my comments to Mr. Wekesa and Bernard also, you know. Uambie hata Selina ni alianimbukiza hiyo close temper kidogo, because hata yeye alikuwa amelose siku ya mbeleni ikanifikia, but I have taken treatment, so I'm okay now. Thanks, panelists.
Thank you, Nyumba. Si lose temper. Siasa iko na panda shuka zake. That's what they say. So don't be too emotional and too attached to it. And appreciate.
When I was young, I used to be a physical fighter. Ungecheza na mimi. That is still in me. It's only that age has caught up with me. Nikakubox mpaka. I used to box watu wanacheza. Si mchokozi, mchokoza na kubox.
I did martial arts too, but we were told that one of the things that you have always to remember is that fighting is the last resort. It shouldn't be the first resort. There are so many steps before you start fighting. So you need to leave fighting for the last. That is, we are only fighting when when it is the only way out to save your life. But I would like us to be more accommodative of our brothers. They're already down. I mean, definitely you can notice that they're already down.
Why don't you cheer up Bwana Rono? You cheer him up. I've tried and it's not coming up.
Don't worry about Rono.
Next to you.
Don't worry about Rono. You know, they're already down. Their manifesto or whatever it is that they launched is not working. They're trying to find everything to try and clutch on. They cannot defend it. They cannot come here and tell you that these are the things we will do, because even the people, that lady you had there, we said that she was part of those who put it together. But a simple question like, from your document, how will you fight corruption? She could not answer. You know, she went into what they say. I thought that was a very good time that should have taken to elaborate on what is in their document. But you saw that she ran away from it, went into the politics of it. You know, started talking politics. You know, saying NCBA, or Kio Mtata, or you guys. You know, things that do not make sense at all. And then you're talking about Keroche. Keroche breweries, first of all, has evaded tax. You know, this issue has been there 2013, 2017. It is not coming for the first time right now, such that if we are to hold her, you know, to account, she has lots of money that she owes the government that she should have paid, that would have gone into developing the government. So you should not even use Keroche as an example, you know. And then when you are saying that you want to use a bad example and another bad example, what does it say? It tells a lot about lack of what you you have, I mean, and you know, and the document, you don't know it. And that is what I think it's important for us to appreciate these people. They are struggling to understand their own document, and they are struggling to defend it, and they are trying to hold on to something that they can find so that they can talk. But
Temba, Wajakoya was in Coast. As much as we didn't enjoy his manifesto, you remember they took time to go over it.
Yeah, I mean, let's you just launch your manifesto. Go over it. Tell us what is in it for us. Don't continue with the same rhetoric of bashing other people. I will give Hillary 1 minute and then I come to Christine. Shiko, you know the rules. You need to be out of your curtain and get out of the curtain. Yes, Hillary.
Yes, I keep hearing you guys saying that, Kenya Kwanza is struggling with regard to the manifesto. I don't think so, because I think the advantage that Kenya Kwanza had was that they had already sold the message, say that when it reached manifesto, it's like they had actually said a lot of stuff. So I don't think so. I don't honestly believe. But as I said before, I've been quite busy. I'll just make sure that I go through it, and hopefully next time I appear, we will discuss more. But I don't think so, and I'm still confident that they'll win. Trust me, tutakuwa hapa August, and we'll be talking again.
Is Kenya Kwanza still there? Kenya Kwanza, is it there really? Wanarono, Kenya Kwanza, is it there, please?
Yeah, of course, because the whole team is still there, Mr. Nyomba.
Everything has been UDA. Have you not realized?
Yeah. I mean, I know the conversation that you are.
But it's okay. It's good to have confidence. I think there's no fighter who goes to a fight without confidence. Even when Gor Mahia is going to be playing against Manchester United, it will exude some confidence. Even when you ask them what's your plan for the game, they will still say that we are going to win. But you ask them how. You see, Hillary, we are not asking whether you're going to win, and yes, elections will come. 9th of August will come. There'll be a winner and there'll be a loser. What we are asking right now is not whether you'll win or not. We are asking on the document that you shared. We are asking on the how. We are asking you. That is the question we are asking. So if it is about
no mention on day two, no mention.
By telling us that, oh, you're going to win, you're going to come here on August, that is neither here nor there, and even you and I don't know if we'll be there or not. What we know is there's a plan that there'll be an election coming on 9th of August. All the teams are confident. Even Wajakoya's team are confident that they're going to win. Now we are interrogating a document that was shared. But I like your admission that you haven't read that document. So just go ahead, read it. Go ahead, read it, and then maybe at that point we can come have a conversation. Because when you come and just tell us that we know we are going to win, I mean that's a confidence that even Wajakoya's team is exuding. There's nothing new about that.
But sorry, allow me just to mention one thing about the Azimio manifesto.
No. Hold on. We'll come back to that. Let's have Christine submit and then come back.
Okay.
Hi, Ngilu, Themba, good to see you. Hillary, good to see you. Diana, good to see you. Nyumba, good to see you. Kuzeo, good to see you. Thank you so much for this chance. I just wanna talk about the Raila being in Ugunja and Siaya, because that's what I followed most part of today, then a little bit of Wajakoya in the coast. So to me, Raila's speech, first I will start with First I will start with Mbadi's speech. Mbadi's speech caught my attention because the people that talked before Mbadi was saying 6 piece. And when Mbadi stood up and said the reason why we should vote 6 piece,
it really made sense. Those who know Siaya, what is going on there, it's tough because Orengo, all these years, those who have known Orengo, he rarely campaigns. He's rarely on the ground. But for him to be on the ground, I had said one time here, things were tough in Siaya County. But now when Mbadi stood up to explain the reason as to why we have to vote 6-piece, it made sense to me, and I think it made even sense to the crowd that was there. That, at that point, to me, I believe, is when they knew or understood why we want 6-piece, which to me is a good thing because we can remember even Ruto scheming for 2017. He knew what he wanted. He knew where his force and support and energy will come from when he schemed for all those members of parliament. And we can all agree that without the handshake, Uhuru would not have made it today, up to today. So I'm for it, I'm supporting 6-piece. Again, when you look at Baba's speech in Siaya and even in Ugunja, Baba is selling his manifesto, and it is even sweeter when he says it in the Luo. It was like, yeah, I've been getting it, but today is when it sunk deep. Like Baba is busy selling his manifesto to his people. He's making fun, singing, but at the same time, throwing in his manifesto. So we are really getting it, the Baba Care, the free education. We are really getting it, and it appears that it is a working manifesto. It will work with the support if we give him. About Ruto's manifesto, to me, I think we kept wondering, when will Ruto give us his manifesto? When will Ruto give us his manifesto? We have 1 month to election. Then he gives us the manifesto, and from even what his people are talking about manifesto, Rono Izia can justify. They don't understand it. And to me now, I believe that the reason why the manifesto came in late, just like the bottom-up economics, nobody understood. Everybody will say his or her own perception or how he's understanding the bottom-up. And at the end of the day, they had to drop that bottom-up slogan. So for the manifesto to come 1 month to election, that tells me that I believe Ndi contributed in writing the manifesto, but I think Ndi also from Raila experience and him walking out for not getting his wish, he's playing most of his cards under the table. As long as he's giving them his brain, he's also not sharing everything with them for them to understand very well. So the manifesto is there, but nobody can understand it. We have entered the campaign period and it's gonna be fast. So we won't even have time to query the manifesto. They won't have time to drop their manifesto because nobody's gonna take keen attention on it, because right now it's the last minute. We are in the last moment where we are busy, like we have to reach all the corners of the world. And it was even suspicious when the most, something that has been ailing the country most, which is corruption, none of them is talking about. Wherever they go, nobody's talking about corruption, and that is what has taken us backward as a country. So finally, the Nyandarua, I was impressed to see all those ladies accompanying Matakarwa to Nyandarua. Like, things are good for us on Azimio. And Rono, at this point, if you've not understood your manifesto well, we just urge you and implore you to cross over, bring for us more voters, tell a friend, share. 37 days to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Christine. Ngilu, welcome, Maimba. Hold on, Ngilu seems to be busy elsewhere, so I will want to give Ngilu, are you there?
Yes, Bwana Demba Niko.
You've been waiting here for long. Kindly give your submission, then I allow
I have a question for Christine.
this Aimba tulia. Nauliza Christine, uko hapa? Najua umeamka saizi. So, kaa Njiru, can you give us a second? Tuko kwa enzi ya baba na mama, and the lady has come with a question, and you never know, it could also give you some direction. Yes, Aimba to Christine.
Good morning, good evening, everyone. So now, first, let me react to the comment regarding Rono being happier. There's something about the KKA and UDA people. They come here when they're angry. They come here when they're defensive, their body language everywhere, including that lady who spoke earlier. You see how, I know I'm usually animated also, but there's a sense, there's a way the UDA people are animated. You know, like when someone indicated that when alikuwa kitumia shilingi kununua hiyo patko, alafu anaanza kuexplain uongo wake. Now that's the disposition of all UDA guys, so msijali. Now back to Christine's statement. What I want to allude is that, fine, Mbadi's explanation wants to make sense. But what is the role of a political party in ensuring that they give the people of the land what they need? There's something about even the people that you call moles, even those moles, the beauty about it is that they're children of the soil. So, ongegi moselal. Hakuna kitu imepotea hapo. When you do not do something right, that includes when you raise a thief. Be prepared for that thief to steal, and including steal from you, and eventually sometimes be subjected to mob justice, which should be fine, because that action has a consequence. So the choice you made at that point of not correcting that child, at the point of its occurrence, the child can die. Or by all means, let it die, because it's a bad thing for everybody else. It brings sanity to our parties. Eventually, 5 years later, after we've brought another child of the soil who's come and demonstrated molism. But thankfully, they will not take that resource that they're getting out of being a mole someplace else. They'll come and use it in the land. Let me give you an example of Siaya, for instance. Amanya Siaya. We have a road that is a 26-kilometer stretch. We try to get public transport on a tarmac, a super tarmac, super highway, in fact. 26-kilometer stretch. Our governor said when Asako was getting its vehicles banned there, the governor said, tuko na matatu za kutosha. Do you know what we have to do for a whole 26-kilometer stretch? Use motorbikes. Why? Because somebody decides that Anja party. It is a very wrong thing. At the end of the day, when I have to treat my parents' back issues, when I personally cannot be able to move from one point to the next because a decision was taken by an individual whom a party decided for me, I have a problem with that. These political parties exist for the purpose of making the lives of people better, not necessarily to be in individuals' pockets and as such trade with it. So if it is a consequence of the fact that you're not doing it right, by all means, let the moles who are children of the soil come and take their place in their land, because even them, they were born by parents of Siaya, even them, they were educated. Some of them were orphans that were educated by that community. Let them come and make their contribution, however little, including their molism. Thankfully, they're not bringing us anyone from any place, but they're bringing them from a child of the soil. So by all means, I will bring a mole. As long as they will come and make a drop of development, then we can move on to the next 5 years later. I'm hoping then a party will have learned a lesson, will have paid the price, and we will be better people. Thanks.
Okay, fair enough. Christine, you have a response?
I thought from what she's saying to me, I believe I don't need to answer that, but what I can tell her, I had the same opinion as you, Aimba, when I first came to this channel, when people were commending Orengo so much. And I come from Ugunja too. Before it was Ugenya. When Orengo was MP, it was Ugenya, and it was divided into Ugenya and Ugunja. So right now I'm in Ugunja, which is really doing well. But then I raised the same concern that you are raising, and I was like Rono. You know, whatever Rono is going through now, I was that like Rono. Unfortunately, I had to join them. But again, today, Like today, it sank deep into my heart because I really felt like if we are giving Raila this position, listen, just listen to me. I listen to you without shaking my head. Yeah. So if we are giving Raila this position, fine. Just the same way Mudavadi, you remember Mudavadi was told, bring 70% for you to be this. Remember, Azimio is just an umbrella. If you're seeing whatever is happening in Central, it's like Jubilee, like the Azimio part of Jubilee is really selling the Jubilee candidate in Central. Fine, Raila is we're gonna vote Raila because that is where we all agree at. We're gonna vote Raila. But now, when it comes to sharing, because now there'll be one, they have to sit together to share key positions in the government. Now at that point that is when whatever Mbadi said made sense to me. When it now comes to sharing that point, which we also want to take a bigger share, you know, Raila will be told, Jeremiah Kioni will say, I brought this number. The Sifuna or Mbadi will say, I brought this number. Remember, there are other parties too. So when the number that Sifuna or Mbadi will present before the table is lesser than for Jubilee, what are we're gonna be at their mercy, you know? Like even if it is 50-50, that is what we want. For MP, like we really need to support Baba on this, because running a government under the mercy of other people that backed you up will just be difficult. So I agree with you. I was in the same page with you, and I came here, I was bashed the way Hillary is now going through now. But again, when Mbadi talked about it today, it made sense to me.
Let me say something to both of you. Both of you are right. Christine, you're right. And Aimba, you're right. Both of you are right. I mean, it communicates the understanding of political parties' development and growth. And what you are bringing across are some of the challenges that political parties in Africa generally and across board. It is not new in political party development. Aimba, you are talking about the challenges of intra-party democracy. I mean, inter-party democracy. And of course, the other sense, Christine is talking about the reason you are having a political party as a vehicle to take you to power. So those are challenges that we are facing, right? As our political parties' development and consolidation, we are yet to find the political parties that are very firmly developed. One that had probably the oldest party, that is KANU, has of course witnessed the hemorrhaging that has taken place over time. And if it survived, probably could be having a different discussion right now. So right now we are having those still political parties, and we are at a phase. And it is a challenge that you are bringing out so strongly, Aimba, intra-party democracy, and of course affecting the general appreciation of why you are having a political party. And yet the concerns are also real. You can compare that vis-a-vis a place like Tanzania, where when you are in CCM, you are in CCM. Whatever the party says, that is what goes, and the party is there's a clear channel. And even if it's worse, and when you disagree with the party, you feel it. You actually feel that I've disagreed with that. But like right now, Chadema, there are these 21 MPs who went against what had been passed, and so they are facing, they have already been discharged from the party, so they are going to be withdrawn from their parliamentary positions because of going against their party. So we are facing that challenge, and so I want to say that both of you are right. Like Aimba, you are right. I mean, there are people who feel that there was lack of democracy within the party, and we therefore wish to express ourselves by electing someone that we feel is our own. So it's in much more than being a vote for the person, is a vote against the party. And Christine, on the other hand, is communicating what the party wants. So let's see how the balance goes. You both are right, and we are hoping that eventually we move to a point where intra-party democracy will have developed the point that parties can, members can have confidence in their parties, and they can belong to the party and be in that party and grow it. Otherwise, if with this witnessing, I think we are going to go through several elections before we really see a strong party. Allow me to bring in Ngilu, and then we can come back to the other session. Ngilu.
Okay, thank you very much. Allow me make my presentation. First of all, let me greet everyone. Niwasalimu katika ile masaa ya kule wewe huko, habari ya asubuhi, habari ya jioni, habari ya mchana. Yeah. So sijakuwa hapa for I think a day na sikuweza kucomment kwa hii manifesto ya rafiki yetu, na sitaki kwanza kuongea matukio ya leo kama sijaongea story ya manifesto. The only challenge niko nayo na manifesto ya rafiki wetu ni yule mtu anasema you know, saa zingine mtu anaweza kuambia maneno makubwa, lakini the personality of the person yule ambaye anakuambia hiyo maneno, you put it out. Yeah, you know, these people are not toddlers, they are people with experience, na ni watu wamekuwa kwa government. And I think the deputy president gave a presentation of close to 2 hours trying to explain the problems which he thinks ails Kenya from his own perspective and maybe the people who advised him. Partly, when I looked at that report, because it looked like a serious research which had been done by somebody, partly when I look at that is that they were not able to incorporate some of the things which are happening. Yes, they brought out the problem, some places the problem, but they were not able to explain what some of the things where the government is doing anything. So it was like a blanket check whereby they tried to show us if the government is in limbo, and after showing the government is in limbo, they are now trying to say they're the people who are now coming with a solution. So that is the challenge which I got with them, because I still believe that the government might not be doing utmost all they need to be doing, but I still need, there are some key things which the government is doing. So I think the deputy president needs to sit down and try to harmonize the ideas he is bringing with what is happening in the government, because it showed a foreigner, somebody who is not in control. That's the problem I have, because somebody who has been in the government for close to 10 years should not be only coming out with the problem without showing I wish he could have come and talked about the procedures. If it is like electricity, let him say, I will do this. And then some things are not practical. For example, the digital superhighway. I want to talk about, because I listened to that manifesto, he talked about the digital superhighway. Now, digital superhighway is the connectivity of internet. He said he is going to move from 10,000 kilometers of the fiber optics, which is currently in Kenya, to 100,000. That is 1,000% increase. I want us to first of all jargon on that. How do you increase to 1,000%? You are not talking about the source of funding, the technicality, the capacity, how it will happen. So there's a problem in terms of numbers. Yes, if he said 3,000 to me, if he said I will do double, that one I can understand. But moving from 10,000 to 100,000, the numbers look a bit shaky for me. That was from in the digital superhighway. Then number 2, he talked about agriculture. The problem of Kenya about agriculture is very simple. I was even talking with some of my friends today. The problem which we are having of Kenya about food insecurity is not because we are not planting enough, but some of the food insecurity which we are having in Kenya is because we have allowed cheap food to come to Kenya. So we are not cushioning our farmers. You realize at times the farmer uses a lot of money to produce one bag of maize. Then, because we don't want to buy that maize at the cost in which which can compensate the farmer, we opt to bring Mexico maize or maize from Congo or maize from another country, which will be a little bit cheaper at the expense of the Kenyan farmer. So the problem which we are having with the Kenyan agriculture is purely on policies, not about giving money or doing what. It is very simple. When do we need to import? When do we need to cushion our farmer? Those are the issues which he was supposed to talk about. Then he talked about the issues of infrastructure. The problem which I have with the infrastructure, the way he was talking about it, I did not see him blending what has currently happened now, the infrastructure, because you know he is in the government. So I wanted to see a link. I wanted to see how is he going to move
to mute mic. There is a mic which is not muted.
Okay, we have muted him. So I wanted to see him, you know, because infrastructure is a jigsaw fit. Things need to fit together. So there is no any. That is why you're even seeing we are having problems in counties. Sometimes when a governor comes, maybe after a certain governor who says midway, after 5 years, somebody comes with new projects. So Kenya cannot develop that way. So I want to see somebody who can tell me, yes, we have SGR, no matter how expensive it is. We have now the superhighways, we have the highways, no matter how expensive they are. So I want to see how he is going to connect our ports, our railway line, and our total infrastructure which we have into one integrated system. That is what I wanted him to explain to me, but it didn't come clear. What came out clear from him, or what he tried to explain, and he didn't try to explain to us, was this issue he has been talking all through about bottom up. He tried to explain it in his manifesto. Again, the challenge which I got with him is still those things are happening. I think, Hilary, you'll be given a minute to ask a question. Let me just finish my presentation. So I think, yes, he tried to explain about the people in the bottom, and we know we have them. Close to 70% of the Kenyan population need help. And I think since 1960, that population has never improved, or that population almost has stayed almost like it's like a stagnant number. So every government which has been coming has been trying to come up with some policies to improve the lifestyle in the bottom, or the people who are already in the bottom. It is not that these people have not been helped. Even during Moi time, we used to have wakati tulikuanga na there was a certain government he had tried to introduce. I'm just forgetting his name. The name there was a name of how you wanted to help people in the rural areas. So every government has been able to come with those procedures and those and allocation of those money. So kila serikali imekuwa ikifanya hivyo. Even during Kibaki came up with his own procedures of funding the government. Even Uhuru Kenyatta, together with Ruto, they also came up with the procedures of funding the people in the bottom. So this idea of funding people in the bottom is not a new one. So that is why I don't want to buy this idea whereby we want to say now that now Mr. Ruto is now inventing the wheel of the people. Kenya is basically an economy of people who are struggling. So, and it has been that way from ages. So we don't, and we have been trying to serve these people. It's only that our numbers have not been improving so well, but we have those procedures already happening. And that's why over time, we have banking sectors like Equity Bank, which came and they were able to accommodate mkulima mdogo, tunawaitanga wakulima wadogo. Now hata mtu ako na 200 anaenda kwa bank. Those things came. Mtu hata ako na 200 anaenda kwa bank as we speak now. So the problem which I'm having is the modality of this financing ambayo wanasema, because already pesa amesema, because I think pia tumekuwa na pesa kwa vijana, kazi kwa vijana, and we have been flashing billions. So this is not the first time when a government will flash billions on a certain procedure. We have been flashing billions. So it's not a new concept. So I want to digest, to diverge from this idea where Kenyans think that Ruto is trying to invent the wheel. There is no wheel which is being invented here. It is the same thing, giving them different name. Hii hustler fund, it is the same money ambayo imekuwa ikiwekwa kwa serikali. Because kama ukiangalia like during the Kibaki time, so that people, ili watu waweze kununua mapikipiki kwa wingi sana, we were given small funding, small loan work. Watu walipewa maloni kidogo kidogo sana. You could easily go to Equity Bank, you can access money. So those procedures are already there. So what is now happening is now Ruto saw the need of vibrating those people in the bottom by trying to over-concentrate with them and try to pimp his manifesto as if his manifesto will extremely work for these people. But we need to remember that an economy is interconnected. You cannot only work with the people in the bottom without also working with the people on top, because it's interconnected, because one is supplying opportunities, the other one is working on opportunities. So it has to be an integrated system. Again, I didn't hear of how manufacturing and big investors, we are going to attract them, because you have to work with these two systems countercurrent. I don't want to talk about Ruto's manifesto. It was a very big document which can't be implemented. If I'm asked, it cannot be implemented. And even if you give him the government today, you will be frustrated. He will only implement 15% of what he said, because those things, they are too cumbersome. If I may talk about them, source of funding, I need to be told, are we going to take loans? Is it funding from our bado watu tunasaidia our mama mboga? Are they still the same people who we expect them? They will be able to start raising using taxes na hii pesa to pay. So those are the issues. Still, I need to know the modality of funding this project, because we know we collect 3 billion and we know how we distribute that money around the consumption within Kenya. So Ruto needs to still come out clear. So he didn't come clear. Okay, still on his manifesto, safeguarding these people. Sababu hawa watu, hata ukitoa 50 billion ni ya hustler, and you don't have a mechanism of protecting that money from squanderers, corrupt people, cartels. So if 50 billion will also create another pool of cartels. Again, he did not come out clear on how he is going to protect these people from cartels, because how watu tu anasema wako bottom, they will create their own cartels within the system. So that's also another thing he didn't address. But again, we can't help him to address it because that was upon him to do. Okay, let me come to today's activities. We have hii story ya Uhuru na Ruto leo. Yeah, it's a next stage of a jittered relationship. It's a relationship which cannot be recovered. And I would like also to caution my Azimio brigade. I think the best thing we can do now is, when Ruto and Uhuru start talking over each other, I think let's not talk about those things. We already know that this relationship cannot be recovered. So let's continue on our manifesto. And we know that these people, they have been working together, but somewhere they disagreed on the principles and the policies, and they had to go away. And that is not our problem, and it is not Azimio's problem. So I would not like Azimio to inherit these issues which are happening in-house in Jubilee. let's allow Jubilee to solve the issues themselves. But Azimio should not inherit this thing, because they might injure us when we want to look and to get our footing when we are looking for the votes. So let Jubilee as a party handle these issues, these quarrels between UDA and Uhuru. Let Jubilee handle if they have to handle, because they are the ones with the government. Remember, as Azimio, there are some things which we cannot wholesomely defend the government. Yes, we enjoy the support of the government, but there are some things we cannot fully explain on what the government have done. Because, like, for example, there are some of the corruption scandals which are being associated with one of the factions. And some of those scandals are true. And they have happened within the Jubilee government. So, and we cannot talk about them. We can only say, yes, money was plundered here. So, we have also to talk about these things with a lot of caution, because Ruto wants this narrative so that it can injure the Azimio reputation. So, and Ruto will push very hard for Azimio to inherit Jubilee problem. And I think that is a mistake which some of our people are not getting. So what UDA is pushing on is for Azimio to inherit some of the issues which Jubilee is being criticized on. So we have to be very categorical, and we should not inherit those problems. So UDA and Jubilee, they have to agree on some of the things which they were not able to achieve together. Azimio is a fresh blood. Azimio is not in the government. So we cannot inherit some of the issues, some of the corruption scandals which happened there. It is UDA to shoulder, not Azimio to shoulder. So kila saa when I hear watu wa UDA wakisema wako kwa serikali, and now they are shifting the ball on this other direction, we have to be very careful so that we don't carry a blame which is not ours, because that is what they are doing in Mount Kenya region. Kama mumeangalia hiyo mkutano imekuwa Tharakanithi na ile imekuwa jana huko Embu, the idea is to make Azimio to inherit the plunders of Jubilee. So, and they are orchestrating it very well and trying to always to make those things seem as if Azimio is part of the government now. And Azimio has to disown. They are not part of the government. We have to disown it clearly and show our people Azimio is not part of the government. So these issues, I know Uhuru is big enough. He can be able to talk over Ruto without support of anyone. So Uhuru doesn't need to be helped to talk over Ruto. But if we talk too much, it might also injure us, and we want more votes. Lastly, let me talk about Baba election, Baba consolidation of the Luo Nyanza. I'm very happy. All what I will say is that Nyanza region has to replicate the Kumira movement. That is extreme voting, whereby close. So I expect in August, people in Nyanza should go to in the hospitals and carry people from hospitals and take them to the booth. Wale wenda wazimu wako town na wako na voting nini wako na, they need to be guided there. Wazee. So I want to see in Nyanza this time around watu wamebebwa kwa mugongo.
Wako na IDs.
Hey, anyone who has an ID has to go and vote. So I expect Nyanza voter turnout to reach 94% turnout. And then also efficiency should be very high in Nyanza, because we know the states here, the presidency has to go to Nyanza. And the only way presidency has to go to Nyanza is Nyanza has to extremely vote, so that in case we get apathy from anywhere, if we get inconveniences from anywhere, because I know those are some of the things which enemies might plan, you don't know. They might plan those inconveniences during voting, some chaos somewhere, what was it there, those inconveniences might happen. So Nyanza has to make sure that the system on their end is fine-tuned, that hakuna mtu atabaki kwa nyumba. So I expect that rallying of everybody, kila mtu round hii, voter turnout in Nyanza should be the best. We are voting their son, and there is no option of allowing Raila Odinga miss a single vote in Nyanza. And I want to talk to my Nyanza friends here. We can miss this thing if voter turnout is so low. So people in Nyanza have to become mad. Lazima watu kwanza wakue ni kama wamekuwa wenda wazimu ya kutokezea. People have to get out and vote. So that is the rallying call. We have our friends in Mount Kenya region, in Ukambani. We have to equally tell them to get out and vote. But in Nyanza should be in a spike. In Ukambani, where again a very strong hold, should be in a spike. So in Coast should be in a spike. In Western Pare should be in a spike. Unless we reach that level, we know the plan which the UDA is planning. Number one, they want to bring this frustration that we still need to do a lot of work to win. And those are the things which they will keep on showing people in the campaign. And we have to show that we have confidence that Baba is winning this election. Remember, Baba is not new in this election. This is his 5th time. And he has almost been reaching on the end. Gymnastics inatokezea pahali, saa zingine tunashindwa na kujua ile imetokezea. Right now, we have no room to regret. This thing has to work and work well. So, kama ni voter turnout, tukue 100. So, we don't need, tunakuja hapa August 10 tunasema tungefanya hivi hii ingetendeka. Tungefanya hivi hii ingetendeka. We have to make sure that the system is 100. Agents wetu in Mount Kenya everywhere, kama ni kuwalipa vizuri, tuwalipe vizuri. We make sure wako pale, hakuna kura yetu ambayo itaibiwa. So, Baba has to be very alert everywhere. Nyanza, the system should be fine. So that one is my presentation today. And thank you, Demba, for giving me this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ngilu, just a comment before I bring Kuseo. You're talking about voter turnout in Nyanza, see if it's the only thing. I thought you'd extend that to across the country. Voter turnout should be high across the country. Voter turnout being good only in Nyanza will not be good enough. We need voter turnout being good across the country. I want to just on that tell you, I'm having with me, I'm hoping that I have the right statistics mapped out on 2013, because it's the one that we can make reference to. 2017, usually I say it's a wrong statistic to use. Anybody using 2017 is is operating on a very interesting. I use normally 2013 because at least
the dynamics.
Yeah. Now Migori, the turnout was 92%. Homa Bay, the turnout was 94%. Kisumu, the turnout was 90%. Siaya, the turnout was 92%. So going by 2013, the turnout is usually above 90, and you can imagine if they do the same, if they go above 90 again this time round, definitely. So we would want to see like Ngilu, that, as you are saying, turnout, and emphasizing that Nyanza has to have high turnouts. Other places where they're also supporting Azimio, let's see similar turnout. Like Turkana, the turnout was 76%. Can we see some turnout going up? Place like Makueni, the turnout was 84%, Machakos 83%, Kitui 85%, Kilifi, the turnout was 64%. So there are places we need to. Mombasa was 66. So if we could avoid the 60s in Azimio strongholds, because you see, if we are looking at 2013, those people who supported Jubilee, In the places where they won, apparently they didn't have anything below 80. You know, they end up.
But remember, the furnace is in Nyanza. That's where the furnace is. Furnace is in Nyanza.
You know, Ngilu, this is it. I think Kuseo will agree with me. There's this, let me use the story in the Bible. There's this lady who gave all, but she gave only, I think, was it, she gave, it was little.
Just cents, a few cents.
A few cents, but she gave all. So hers was 100%. And there's someone,
Bakisha anything.
Bakisha nearly to 100%, but it was cents. But there's someone who probably gave only 20%, but that 20% was maybe a lot. All right. So you can get out 100%, but even when you are getting out 100%, you find that still, if the other places don't have a lot of turnout, it will not be as effective. So what we still need to say, what the point I was trying to make, in the place where Jubilee won, they didn't have any turnout less than 80%. So they had 80 and above. So if we could target across the country everywhere where we have Azimio support, it is in Mombasa. Mombasa voted for Baba, but the turnout was 66%. Kilifi voted for Baba, but the turnout was 64%. So if you can have the places where across the other places of the country, where you can have anywhere you have Azimio stronghold and support, you have a turnout of 90 or 80 and above, definitely we are going to achieve something. So the same communication that Ngilu is communicating and saying that Nyanza needs to have a high turnout, let us push it also for the other places, you know, so that we can achieve what we are looking at. I want to bring in Kuseo, then I'll allow Hilary also to give a response.
Then, can I say in 30 seconds only? Kidogo to 30 seconds, please.
Now, just so that maybe what Kuseo will say, you will enrich your response.
Oh, thank you, Themba. What I want to deal with is the first thing on this, on our topics today, and then of course the issue of Siaya and this 6-piece voting. You see, one thing that we must all realize, for those who really understand politics, you know, I come to realize so many people have something to say about politics that they don't understand much about it, especially the Kenyan one. The Kenyan one is a very complex thing. You cannot use the formula you used to win in Coast, transfer it to Western, and still have the same approach. You will be missing it. Now, I remember all the speakers in Nyanza, all these visits, the rallies that have been held in Nyanza. These people have been emphasizing one thing. There is one of their main thing is that this is where Baba wants almost his entire script to start from. Now, you can argue that in the past, this had happened, like a good example, we can talk about Homa Bay. Homa Bay is one area where the party ODM brought on board the candidate or the contestant, and it turned out not to be. But somehow, maybe since the party already made a decision, they decided to go on with it, despite listening to the locals. But this time around, what the speakers were trying to say is that all these things that Baba has been looking for, this is like a sure bet. You do not want any side shows that are going to make it otherwise. For heaven's sake, keep your home village issues aside. We are not saying that in the past the party has always been right. No, not necessarily. It's just that the dynamics are very different now. Very, very different. If you think that you can say that you are supporting Baba to be president up there, well, it may well be. But you need to understand what the grassroots means to that being the president. If you ignore that, you are going to miss it. All these are priorities. All the county development is also a priority. But you look at it, it is like an act of parliament and the constitution. Anything which is an act of parliament should rank lower than what the constitution says. Now, if the bigger picture, let's sort to call it, is the presidency, you should put your best bet on that, your best fight on that. Anything, any distractions can still be compromised. Baba being the president, I'm sure, assuming anything is compromised at the county level so that he becomes president, he can still have an opportunity to correct it. That is some of the things which our two ladies there, I think, were on opposite side. And Themba, you didn't make matters any better by saying that both are right. Surely, both cannot be right. It is the priority at this time. Who ranks better? The two ladies, one of them are higher than the other. They cannot both be on the same level based on what is at stake. Now they should ask themselves, what is at stake right now? The road going to your market, the 26 kilometers, or going all the way to the president, to State House. If you find that concentrating on the 26-kilometer road, which the governor didn't do, unfortunately, so to say, that governor was not even Orengo. So to entirely blame it on him, it's not fair. So,
Kuse, you know, I like their argument, both of them, and probably
I agree. But you are defeated to say who was higher.
Hold on, Kuse. Before I bring in Ngilu
No,
to respond,
I have the last point on the president.
No, let me respond to that, then you'll give your last
okay.
I was saying this. To bring that matter to rest. There's an argument that a debate that you never bring to an end. The debate of the party interest vis-a-vis the individual interest, and that's why I say they are both right. Those who are pushing for, there are several things that have taken place. There are those people who hold the view that part of the development they didn't receive, and they're justifiably so. They didn't get development because those guys who are given the party tickets, some of them eventually, abdicated their duties, which definitely, you see that that narrative in some places. So there are also those who feel that the intra-party democracy wasn't exercised in the way that they wanted. And so some of those good candidates have chosen to go independent, all right? So what I say is the person who is having that argument and saying that, okay, fine, whichever way, we were feeling mistreated and we have chosen to go with our independent candidate, as much as we are still supporting the presidency and we want this path, I think they have their argument, right? And then, of course, the person who is saying that what the argument you're also bringing that, hey, Baba needs this, the party needs these soldiers in parliament. That's also an argument. And for me, I was bringing a truce in the sense that they are both okay, all right? Now, the picture is bigger in the sense of looking at party development. How does party hold their individual party members accountable? That in the next 5 years, the party can actually hold you accountable as a governor. It can hold you accountable as an MP, and say that because you are delivering on behalf of our party, then we want to see development happening in this place. But as it is right now, we have, after the party has given you a ticket, it seems like the party has no control over you. I want to give you a case in point. Aisha Juma was given a ticket by ODM, but for the time she has served, she went against ODM. Jubilee party members, when they went to parliament, they went on Jubilee, but after that they went against the party. So you see, it seems in our I think that was cured by the new, political parties, the Political Parties Act. I think it attempted to cure that so that the party can have recourse in the event that you are unruly in the process. They can sanction you. So I think that is what my point was. But as far as their arguments, I think they are both right. The party needs numbers in parliament, but also people need to feel, they say that you don't just want to see democracy, you want to perceive and to feel like it has been given to you justly. But that's what happens in a democratic situation. Yeah, okay, go on, Kusa.
To that extent, I agree with you. You are a fair judge, but nobody had asked for you to judge. So anyway, to that extent, you really, it makes sense. It's just that most people have been saying that Mara Baba has the last bullet, this and that. It is this time around when people should, he has not said it, but people should see that he actually has the last bullet. So all efforts should give that priority. Both are right the way you are saying. It's just that the way things are as we speak, where should the emphasis be? Where should the emphasis be? Anyway, let me conclude with the issue regarding the president. The first topic there. Now, you remember the DP had, I think, a session with some foreigners. I don't know which group it was. And he, for whatever reason, I found he was very harsh and very reckless about the IG. Now, he went round and round and explained how useless, how incompetent the IG is in the entire world. Those were his words, not just in the entire world. And then, in conclusion, he ends up saying that in any case, the IG is the president. What an abuse to a sitting president. You describe him like that, then at the end of it, you say that IG is the president. And you remember, they are the one who watered the security laws that made the president be the appointee for the appointing authority for the IG. And which was carried on out by these so-called 160 MPs. Who have been his followers since 2017. Now, a few hours later, having abused the president that much, he goes ahead and says that the president is his friend. Can the president just leave huyu mtu wa kitendawili alone so that we can deal with him? See the sort of double speak. He abuses him on the other side. This other side, he says that he should just leave him alone. He is not a contestant in the coming elections. He should just leave Baba alone for them so that they'll stand a chance to win. Now, even if you are the president, I think Uhuru is a very, very tolerant. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me allow Ngilu to give a response. And Aimba is back here. Aimba, I do not want you to be fiery right now. I want you to calm down.
Aimba should know where the priorities are.
Okay, sawa. Usitishia Aimba sana. Aimba ni kuna ile kazi anatufanyia hapa.
Aimba is coming back kama kuna breathing fire. No, calm down.
Yeah. Okay. Baba's last bullet. Aimba should know that.
Yeah.
Aimba is a serious Baba follower. Serious Baba soldier. But let Ngilu ongea alafu nipatie
okay,
ile.
sawa. You know, the reason why I talked about Nyanza and Ukambani, it is very simple. Those are our Wembley. Tukiongea sasa sahi. You know, an earthquake has an epicenter. And if Baba has to win this race, we need to start seeing an excitement in his stronghold, serious excitement. And that excitement will be able to connect with even other places where we are, where even the support is not very huge. So if there is good excitement in Nyanza, good excitement in Ukambani, the excitement in Ukambani can connect with Nairobi. The Nyanza one can come flowing all the way with Western. So hata ile 70% au majamaa wetu wameitishwa inapunguzwa to 20. So that's why I'm saying now we need to see a lot of excitement in Nyanza and Ukambani, serious excitement whereby those people are ready for Baba. That is the same. If you try to see That is the same excitement. I'm just trying to borrow something from Jubilee. If you can remember in 2013 and 2017, that is the notion which Central and Rift Valley created. Like they were too ready to go and vote. Whatever happened, hata kama hiyo uchaguzi, it was not extremely conclusive. So that's why now I'm saying now, because unajua saa hii Nyanza, we are voting somebody from Nyanza, and vile wanatokezea ni kama hata ukuwa na event kwako, wewe ukuwa na event kwako ama Harambee iko kwako, alafu sasa wewe mtu wa kwanza pale unataka tukuchangie na unataka tukuchangie milioni moja, alafu sasa unaweka ngiri hapo juu. Sasa si unajua, sasa ukituwekea ngiri pale juu, unajua wewe ni kama wewe ndio unatupea cup, unakuta hao wengine wanakuja wanaweka 800 500 hivyo, lakini ukitokezea you give us a good value there, hao wengine sasa wanakuja with the same. So that's why I'm saying Nyanza as an epicenter, Ukambani as an epicenter, because those are the two areas mimi nimeanalyze, nimeona they voted Baba overwhelmingly. So those are now the areas which should now guide us to the last man to vote for Baba. So, and the outfall will now slowly come from Central and the other areas. Vizuri zitakuja tu taratibu bila. Okay, last story ya Kuseo. Kuseo, unaona hii story ya, you know, in Nyanza, whether they say 6 Ps or they don't say, I know that those votes are home. What we are talking about is numbers. So in Nyanza, whoever becomes a governor, senator, to us is not a problem, because we know they will vote the people they want and in the parties they want, because we know Nyanza kuna vile they decide in their own style. So na hiyo hatutaki kuingililia. So sisi, we don't care who you elect as a governor, but what we care is N, which is the number of votes in the final basket. So nyinyi mukiamua mupigie Orengo, mukiamua mupigie nani, it's not our problem. Our problem is N. What is the N which is coming in the national basket? That's our problem. Whoever you vote is not our problem. Thank you.
Nani, Ngilu,
let
me remind Ngilu of something about the independent candidates.
All
the current independent candidates, where are they now today? They were all bought by KK. Remember that.
Hold on, Kuseo. I think, like I said, you're all making a point. But I know Aimba is here to disagree with Kuseo. But before I give Aimba that chance, Ngilu, there's a debate I think we will have here after the vote of 9. And for me, that's a conversation I want us to have, because right now, if we have that conversation, it will open some wounds that we are still carrying with us. Tuko na wounds, all right? And that debate, I want us to have it, because even this notion that that the turnout in Central was so high is a notion. It is evident that 2017, 2013, the votes have been, I mean, the 2 elections have been contested, and there has been, of course, evidence of interference. And even in those places, there was evidence that according to the ruling, IBC aided the system. So even when you're saying that there was kumira in Central, and in your own words, I can quote several of people from that side, Moses Kuria, Sabina Chege, and many others. They have suggested the fact that the vote was stolen, right? So it's a conversation, even when you're saying that, you see, you give us example, oh, like in Central, you know, we the turnout was kumira. That's a fallacy, in my view. Yeah. So this is a conversation we are still going to have after so that we can cure the idea of election interference, so that the voice of the person is heard. You know, the voice of the voter is heard. And we are hoping that this time around in this election, that is going to happen. And that's why you are seeing Chebukati is being told, we want you to let the voters to speak. If it has happened that before, it has been very evident that Baba has won. Why hasn't he been announced and pronounced as the president? Because there has been interference. But now if you're using that to stay and tell us that, you see, Nyanza is a place where you guys have had turnout, and this is what you guys have to come out because that is the epicenter. I mean, it is a good and relevant argument at this point, but it is erroneous. Its assumptions are wrong. And you know why? We'll buy it for now. And of course, you are going to say that we have to have voter turnout. But you and I know that's a conversation that we need to have. Now, let me allow Aimba time to give a response. She has been brought back here. Hilary, najua kule kwa UDA wamama mtawapatia 50%, lakini hamjatuonyesha evidence. Sasa wacha sisi kwa sababu kina mama tunapatia 50% na tumechagua mmoja wao, wacha tuwapatie at least priority. We'll come back to you, Hilary.
Demba, I've been waiting for long. And down. I need to go actually, it's getting late. But anyway, I'll hold on.
Okay. Oh, Aimba has been gracious enough. Hilary, you can speak, and then we'll bring in Aimba.
Okay. I just wanted to really commend Ngilu. I think he has actually given a very good presentation. I mean, I think one of the best I've had in this forum, actually. So, well done. On Manifesto, I think Ngilu came out very well, and in the end, actually criticized. And I don't actually blame Ngilu for that. But before I just continue on that, I just wanted to say something about Azimio Manifesto. Azimio Manifesto may have been good, but I think they just also gave too much detail. You know, it's like when you want to do everything, and then it's really, really too much.
Did you read it?
Yeah, I read Azimio 100%.
Oh, so you were able to read ours?
No, I read, to be honest with you, the only reason I haven't read KK 100% is I was so busy here. I've been so busy. So, but I'll read. However, having said that,
it is too long. You can't read it within 2 days.
No, I'll read it. Trust you. I have all the time with me. And then I think also Ngilu mentioned something about some details missing and the fact that it wasn't detailed enough. The thing is, when you are writing a strategic plan, you cannot put all the details there because you've got other documents that, you know, form part of that. So, and I've actually followed all the economic forums, and I can tell you, most of the economic forums actually resonated very well with the people. But anyway, that's for another day. I just wanted to make those few comments. Now, point number 2, Ngilu actually mentioned something about the numbers. And quite frankly, I think we'll meet here, you know, on 10th August, and I'm very sure we'll have a discussion. What Ngilu said, I'm telling you, don't actually ignore that. I'm a Kenya Kwanza person, definitely 100%. But I'm telling you, those numbers, you know, my background is finance, legal, blah, blah, blah. I've analyzed that one in detail, and I'm telling you, when Ngilu was speaking, I was like, yes, this is the guy that knows. So well done, Ngilu. Otherwise, thank you all of you for bearing with me today. It's getting too late here in the West, and I'll log off, probably chill for a few minutes, and then head off.
But Hilary, on your second point, you haven't said anything. You have said that you have told us your background is in finance and legal and all, and those numbers.
Analysis.
You meet here on 10. What does that have to do with your?
Because okay, you want me to talk because what Ngilu was actually talking about turnout, it is so crucial. It is so crucial, and whether you choose to accept or not, that is actually the reality.
What's the reality?
Yeah, the reality is that this one is a very tight race, and don't write off anyone. I mean, don't listen to a lot of things. Don't write off anyone. But I'm telling you, it's tight, my friend. The reason I'm bringing in finance and blah, blah, blah is that in my day job, I analyze very big numbers. I know I mean, I've done a lot of things, but I'm
Yeah,
telling
that's
you,
fine. That's
those
fine.
numbers don't lie. Those
That's
numbers
fine,
don't lie.
Ngilu. That's fine. That's fine, Hillary. I mean, the questions we're asking, you're not answering us, but you're telling us what is likely to happen, which we can hear from everybody. Let me give you an example. If you hear Wajakoya supporters,
Yes.
they will tell you that he also has experts. Did you see the Rasta lawyer who talked when they are doing the launch?
Yes.
Yeah, so he also has experts in different areas, and they wrote a very nice manifesto. If you ask them, they will tell you that they have the numbers, and come 10th, Wajakoya will be the president. So that is not a new tagline, okay? It is a common tagline with depending with which expert. And all these teams have experts. The UDA has its own experts. And one of them is the one that we showed you a video here a while ago. And she said that she was part of those people who put the document together, the Gloria. And she couldn't answer a question on corruption. You see? So experts are there. It's not experts that are lacking. It's not people who can read the numbers. Hold on.
Yeah.
It's not about whether you can read the numbers or not. We have Kuseo here is good with statistics. He's a professor in a university. We have different people, okay? So that is not the question we are asking. We are asking the elephant in the room. You have given us a document. You cannot tell us some things about it. That is the question. We will be here 9th, people will vote, there'll be a winner. But here we are asking a simple question. You know, this is not like a place where, you know, they will go to church and pastor will say, I can predict, I can prophesy that so and so will be the president. And you will not answer and you will not answer. Here we have realistic questions. So if you can't answer simple questions, we deal with the here and now. Then you're not doing us a favor by telling us, according to me, I have this, you guys don't write anybody off, but yet the questions we are asking right now, you cannot respond to. However, I agree with you. You are going to read the document, hopefully. When you come back, you will enlighten us more. Because even your people, the principals could not do anything to it, and they have stopped even talking about it in their rallies. So just be there. You want to give a comment, and then I give Aimba?
Yeah, but I mean, last comment. To be honest with you, I think, yeah, I know you talk about experts. Yes, there's opinion polls, there's this. But one thing I've realized is in this race, there's a certain, you know, people that like to dismiss things. But the thing is, dismiss at your own risk. And I think Diro actually brought the issues very well. Others, as I said, good night, guys. And it was nice, you know, having this chat. Bye-bye.
Hillary, I have homework for you.
Dismiss at your own risk.
With your permission, can I remind Hillary about the homework? He started by telling us that this election will be won based on the economy. And one of the issues which the DP dwelt on was on agriculture.
Yes.
Now, there are economic issues around agriculture. Now, if the DP is going to win based on the economy, go and come back when you have read the entire thing. Come back with the economic issues around agriculture, how it has collapsed. Then you can then proceed to tell us how he's going to win based on the economy of the agricultural sector.
Sorry. I'll do that. I'll do that. And actually, on agriculture, I was actually going to say that there's a caveat. I know. So anyway,
just go. You haven't read the document. And then Hillary, you also you seem to differ with your guys. The lady Gloria on Citizen said that our document is so it's not even a document, it's not even a manifesto, it's a plan. We can give it to anybody and the person will implement it. Here you are saying that a manifesto like ours, it doesn't have other details. So it means that even the two of you in your own team, you don't agree. But it's okay. You go read it and then you can come back.
Sorry. The thing is, as I said, they took both different approaches. Azimio wanted to do everything, which, to be honest with you, I mean, a lot of strategic plans in organizations, politics, sometimes it doesn't see the light of the day. And it's because it's too much.
So you're actually criticizing the...
No. Wait. Give me a chance. That's why I'm saying that the one for Azimio is too much. They wanted to talk about everything, but Kenya Kwanza one, they were targeted. If you look at it, it's actually bottom up.
But you haven't read it, Hillary. You haven't read it.
No. The thing is that there's a difference between reading it 100% like the way I've read Azimio, and actually browsing through it and knowing the details. And as
So
I
between okay, a simple question, between Azimio document and UDA document, which one is more detailed?
I think in terms of I know Azimio has got a lot of brief sections which are actually very good, but the one for Kenya Kwanza,
it was a simple question. Which one is more detailed?
I would say it depends. Detailed on what sense? If it
Okay.
is text, it's Kenya Kwanza. If it is sort of a lot of subheadings, yes, it is Azimio.
Okay, see you. You go read it. Let's meet tomorrow if you come back. Yes. Hopefully, we'll get something from Black, who is here to cushion you.
Yeah.
Yes, I.
So Ruto, besides the fact that okay, so usually I talk about voices a lot, yeah, because like when I hear a voice that's so shrill, and then when I hear mine that you guys have to see my face to confirm that I'm female, I usually kind of get amazed, and that takes me back a bit. And then okay, so that of course amuses me. And then now what you're saying, I'm not sure, it confuses me a bit. So now Ngilu has suddenly come and said this election will be won on numbers, or our percentages should come out. See, I thought you guys were supposed to be beating us so that by the time 10th arrives here, we come here and have a conversation. So now Wajakoya has stand up and sasa munapelekana bumper to bumper na Wajakoya kwa sababu amechukua watu wetu wote wenye hawana votes na wenye wako generation zero solutions kwa sababu walikuwa designed to fail when Ruto was Minister for Education. Sasa mumechukua hiyo generation nusu kwa nusu kwa sababu wanawake unajua kawaida we are turning up mata. Sasa unakuja kutuambia tena itakuwa turnout yetu. Sasa you are sympathizing with us if we do not turn out. You should encourage us to rubbish what Ngilu has said so that we do not turn out, so that at least you have a chance tuone vile nyinyi na Wajakoya munapatana wapi na wapi, kwa sababu hii Raila nayo imeisha. By the way, right now we're just confirming a few things, right? So sijali, you can have a good night and you can marinate on that even as we talk later. I'm sure Black will assist you maybe with the cushioning as was said. All right, coming back to my issue. Seek ye the kingdom and the rest shall follow, it is said. All right? When Raila becomes president, not if, when he does become president, he's going to be the president of the nation. Many times the argument has been to party as a Luo, the Luos in the house, I'll say it in Jango, then we can translate it. Miuru baba jomodi gorego malokocha. Donge. So patieni baba wale watu wanaenda kupigana nao pale juu. Si ndio? Sasa tunakuja kwa county na watu wenye wako na gloves za kupigana pale juu ya nini? Na kuna watu wenye wametoa gloves ndio wafanye kazi hapa chini kwa watu wa chini. Kwa nini tushughulikie hiyo? Now I have said on this platform before and I will repeat it. A Raila presidency is going to see a lot of Luos get very little because he has the whole nation to deal with. So this is what will happen. Pale chini tukieka watu wenye wanafaa kupigana huko juu na tufanye watendakazi chini, shida itakuwa ni yetu. I'm a woman and I'm alive to the fact that a woman can go into a labor ward, come out without a child, or the child comes out and she dies. When she does die, God forbid, and she leaves this child behind, what then happens regarding how this child is raised? It depends on the environment she left behind. That is what will determine the outcome of the quality of a child that will be born here. I'm also alive to the fact that I will be dead longer than I lived. It is something I frequently say. For the while that I'm living, it has to count for something. What I have garnered out of being alive today determines what tomorrow will be, including for those that I leave behind, bearing my name and my title and my heritage. So now, when we speak about a human being like a deity, when we speak about them like their tomorrow is confirmed by that vote that we are giving, by that whole office that they hold, what are we saying to ourselves? I'm alive to this reality. Actually serving the DM party, if anyone cares to know. But I know the reality that when I retire home, my problems, my challenges, my successes are entirely on me. Due to that particular fact, when I speak about what I think I need, that past Ayimba being a child of the soil, past me having been someone who is favoring Raila because of the struggle he has put in and what he is capable of doing for this nation. And I speak about this nation because I have a child who's Kikuyu. When this child retreats back to Moranga, he needs to find good services systems in place that do not recognize his mother who's an Achieng, just because of the fact that he's a child of Kenya. This can only be affected by the fact that systems and services were offered in an equilibrium of something I created. That I can only do when I do not think of how local I can be in terms of whom I'm giving to go fight for Baba. Let me tell you the truth. Baba does not need anyone to fight for him. He needs workers on the ground in order for Kenya to work. So when I give him a fighter here, down here, who will be fighting for him up there, what have I done to myself down here? That is my conversation. At the end of the day, the truth is as follows. We may talk politics all we want. We will be dead longer than Kenya can ever be. And the decisions we make now, because they serve our egos, they serve our purposes for now, will futuristically serve us very rough. As a mother, that is my concern. As a woman, that is my concern. It is what it is that I leave behind that is safe for my child, that is safe for that child next door, not in order for that child not to kill mine, because I was able to work for mine that I'm fighting for this nation. So even as we have a political conversation, I'm having a logical conversation. I'm having a maternal conversation. I'm having a human conversation. At the end of the day, it cannot be lost to us. If tomorrow, God forbid, Raila does not wake up, what then happens to us? Will we say that the future of my child was pegged on an individual other than the nation that I bore him in, that I was trying to fix? Let us be alive to that fact, even as we enjoy things here, by the way. When Raila comes as president, the things that people are going to ask him about what he brings to the table ought not to be important if we understand anything. I had someone speak about Tanzania here. Tanzanian political parties are never about individuals. That is why they brought about Magufuli. If at all you have seen how that works, immediately Magufuli fell because he was not the owner of the party. He was a tool the party was using in order to be able to offer governance. They were able to replace. And as such, their party was able to continue with a service that's not necessarily killing the nation. So ideally, that is what political parties are about. They're not about individuals. When you are still pegging us on individuals, believe me, guys, we're going to go this direction. And I hope now this time we go down to the bottom. When you get down to nothing, surely God gets up to something. And even we as a people get up to something. So we stop thinking simplistically and we move forward. As and when now the table is set for us to negotiate, we will negotiate on the fact that we have Azimio. The individuals fighting down there in Siaya, for instance, are all Azimio. When we speak about independence having been bought, we can have that conversation now. Who did we vote for in 2017? Where is he now? Anytime the conversations regarding billions that exchanged hands were given, what can you say about it? So is it that when somebody else is being spoken about the billions that they took, and this other one that was bought, that was also hungry because he came as independent, she came as independent, and that meant resources, when they've been bought to whichever side, why should we consider that a bigger sin than any other? It is about time we know that I birthed a leader. I am a leader. I am capable of leading this nation when opportunity presents itself, when we are qualified enough as voters to decide what the country is going to do. That is when you should not allow the conversation regarding dynasties and hustlers to come about. It should be equal places on the fact that I have skilled a Kenyan to come and become a leader. I have skilled a Kenyan to become properly schooled for the love of their nation. Let us love Kenya more than we love ourselves. Let us love Kenyans more than we love our sycophancy. Let us move beyond the moment. I know men are wired to think for here and now. We women are wired to think for tomorrow. Within my tomorrow, I am not there. Raila is not there. Kenya is there. My child, if God wills, it is there. That is what I'm going to safeguard. That comes before anything else. and most specifically before an individual. Thanks.
Yeah, fair enough. We can let that rest. We like I said. I mean, you guys have an argument, and it is both of you are right. Yeah, Irene is right. Christine is right. So is right. I mean, the conversation is good. People that are aware, you know, the more you become aware, and sometimes I invite us to study, to look at the developed democracies in terms of how they develop their political parties to where they are. These challenges have been there, and they face every political party that is growing. And it is something that it shows that democracy is actually, you know, working. When you start to see these demands that are being put on political parties, that are being put on governments, that are being put on individuals, that's a sign that democratic space is you know, widening. And when you see a population that has been informed, and they're putting pressure and demands on political systems and political parties and political leaders, that's a sign of growth. And then, of course, as time goes by, the political parties also now start taking shape. It takes time. It doesn't. It took a while before even the US had you know, the two main you know, political coalitional parties that we are seeing right now. If you can go back, you see the kind of challenges they faced. And it is a process of political activity that is happening in that system. So what you're raising is very important. And also what the others are raising, what the political parties are raising, is also important. So let's see how that argument goes. You might not achieve it in this, you might achieve it in this political cycle, but still the conversation will go on, and it needs to go on in a democratic society like ours. The good thing is we listen to everybody. You know, you hear everybody. Political parties are expressions of their individual members who lead them. So if eventually like Tanzania, Chama cha Mapinduzi, you know, went through several phases, but at least it has lived long, and they have created systems that have worked. And since South Africa has had similar, you know, development and has reached where it is. And hopefully Kenya will have some political parties. That is what was envisaged when they started Jubilee Coalition, and I think NASA. But in between, challenges came in, zote zikasambaratika, and of course you had now the confusion that we have right now. And we are having this confusion because of two people, the president and his deputy. If only they held together, we would still be having NASA right now, and NASA would now be getting power from Jubilee Party. And the line will be so clear, and we wouldn't be having fears that Ngilu is bringing. I think also now, on to the point, Ngilu is saying that the president should not talk, and we should not defend the president, you know, on what he says, because we will be told that you know, we are taking some of the blames of the Jubilee government. Kenyans are not stupid. And Kenyans have moved away from the point of you are saying that I was not in government. And we live in a time where you can access information anytime. You can go online and you can play what the deputy president said yesterday and what he's saying today. So Kenyans are not that stupid that you will believe that Raila is in government. They want to push that narrative. Even after launching their manifesto, they're not talking about it. They are pushing that narrative. But you realize that Kenyans are wiser right now. And if you can listen to some of them, right now, the only one thing they know is that ule jamani mwizi na muongo. Those are two things that they clearly know. Ask uongo na mwizi is only one name that comes out of it. So it's how it comes. I'm waiting to see how this threat on the president, turns out, because that is a major area. I don't know how it's going to be pushed, but already it has started catching fire, and that is likely to galvanize certain Mount Kenya voters to vote for Azimio. Now that we are having Black here, before Black, Makiadi came in before you, Black. So let me allow Makiadi to give his presentation, and then you can come in. I know you are coming to cushion your friend Hillary.
No, actually, Ndemba, I have to be fair to all the other panelists who have not spoken anything. I was here earlier and I made a few remarks, so I'll just let Black proceed with his presentation.
Oh, fair enough. What is happening with you guys? You have some sense of peace in you.
Why have you passed? Why have you skipped Bob?
I think Black. I think I'm in the process of
why
trying
have you
to.
skipped Bob?
They want to roast Black. They want to roast Black. Black unanyemelewa. Wewe tu chukua tu.
No, I'm in the process ya kupima suti, so mambo mingi
I know. Wanawapeleka
kazi yangu ni kupima tu suti na kupiga pasi. Wacha Black apige siasa hii tulimaliza.
Okay.
I know ni kusukuma nikijaribu kunisukuma kichinjio. But mine was more of an extraction plan for Hillary.
Okay, hold on. You could say you're saying Bob came before Black? Bob, did you come before Black?
I came here before Black. I came here before Ayimba, but I think there you have started developing some bias. So I am just watching you keenly.
Okay. Why are you starting to behave like UDA members? They are the ones who are self-stigmatizing every time. So
take him to the tribunal to discuss this bias.
Okay then. Black, will you be patient? We hear Bob.
Now, thank you very much, all panelists. I'm happy to join you. Much has been said. You know, I have been politicking for so long, so I just wanted to mention one or two things that happened yesterday, and I want Black to take encouragement. Black, yesterday, one of the events that took place was the ladies who were campaigning in Rift Valley, Nyandarua. Black, this is an example of this is a clear example of how we can empower these ladies, because I have not seen UDA trusting their women to go out there and look for a vote for Baba in any part of this country. The best they have done is to allow them to be in the podiums and do a little bit of shaking with very little value. So, Black, I want to encourage you to try and talk to the people of UDA to trust their women to go out there in terms of leadership. Go out there and do their thing, and not to hide them to present them only for shaking the rear view mirrors. Lastly, I want to say this issue of the 6 piece. For me, it's not a big issue. I would it will come out on its own. Let it just let people politic and definitely in Luo Nyanza, it's either fortunately ODM come out of, because
Bob, sort your connection, man. Sort your connection. Black, umeangukia.
Amjambo panelists, mko fiti?
Mko freshi barida.
Na wote wenye wanatuwatch popote mlipo, mambo safi. Nice to see you all. I hope you're all doing fine. I hope you're all doing fine.
Let me guide
yeah.
you kwa sababu wewe tabia yako ni mbaya sana. Wakati mwingine unakuja hapa, you scatter around and then unatuacha hapa. Tafadhali tupatie agenda 5 za manifesto yenu, 5 tu peke yake tafadhali, na usiongee vitu mingi sana, 5 tu.
Sasa Temba, I wish ungenipa muda niongee, but anyway, let me just go into it. I hope you're all doing fine popote pale mlipo. Nawapenda nyote kama kawaida. Kazi ni kazi.
Ongea vile ulikuwa umepanga.
Yes, now kabla niendelee mbele, Bob anasema ananitolea mfano that I don't know, Azimio has been having women in the forefront of the campaigns for Baba, that we should borrow a leaf from there, kwamba kuhusu venye wanawake wanaweza pewa nafasi in leadership. I mean, out of the 47 governors that are vying for the top seat, I mean, of leading counties, 11 are women. 9 of them are from which side? UDA. So ukisema katika watu ambao wamepewa opportunity ya kulead in reality, not just to campaign, because kuna wanawake wengi ambao wana campaign pia, si kuna wanawake not necessarily wale wako forefront kwenye majukwaa, kuna wale pia wako pale chini wana campaign, those are also women. You don't have to go juu ya podium ndio uonekane kwamba eti wewe mwanamke wenye umepewa chance ya kucampaign. Does it mean that only the women ambao kwenye podium wakikampenia Baba wale wako pale kina Sabina Chege, those are the only ones? No, I'm sure there are other Azimio women at the background that are still campaigning for Baba. But it's only that in our side, we've given them actual chances and opportunities to lead counties. 9 of them. Now, moving ahead, of course, I'm outnumbered here, as I can see. As they say, the majority have their way, but the minority have their say. So at least you'll allow me to have my say. By at least, as you always do, Themba, coming up with 1 point of the 10 points agenda of Baba, let me do the same with 1 in regards to matters health of the KKA manifesto. I'll just try to make it as brief as possible. And this was something in regards to health coverage. We all know for a nation to be productive, they need to have food security, they need to be having good housing, to have jobs, as well as kupata malazi mazuri. So nitaingilia kwa upande wa health. In that perspective, the issue in regards to NHIF, which has been very many times discussed here. We all have families and relatives back home. And kile kitu kikubwa sana ambacho wanatupigia sana masimu kwa upande wa kuwasaidia ni matters health. Fulani amelazwa, fulani anahitaji hii pesa. Fulani amepatikana na hii, anahitaji hii pesa. Now with this NHIF proposal that was brought up by the Deputy President Ruto, that is going to be doing good for these people back home, he proposed the reduction of the amount that was going to be paid for this NHIF scheme. At the moment, the lowest is paying 500 shillings and the highest is paying 1,700 shillings. In his proposal, amesema kwamba yule wa chini atakuwa analipa around 300 shillings a month. That translates to around 3,600 shillings a year, as opposed to the previous 6,000 shillings per year. Now, the best part about this is that with these 300 shillings that this Kenyan is going to be paying, there are a lot of benefits that they are going to be getting into that. Because mtu amelipa hii 300, mtu nyumbani umemlipia, hata wewe kama kwa mfano Makiadi au Njiru umemlipia nyumbani 300 kwa mwezi, anaweza kuzalishwa because there are two choices by the way. Kuna hospitali ambazo ziko comprehensively covered whereby mtu analipiwa 100% cover, na kuna zile ambazo ziko not comprehensively covered, only a portion of which is covered. So most of these comprehensive covers are in the government hospitals. Unapata anaenda na mtu mwenye ako na mimba anaweza kwenda akazalishwa vizuri na anatoka pale bila kulipa hata ndururu kwa ile tu 300 yake aliyokuwa amelipa. Wa dialysis the same, kidney transplant the same, MRI, X-ray, chemotherapy, and even as well getting ambulance services just for that 300 shillings. Sasa ukija ukiangalia whether you're Azimio or you're KKA, isn't that a plus in matters health? Yes, it is. So I hope as we move forward tutaenda tukichambua chambua pole pole these points that were brought about kwa upande wa KKA, just as you are doing of Azimio, and give it a fair chance. Mwache tu kupuuza tu kila kitu. So today I just wanted to come with this kitu tu brief, sikutaka kusema mambo mengi na niachie hapo unless kuna maswali. Nake sitaki kuongea sana, mida mibaya.
Black, mimi nataka kuuliza swali tafadhali. Unajua kuna vitu viwili ambaye UDA iko na wanapenda kutoa mawaidha sana ama wanazungumzia sana, na kitu moja ni polisi, ya pili ni NHIF. You know, the conversation around NHIF for William Ruto and Atwoli, it has been a tug of war because of the appetite that William Ruto has had for NHIF. And even as he speaks about NHIF and bima ya health, William Ruto is on record trying to siphon funds from NHIF by trying to force NHIF to buy particular pieces of land, and this is a long history. He has been trying to siphon money from NSSF and trying to block the workers who are the majority of contributors of these two institutions from having representation of their unions, particularly Atwoli. So, Black, I would want you to even avoid that question, because if we dig down about NHIF and the police, we will find a lot of dirt. So you are better off keeping away from that issue, because they will not actualize that fund as it should be. Their intention is to seize the particular areas where they feel that that they can realize what they have lost in their campaigns, and it is evident from the past history. So I would just leave it at that. I would not want you to answer, but go and internalize and read about the history of NHIF losing funds and NSSF. You will realize that what I'm telling you is the truth.
Thank you, Black. I stepped away, not because I didn't want to hear you. I heard what you said. So don't you start having those self-stigmatizing statements like Bob Papa that I could have run away from your presentation because I don't like you. I like how passionate you become when you're saying that kazi ni kazi. And you're saying we need to interrogate a document that even you people cannot even interrogate it. You know, you cannot interrogate it. You cannot even present a summary of it. You have launched a document that you can't talk about in a rally. You're going to Tharakanithi and you don't talk about the document at all. You have not talked about the document. We are trying to bring out the sense of You are the ones who said, and I think the hypocrisy on your side is very telling. You're the ones who say that this politics should be about issues, but you have been campaigning for Baba all along. When you keep bashing him in every opportunity that you get, even after launching your manifesto, we would have hoped that right now you'd be having more of those economic forums to unpack the manifesto, because that manifesto, someone cannot read it. Even you, I doubt you have read it. And what you are talking about is what you have been summarized for by the media. You haven't read it. I have the Azimio manifesto with me. I've gone through it severally. You see, even Hillary, your friend, could not even tell which one is longer than the other, which one is more detailed than the other. It tells of how you get tired even before you start. So now, if the technocrats, the so-called people who have probably made it, are even tired to go through it, how will a local person, Mama Mboga, go through it? Well, the intention is for you not to understand at all, so that you say, hata sielewi, wewe fanya vile utafanya. I mean, Black, you guys talk so well, and I expected more and better things in after the launch, but you're going back to the same thing you've been saying. It doesn't even look like you have launched a manifesto. It looks like you guys have just been going on. Nothing about a manifesto has been talked about. Let me allow Makiadi to ask you a question also, and then the name here, it's Kealana or it's Kalana. The name is
yeah,
yes,
Black.
Makiadi.
Mine is very simple. Black, I was reading your plan, the DP's plan here on fighting corruption, and he put it very clearly that UDA's plan on fighting corruption is our strategy on fighting corruption is depoliticizing and removing the weaponization of our criminal justice system. Would you please explain to me what the DP meant by that statement?
Okay, Makiadi, I'll put it this way. Kwamba at this very point, and I think I may have touched this some few days back, that accounts, or rather the budget ya Makarao Investigative Authority, that is, wanga inapitia through the office of the president. It's not so independent as you believe. Or I did not know that. I just came to realize recently. Now, it's up to the president. For instance, wewe ndo rais, kwa mfano sasa Makiadi, unastahili mimi ni mfisadi, sawa? Mimi na Temba sote ni wafisadi. We are not, but just giving an example, sawa? Now, hela yote ambayo investigative authority ambao wanapata lazima ipite kwa mkono yako niende kwao, but lakini wale ambao tunafaa kuchunguzwa ni mimi na Temba ambao ni rafiki zako. Unanipata? Now, he who pays the piper ana play tune yake venye anataka, venye mwenye anapatia pesa venye anataka. It is agreement, wewe mwenyewe una uwezo, since wewe ndo mwenye kupeana, kuweza kuuliza ni vipi, ni nini, maswali mengi, things that you should not be nalo. Unaanza kuambia unajua kuna mambo ya ufisadi fulani hivi na hivi. At that very point, ukijua that is the case, would you not be in a position to control that the line of investigation? Yes, you can. Hiyo achana na hiyo kesi. But now, if at all the investigative authorities wanakuanga na accountant wao na budget inatumwa kwao, independent of the office of the president. So whatever activities they do there, they do not have to come back and then seek again finances from the office of the president. Ndo maana akasemaje, Let me finish, Temba, please. Operationalizing the funds such that judiciary wakipewa hela yao, they can hire more judges, because currently we have a shortage of judges. The same judiciary can be able to acquire more courtrooms for office of the OPP prosecution.
Hold on, Black. Hold on, Black. Hold on. I mean, you're giving details just like your document. Now, Makiadi, just read what the deputy president said in his document about the fight on corruption. Whatever you read right now.
Okay. So what I read is the deputy president said, and I'll paraphrase, I'll just quote what he said. He said, our strategy on fighting corruption is in depoliticizing and removing the weaponization of our criminal justice system.
Okay.
Andrew, yes, Daniel, just one.
Okay, now you look at that, and Azimio, that
let me respond to them.
Hold on, Black. Calm down. I'm trying to drive something, yeah. So he's saying depoliticization and deweaponization of the fight on corruption. That's a strategy. That's a strategy. That's not a strategy, Black. That's a political statement, right? When you're saying a strategy on fighting corruption, you don't talk about a political statement. Depoliticization, that's not a strategy. Because it is politicization on the fight of corruption is, first of all, a political statement and a matter of perception. So when you're saying my strategy is to depoliticize, that's not a strategy. And I'm thinking your deputy president must have had good advisors to tell him that, okay, how are we going to fight corruption? You see, depoliticization or politicization of the fight against corruption is a matter of perception. Gachagua has a case in court, right? It is a case in court. It doesn't matter when or who is in power at that time, but he can choose to say it is a political war against him. Sakaja has no degree certificate, but he goes to what do you call it, to media
tribunal,
and then says that I'm being fought politically. So you choosing that someone is fighting politically is a matter of perception, as more away from the fact of the matter. So when you look at Azimio fighting corruption, it stands on its own, and commitment that Azimio gives 9 areas of commitment. What Makiadi has said is in number 8 of that. He says, fast track the reform of the criminal justice system to ensure judicious and expeditious disposition of corruption cases. So they lift that up, and they come now, they put it there that we are going to depoliticize. You increase the capacity of various investigatory and enforcement institutions to combat corruption. Lifted verbatim from the Azimio thing, but they didn't know how to make it work in a different way. Number 7, accelerate recovery of proceeds of corruption and illicit financial flows. Accelerate recovery. They didn't talk about acceleration of recovery because, number 1, Gachagua has a case in court of money suspected to have been illicitly acquired. They cannot talk about that. Review and expand witness protection and incentivize citizens in the fight against corruption. They didn't say anything about that. Strengthen the institutions fighting corruption, including better coordination and application of innovative methods and technologies. Now, if you go to the Azimio document, if you have read it, Black, it gives blow detail on what strategy is. what is depoliticization? If you are a politician who is already going to do it, that's a political process. So already, even whatever things that you're going to do, that's a political process. When I say I'm going to depoliticize, fight against corruption, people have a freedom to perceive that they're being fought. And in Kenya, anybody who is being pursued, they choose to say that I'm being pursued because I'm in politics, I'm a politician. You go steal, and then when you are caught, you say I'm being followed. When you are stealing, you are alone. But now when you're being followed, you say that when the systems are following you, you are saying that now it's political. Now, that is not a strategy, Black. And you cannot lie to us, it's Kenyans.
Temba, it is very unfortunate that Makiadi asks me a question and I'm trying to explain, and you're taking that opportunity because I respect you as a moderator. And when I'm asked a question, I'm supposed to be given that chance to explain my answer. When I'm halfway through, you bombard me with what Azimio's plan is. You should have listened to the end, then come up with a question in regards to whatever I would have said. Then at that point, it would have made sense to compare with what you've done. But I've not yet given my points, and then you're giving me your points. That is very unfortunate, therefore.
You are taking another
Let
2
me
minutes to
But
explain something
Black,
that is not there.
you are out
no,
of
Temba.
topic.
I was getting in the
You are
point.
taking us
I was
out of
getting.
topic.
I was saving you.
Black,
Diana, please
you were
mute your
taking
mic.
us out of the
Now,
topic, and we
It's okay. Hold on.
we wanted to be
now
on the,
listen.
we wanted to bring you back on the track.
Now, Temba.
So that you
Temba,
can compare
Temba.
what you've told us and what
When you're
Azimio
talking
is
about,
saying.
can you please mute this girl? Now, Temba.
Yes.
Temba. When tukiwa tunaongelea kuhusu corruption and how to counter it, you know which organs are supposed to be are responsible to ensure that this is capped, and that's the police, the prosecution, and the judiciary. That's a fact, because the police do the investigations, the prosecution prosecute the case, and the judiciary depending on the evidence that has been brought towards them, they do the conviction, isn't it? Now, I was in the process of trying to explain all that as to how these three organs
Black,
would ensure
see,
that justice is.
The reason why I cut you short is because you are going on a tangent. You are explaining something that actually is not there. It's okay. I mean, if you don't understand, it's okay. But you see now telling us what you already know. We know the police does the investigation. We know the prosecutors what they do. We know the judges what they do. That's not what we want to hear. What we want to hear is what strategy. You have told us, okay, they will enhance or finance those. That depoliticize. That's what you want to tell us, not to tell us that the police investigates, the judiciary does this. Those are common things. So what is it that strategically, what does UDA? Because I don't believe there's Kenya Kwanza. It is UDA. So what does UDA want to do about corruption? Don't tell us the nitty-gritties that the police are the ones who are being funded, the judiciary is being funded. Those are common things that everybody knows. That's not what we want to hear, and that's not how we want you to use your time and use our time. Use your time.
Okay, Temba. Okay, what do you want to hear? Tell me, what do you want to hear?
We want to hear your strategy on fighting corruption. Don't tell us that you have funded police and no police are going to find CG, whatever. Those are now the nitty-gritties.
Temba, there are very many ways someone can achieve something. If perhaps your way of curbing corruption is in the manner of which you believe in, then that is right as per you. That does not have to be necessarily be mine. If my way of curbing corruption is the way I believe it is, then that is what is good for me, or rather, that's what I believe. What I believe does not have to be necessarily be what you think that is the right way. Neither the way when unachukulia kitu.
Black, you are more intelligent than that. Listen. It's not about what I believe or what I don't believe. We don't scatter around. You know the question I'm asking, and we don't have to bring in so many semantics on it. It's not about what I believe or what you believe. It's about what plans UDA has and what plans Azimio has. And what we have asked you here is simple. What are the strategies? Depoliticization is not a strategy. What are the strategies? What are the things that you're going to do? You have talked about only one, and that one is what you are trying to explain and go into. So if you're going to talk about 10, are you going to go into those details? So what you're saying, okay, fine, you have said you want to fund the judiciary. That is one. What is the other? What are the other things that you're going to do? I've read for you 7 things that Azimio intends to do. So just
we have prosecution.
Save our time. Save your time.
Prosecution. But prosecution. Because without the right prosecution, a case cannot be successfully convicted, isn't it? Or rather determined. And then there's the police. That's why I was trying to tell you that, of course, among them, what we believe in, once we strengthen these 3 organs, the prosecution, the investigative authorities, they would come up with conclusive reports that will be good enough for the prosecutor to be able to prosecute a case successfully, to be proven beyond reasonable doubt that indeed, yes, that corruption was done by a particular individual. And with that, the judge sitting at that courtroom will be able to give a successful ruling and take that culprit to jail or whatever determination that they would decide as a conviction for that particular suspect. Now, even if you find the judges, but the prosecution is not doing their job well because they have not been provided for the facilities to enable them to do so by the investigative authorities. They have not given them the right information, or rather the right evidence to prosecute the case. The case will fail. So that's why we are telling you that kwamba hizi tatu lazima zishughulikiwe na ziwekwe independent. Now, I don't know why we are so much into nile tumefunga mind kwamba that it has to only be that whatever Azimio has said that is right. Yes, I agree with your plans. They were good in regards to curbing corruption. It is true. But equally, we should also have an open mind into seeing the fact that, yes,
Okay,
indeed, these 3 organs have to be empowered.
Let me help you. What you have talked about
is kuhaya polisi wengi, kuhaya more prosecutors, more judges.
What you have dealt with is a criminal justice system. Is there any other place where corruption is either facilitated, abated, or it's just in the criminal justice system? And there's entry into the criminal justice system. You talk about the police, you talk about the judges, you talk about all that. So you have talked about criminal justice system. Now, is there any other strategy, or your strategy, as you're saying, is just focused on the criminal justice system? That's what we are trying to say. Are there facilitative strategies? Are there preventative strategies? Because what you're talking about is someone has already engaged in corruption, so now they're being prosecuted. Do you have strategies that are preventive in nature? Do you have strategies that are facilitative in nature? Those are the things I want to talk about, but you're just focusing on this, and because you don't want to listen to me, you want to make it like it's us versus them. We are trying to understand your document. It's you to help us understand your
Nimekuelewa. Now, in regards to preventive strategies, yes, it is true, and you are right that sikuona mahali ambapo walikuwa wamesema the structures or the means which they will use to prevent those from occurring. That is true. Now, from my end, as you've said, yes, you are right. Niko naongea kutoka pale kwa criminal justice system. Pale imeshafanyika. Now, yes, I will agree with you that baada ya kuelewa vile ambavyo unaposema, upande ule wa sawa kuprevent that from happening. That is what I did not see in our manifesto. But in regards to prosecuting successfully the corrupt individuals, it is through the system which I have explained. So maybe we might have been lacking hope and our preventive measures as to what could be done or what can be done to avoid that act itself of corruption from happening. But I believe that perhaps by people seeing that people persons or individuals successfully been prosecuted and convicted, that in itself will serve as a preventive measure. Because I believe that kwa mfano leo hii Themba Makiadi and the whole panels wakiwa wamefungwa kwa sababu ya ufisadi na wamepewa kichapo cha nguvu, not physically, legally possible, it will deter some more people to practice corruption itself.
Okay,
perhaps that is the way which they may have tried to look at it.
Haya, wacha
But in
tusikie.
regards to preventive measures that is outlined, sikuona.
Okay, asante Black. Wacha tusikie maswali kutoka kwa jamaa hapa wanne watatu, alafu tukuje kwa Julia. Makiadi, wewe ulikuwa ushaongea kitambo, sasa tutapatia Julia nafasi at least atoe nini zake. And then let us make it 1 minute so that at least pia Julia apate nafasi ya kuongea. Acha nianze na Diana, alafu Papa Bob, then Kuseo. Black ameenda. Okay. Papa Bob.
Sasa Black sasa
Diana.
Black ametoroka. Anyway, Kenya nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza, nimuulize hizi promises zote ziko kwa manifesto. Ndio zilikuwa 2013, 2017. Tuliona huyu Ruto alikuwa ametuambia watoto watapata malaptop. Sasa amefanya keki aka ice cake, akasema atalete hiyo NHIF. How sure are we is going to fulfill these promises? Because previously they've not fulfilled these promises. How can I trust him? For 10 good years, he's been giving us promises and promises and promises. Sasa anasema ati atapatia mamangu matibabu na sijaona mtoto wangu amepatiwa laptop. Hiyo pesa anatuambia si atakula yote. Because from the look of things, even the Baba Care that is in Azimio, he has been saying is rubbish. He's rubbishing everything. But Baba has been there and he has done so many things. When he was in Nusumkate, we saw it going on and we had better country. But now he's saying, oh, you pay 300 for every citizen. Yet he owns Amaco. He owns Amaco that he was saying is going to give students insurance for healthcare, which didn't happen. That's what I wanted to ask Black. How sure am I the 300 now is saying is going to be a better deal for us? Hiyo tu ndio nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza, lakini ametoroka, moto imezidi.
Amehepa. Now Papa, since mlikuwa na maswali kwa Black na ameenda, si tuache hiyo rest so that to deal na watu ambao wako hapa. Wacha tupatie Julia nafasi aongee, then we can now have an open session. Julia.
Mine is just a comment on Black, please. It's just a comment on Black, just for 30 seconds. 30 seconds. I just wanted people to disregard what Black was talking about, because one, the deputy president sits in the Security Council, and if he could not initiate what Black is talking about, the criminal justice system, which begins with the police, then Black had no basis. In fact, I think umejaribu lakini alikuwa saidiki, umechukua muda mrefu sana. Number two, ile mambo ya criminal justice system, I think Black needs to be informed that it is Ruto's man, the Mr. Duale, that moved an amendment in the National Police Service Act that transferred powers of recruitment, of appointment of the Inspector General to the executive. So the issue of trying to even talk about the criminal justice system, it is the problem that is there is the making of Ruto. So he cannot tell us again he wants to take us somewhere else after he created that problem. So Black, don't ever come back here with that issue of criminal justice system in the manifesto of UDA. Forget about it. The owner of that problem is Ruto. So yeye ondoa yeye kabisa, na usirudi hapo na hiyo kitu hapa tena kabisa. You read your political history and what happens in parliament, you will know the genesis is Ruto himself.
Okay, Julia.
Asante Themba, Ngilu, Makiadi, Themba, Kuseo, Christine, Bob, Diana, good to see you. Na Black umeambiwa wache kuitanga watu wasichana. Think hard. On a light note, Black. Now, I'm seeing the topic about Uhuru tells, I watched that he tells of his Ruto. I think it's those moments that you find yourself aggravated. Yani mtu anakuboo tu. He's walking around lying to the whole country and you know what he is and who he is. I think those are those moments that sometimes find Uhuru. So I don't want to really dwell on that. Ngilu in Coast, Ngilu is doing a good job. It's good to see them now walk alone and campaign for Baba. That's awesome. I don't know whether that's what Black was comparing to the women for Yuda or I don't know, KKA. I don't know whether they can match the likes of Ngilu, the likes of Sabina Chege. I don't think they can do that. Then I want to talk about, okay, Baba consolidates Siaya. There was heated politics here about Siaya. I don't want to discuss that. On that, my take is Ngilu and the others, especially for Mount Kenya region, nimeona Jubilee imeanza kushika moto. We are voting for Jubilee in Central, all 5 centros. Yes, we are doing 5 Ps for Baba. That's what we are, 6 Ps for Baba. Hizo zingine, we'll deal with those annoying MPs later. But for now, we need Baba to have as many members of parliament as we can. I know we have issues with this other person, and I will conclude by what Themba said, that we look forward to seeing our parties grow. We look forward to seeing our parties decide that we cannot have this person in our lineup because maybe he's corrupt. We look forward to see strong parties that can decide on the kind of characters we are going to have around. That's what we look forward to. So we are yet to be there, but now we need Baba's government to be stable. That's my point. Now, I just watched that clip on Ruto in Tharakanithi. Ruto, you see, Ruto is retaliating to Kenyatta, and he's saying atiniachie kitendawiri. Ruto has gone back to his madharau and pride goes before the fall. He's so disrespectful. He's first demeaning Baba atiniwachie kitendawili, because according to him, that is my interpretation. According to him, that Baba is such a small thing that he can deal with. It is Uhuru who is preventing him from dealing with Baba, according to him. But then I am asking myself, Uhuru only pointed out his hypocrisy. Uhuru said, this man has been there for over 8 years and is making false promises now that he can do this, he can do that, he can do that. Why he didn't do this in the 8 years? Now, Uhuru did not even mention Baba in that statement. He did not even say that I'm supporting Baba. So why Ruto is saying that niwachie kitendawili? And he went on na hiyo matusi yake na madharau yake. Please, if you are a Ruto supporter here, tell him. That is how some of us found ourselves in Azimio. Because you insult our son, you insult us. Black, if you can find those Udaku hecklers or communicate to one of them, tell them. That is why a big fraction of Mount Kenya votes are going to Baba. Because the more you insult our son, the more we decide and make up our mind, we are going to kumera to teach Ruto a lesson, to humble him. We need to humble him. And why I'm saying we need to humble him, nimeingia kwa studio nikiona hiyo clip na nikasema I'm not going to be very kind. We need to humble him, and we need to humble him and chase him to Sugoi. Pride goes before the fall. And aliye juu mngojea chini. You cannot walk around saying that ipatiwe kitendawili. You think Baba is a small thing. I mean, fellow Kenyans, when we are to put Uhuru aside and compare Ruto and Raila, I mean, he's just a small fraction of Baba when it comes to political experience. The two people are not comparable. You cannot compare them. And then when it comes to principles and matters of behavior and his character, I would like to say this. I would like to say this, that the two people are not comparable, because Ruto is a king of lawlessness. And I want to wind up by saying, this sababu kila saa anaongea maneno ya pesa ya polisi. I think Bob and Kuseo, you explained to me later when the president began disbursing money to the police. I want that explanation. I was looking at the budget process in Kenya, and I saw that that thing is done by the executive, then to parliament, got to the parliament, to the Senate. So I don't know when Uhuru began disbursing money to the police. And every time Uhuru talks about, Ruto talks about money, the judiciary, he's just trying to find ways of stealing from our public coffers. So, Mr. Black, no matter how many offices the judiciary are given, if the judiciary is corrupt, they cannot make proper judgments about corruption. And now my question is, Mr. Black, how can the corrupt tell us how to fight corruption? Do we need first to arrest Ruto and send him to committee and then ask him to decide how we can fight corruption? I think the first thing we need to do is arrest Ruto and Rigathi, send them to committee and then ask them, how then can we find corruption? So, Black, please usikuja hapa kutuambia maneno ya corruption. It is just ironic, it's so aggravating. Talk about that. It's just lie to us about NHIF, lie to us about 250 billion you umtapea hustlers, lie to us other things about roads and next, but don't lie to us about corruption, because corruption cannot fight itself, period. Asante Themba.
Thank you, Julia, for the emphasis that you have made. Black amerudi kule chini kuuliza ati sijui other than judiciary and all. Black, you haven't read our manifesto. When you read on the fight against fighting corruption, you read the 4 opportunities that Azimia has talked about. 1, increasing demands for serious and impartial fight against corruption. 2, the need for public officers not to have conflict of interest in the discharge of their duties. That is a preventive approach strategy. Citizens increasing understanding of the need to enforce anti-corruption laws and respect of the rule of law. That is a preventive strategy. The other one is increasing the citizens' demand to an end to the pervasive culture of impunity. That is preventive. Potential to provide moral education to inculcate national values and responsive citizenship. Preventive. So we have several preventive, and of course the other one that is, of course, we are now curing it. Once it has happened, now we work at curing it, and that is where we deal with prosecution. So if you read the manifesto, you'll see how it is highlighting on the opportunities on what you can do in terms of prevention. No corruption, fighting corruption does not just work with one area of prosecution, the criminal justice system. Not just that. It has also something to do with the values. Now, values, you can forge a document and still go to court and insist that you actually got the document right, and you try to use the legal system to give you a degree. That has something to do with the values. You know, you have, yes, the court trying to cure that, but it has something to do with the individual value. What is the individual value of the person who forged the degree? You have, evidence is there that even you, inside of you, you didn't attend that university. You didn't acquire that degree. Why take Kenyans through all this process? Why even approach court? It shows something else, values, and that's where Azimio is talking about us inculcating the value system of the individuals. That's a preventive mechanism, because once you have a value, in the place where Makiadi, Julia, and some of us are at, when you see a stop sign, you don't stop because you are not seeing any car, or because you are seeing a policeman, or because someone is going. No, it is inculcated in the value that if it's a stop sign, it's a stop sign, I'll stop, whether there's a policeman around or not. It is about the value system. It is not about the law, like where you are, in Kenya, I'm told, if ukipatana na ukisimama for some time, kuja upate red light, usimame, the matatus will honk at you. Wanakwambia enda bwana, hakuna gari, enda. then you start asking, why should I go and it's red? Hiyo imekwanga red hivyo kila wakati, utasimama hapo mpaka kesho. You know, so you see, it's about the value. Now, if you don't address also the value, which is missing in you guys, so what do you say? We are going to depoliticize. You cannot depoliticize. You can talk, you know, politically, you can speak about it, but there's no strategy called depoliticization. There's no strategy like that, depoliticizing, because even the election and even getting some of those positions is a political process. You know, eventually it's a political process. So you can't say depoliticization. Gachagua is taken to court. What does he say? The thing has been in court all through. I mean, these are things that have been in court kutoka kitambo. Lakini sasa kwa sababu ni siku ya election, sasa nasema they are using it against me. Do you cease of being a beneficiary of a corrupt process or a corruption money because you are seeking a political seat? Are you all of a sudden clean from all the prosecutions that have faced you or are facing you because you are seeking a political seat? And I think that is where we need to draw the line. If you have engaged in a corrupt dealing, whether you are seeking a political seat or not, allow the system to continue. I mean, the process to continue. So this thing of coming because Gachagua is telling us, now here you are saying that we are going to strengthen the judiciary. Then Gachagua goes to, I don't know where he was, and he was talking in Kikuyu. Julia came and translated that for us. That if these guys allow my account to be open, now I'll come and contribute to your churches. Instead of giving 1,200,000, I'll give 1 million, 1 million. Then I'll build a very big house and I'll call you guys to come and celebrate. And then men will sit somewhere. Now that's a deputy president talking about a case that is in court, and they're here telling us that they're going to strengthen the judiciary to do investigation. How does he know that his money is going to be released? How does he know that he's going to be found innocent? How does he know that he's not going to be found to have benefited from proceeds of a corruption process? But right now he's commenting on that. So it tells us that they are not genuine about what they're telling us. I want to bring in Diana, raise your hand, and then I allow Makiadi to speak. And for those
I
who
want to
want to
talk about. I want to talk about Bondo.
Hold on, Diana.
Yeah, they call it. Yeah, Diana.
Hold on, Diana. We are closing, so we are not allowing more people to come on. Yeah, but now I'm just telling those people who want to come. Yeah, just go on.
So my appeal to the people of Nyanza as a whole is to vote 6 Ps, because Raila, when he goes to parliament, these people from Azimi, what is it called? Kenya Kwisha, they will try to impeach him. So we are not going to take a risk whereby we are going to vote independent people who will be bought. And you know, Ruto knows how to buy with a lot of money. And money is the beginning of all evils. We can say they can be independent in their mind, but when they see money, things will change. So we are not going to put Raila at a scale whereby they will weigh him according to the amount he's going to bribe them so that the bills can go through. As much as they say some of them have not done development is now coming. And Raila will put on policies and legislations that will make every county and every child of the Kenyan woman to get services. So we are not going to take risk and say, oh, this is from Azimio, we're going to put him there. No, we have to weigh them according to how they've stood with Raila during the bad times and the good times. You know your friends, depending on how they've been with you. Some have just come this year of election and starting saying we are with Azimio. They don't know where Azimio has come from. So I urge the people of Nyanza and Western Kenya, Temba, tell them. I tell my mom every day, you have to vote. It's not you, it's our grandkids, my nieces and my nephews. They have a life ahead. So let's vote Raila. Depending on somebody who is in ODM, give him a vote so that they can have numbers in parliament. That's what Ruto is going to use, numbers to bring a lot of difficulty for the bills and everything to go. And also in Julie, you're gonna tell your people not to put that Kashawa person. Let him fail like nobody's business. He's very arrogant. I've never seen somebody arrogant like him. And he claims to be a born-again Christian. Just preach the gospel as we preach in our countries as well. Because we are in this country, we've seen this overseas, we've seen how they learn their country. We are not going to die here. We are going back home. We want to find a country that is stable and is going to take us to another level. We are not in a desert. Our country is very green. We want to see proceeds of our country. So that's what I can say. Just preach the gospel. Please tell your family members. Bye. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diana. Makiadi, tafadhali. Ndio tuanze kusikia kuzea na burning.
I actually wanted to play a video so that Kuze can also get some remarks. I know Kuze speaks a lot for the IEBC. And it is only fair that we give him a minute to respond to the video that we have. Sijasikia akiongea mambo ya IEBC and it's very unfair kumwachilia.
Leo hajasema hata kitu ya IEBC. Leo IEBC walimfuta kazi.
Hata ndio nilikuwa na shangaa. Let me see if I can play these. I think the volume is okay. Let's hear these.
The controversy over the use of manual registers is now spiraling into a full-scale political battle with only 37 days, rather just under 40 days before the August general election. Azimio One Kenya Coalition is now expressing fear over what it says could be a possible collusion between some IEBC officials and their competitors. The coalition says the sudden change of heart by Kenya Kwanza over the register is suspicious in light of the challenges experienced with electronic voter identification in 2013 and 2017. NTV's senior political affairs reporter Kennedy Muriithi spoke to Azimio's presidential chief legal advisor Paul Mwangi and now reports on the brewing row.
The question of what register will be used at the polling stations to identify voters is fast becoming the main point of contention between the two leading political contenders, with 39 days to the ballot. The row coming on the back of the seeming change of heart by Deputy President William Ruto, who had earlier opposed the elimination of manual registers as a backup at polling stations. Ruto, who met a delegation of observers led by former Nigerian President Goodluck Eliona, voiced concerns once again on the question of manual registers at polling stations.
Our position is that we have come a long way in matters technology, that we believe that an electronic register will work. It's not easy to manipulate. It is not subject to games. And we think there are sufficient safeguards around it.
But now, Raila Odinga's chief legal advisor, Paul Mwangi, is raising fears of possibilities of manipulating the technology to favor one side, citing recent developments at the IEBC.
Just a few weeks ago, IEBC came and said that somebody had been able to access the voter register, the principal voter register, internally at the database, and been able to make changes and transferred 1 million people to different stations. Now, if they can't have that kind of sabotage, then you cannot rule out that even if you're talking about these tablets and about these SD cards, that it is still conceivable that somebody can actually sabotage this system.
At the heart of the controversy is the issue of what data will be fed into the electronic register that will be fed into the voter identification kits. At a meeting with presidential candidates Wednesday, the Kenya Kwanza team downplayed the need for a manual register.
From my end, I would be more interested in knowing what is loaded in the KIMS kit. What register is loaded in the KIMS kit? Because even if you printed that register and what is in the KIMS kit is what is in the physical register, nobody then needs to worry. Good thing about the KIMS kit, it has digital footprints.
How do you tell that the SD card that was loaded in some warehouse today is going to be the one that will come up on election day? SD cards are sold everywhere. So it is also conceivable that the SD card that ends up in the KIMS kit could be an SD card that is made elsewhere and that has added voters, which is very different than when you have a voter register that was printed by the person who printed the ballots.
The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, just like the Ruto, says a manual register will open doors for rigging at polling stations.
Around 3 points like that, and especially in remote areas where there are no observers, or maybe where there are also strongholds, it's possible for people now just to use information, the register of voter like ID, to key in the KIMS, retrieve that information, allow the people to vote when they're actually not there in the first place.
We will only have to be much more vigilant to make sure that the manual register is not abused. To stuff ballot boxes and those kind of things.
We are also afraid when we hear some people in IEBC also following up on the same talk, because then you start feeling that some people inside IEBC and in UDA are speaking the same language.
One of the safeguards that the Azimio One Kenya coalition is banking on is the fact that the manual register cannot be manipulated and will act perfectly as a complementary method for the technology, insisting that if anybody wants to tamper with the technology, then they will have the manual register as a backup plan. Kennedy Brady, NTV in Nairobi County.
By switching to AAA insurance, we're able to save over
sorry for the ad. So then I listened to that that clip. I got confused even the more. I don't know, Julia. I hope you listened to what was being said here. We've had this discussion, Julia, or say you've been on the same side for a very long time about the electronic register. Most of us have tried to, say the complementary register should be there. I hope you listened to what was happening, what was being said here. I listened to Paul Mwangi, Raila Odinga's lawyer, and the concerns that he raised, and I was really afraid. I don't know. I just don't know what to say. But I hope that this election will be safe, secure, and verifiable. That's all I can say about that. Thank you, Ndemba.
Okay, Kuze. Can't you speak for IBC?
Well, I removed that hurt you are forcing on my head. But let me just say this. You see, earlier on when we were saying that we are pro the electronic, I think I did mention several 5 cases where the elections are stolen, involving the dead voters, the duplicated votes, the duplicated IDs, all the way. The total in the previous whatever was like 1.1 million votes. And that is why when the consultants did their audit and the IEBC came up with their report, it was interesting that the total number of cleaning only removed not more than 200,000 voters, the so-called dead voters and the duplications. Now, I also did say that if you remove the manual register, the performance effectiveness will go almost swing up to 75%. But one item still remains there, and that is the IEBC. Now, if you listen, what Paul Mwangi was trying to talk about is the that section of IEBC element whereby you compromise officials and then they do the thing for you. All the other manipulations like dead voters would be taken away. But manipulating the system through the so-called authorized, compromised officials is still possible. After all, you remember the so-called illegal transfers. That is how it happened. It was done by the same IEBT internal fellows. Now that remains, whether the electronic or with the manual or whatever. And I agree with what Paul is saying. Now, somebody yesterday did, I think it was Andika, who did say that the other concern which still persists today, the reason why we are saying that, where did Chebukati come from? Now, long before, Chebukati has always been a member of ODM and a member of DP. Now, Chebukati himself, I told you, ended up in ODM through the DP. So in other words, if today he was in parliament, you can be rest assured he will be one of the 160 MPs siding with the DP. Now there lies the big question. Now, unfortunately for Chebukati, the current status of affairs shows a lot of inclination of Chebukati being very accommodative to Ruto issues, and call it the DP, the KK side issues. Even things where, like yesterday, we were saying that the law is clear. If Sakaja is obviously doesn't have a degree, as far as the relevant authority, which is the commission, has said so, why should Chebukati himself stick to say, no, we are the tribunal already cleared him? That clearance has been overtaken by event, but the withdrawal of his certificate, why should he insist that he should still be on the ballot? Which law is he following? If the law says he must have a valid degree approved by the commission have disapproved the degree, what he should do is obvious. What he should do is obvious. So now that brings us the question of what much trust. Remember, you're saying that how do you trust the IEB? You can see now everything is swinging this way, that way. The manual register will, as I've said, remove some of those irregularities and make them difficult to do. One thing, no dead voters will vote. But then the other side still has issues, and you have every reason to worry. As far as I'm concerned, since IEBC, the elections were nullified, there is still a contempt of court order on Chebukati's neck. I don't think it is too late to use it to make sure that he's not chairman of IEBC, given the uncertainties around his relationship with the call it conflict of interest, because we have no way of removing his friendship from Ruto away from him. What do we do? Since he has a case hanging on his head about contempt of court, we can use it to make sure he's not the chairman of IEBC.
Okay, thank you. Hold on, Bob. Thank you, Koseo, for weka mkono chini, Bob nimekuanda. Thank you for that. Now, I want you guys to remember one thing: why we are talking about voter turnout and doing it big. I think Julia has emphasized that, and everybody else has emphasized that. We want to have voter turnout. In 2002, when Moi was about to leave, I want you guys to, for those people who are, I mean, most of you here were old enough to vote that time. The conversation around then was that Moi was going to steal the vote. And the fears were all over that Moi is going to steal the vote. And did he try? Yes. I mean, they tried. And Ruto has also given evidence to that much, that at some point, even when they were still there, they were asking, they were looking at Moi, thinking that there's something still he can do, you know? And the conversation was, kuna kitu unaweza fanya bado, you know?
He had not put the last card.
Yes, they still hoped there was some card that is somewhere where the former president could still pull, and by a stroke of luck, they could still find themselves in State House. Now, we want to say this. IBC can only do so much. You cannot steal 2 million. You cannot steal 3 million. You even if you use whichever, even if you interfere, however much you interfere with the system, you know, you can imagine you want to manipulate it, but it will not be possible, you know. So the thing that you need to do, yes, IBC will keep putting pressure on them to do the right thing. Personally, I don't trust IBC with Chebukati there. We know we need a better functioning IBC, but then again, we need to take to them enough votes that even if the person who has been put there to try and manipulate, if he dares manipulate, he knows that Kenya will be on his. That day when 2002, when the votes came in and Kibaki was winning, Moi realized that this one hakuna kitu naweza fanya, akaitisha tu akasema wapi yule kijana aende atoe conceding speech. So let us do the right thing, like everybody else is saying. Let us go out and vote, 15 million strong. If you vote overwhelmingly, if we vote overwhelmingly, it is so hard for anybody to even dare try to do that, to try, because you can't. And if you do it, you know, even if you have been paid how much, you know what it will be. So I don't think they will try. And then again, yes, there's IBC. Yes, there are those people who might try to manipulate. But let me tell you something. You can only do that successfully if the system is supporting you. If the government of the day is in favor of the person you are trying to manipulate. These people you are seeing that this person has, penetrated IBC system. Those are small people. An IT person at IBC manipulating the system is a small person. He needs to have protection. I want to give you an example. The election of 2017, and the way it was bungled. All the people, the commissioners who left there became ambassadors. Chiloba is now the chair of Communication Authority. He's the CEO. So the rewards came out of whatever they did. So if the system is supporting you, those small people, wala kondani, they can succeed. But if the system is not with you, if the government of the day is not supporting you, mutu mdogo, there's very little you can do. We can make noise. We say, oh, Ruto kona watu wake, sijui wapi huko. Those are nice things to say. But if the system of the government of the day is not supporting what you're trying to do, there's very little you can do. So let's get out and vote. If Azimio people get out and vote overwhelmingly, 15 million strong. Hata kama we ni mtu wa IT, you can only manipulate so far. Now, I want us to start taking our closing remarks, and I'll give us at least 1 minute. Now, as we are doing that, I want to allow. Thank you so much. No, we are not allowing any more people to come back on the studio. We are finishing with this 7 people, so that at least we don't stay long here. So thank you so much. Those people can come in later, and then maybe tomorrow we can have the debate again. We really appreciate those who joined us today, and kindly subscribe to Mutembe TV. We like the way we are taking it. Let's spread this word. Let's make many people understand what's going on, and also let's continue talking as Kenyans, because as they say, when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight, so let's keep talking. We come here to educate, entertain, and inform. So you have, hopefully, for the past 8 hours or so, you have been fairly informed. You feel like you have been educated, and of course, you have been entertained in one way or another. Subscribe also to my channel. My channel is here. That is Tema and Lulu Show. If you haven't, we are moving on slowly, and we appreciate everyone who has subscribed to our show. It's Temba and Lulu Show. That is a show between my daughter and I. So kindly just go there, subscribe, and give us a push. Share more. Mabaki watu kama 10 hivi tufike 600. Tafadhalini tufikishe 600 watu 10, alafu tuendelee tufike at least 1000. Tunashukuru sana kwa wale ambao wameweza kusubscribe kwa hiyo show. Inaitwa Temba and Lulu Show. Again, thank you so much. Yeah, educate, entertain and inform. Yes, Irina Imba. We educate, we entertain and we inform. That's why we are here. And we say, like always, you only need 4 things to come. A working gadget, connectivity, something to share, and a willingness to learn. That's all you need. And you come and share with us. Now, I want to give us at least each person 1 minute to closing remark. 1 minute. And I'll start with Diana, dakika moja, come to Pop Papa, 1 minute, Kuzeo, 1 minute. Then I go up there to Njiru, 1 minute, Makiadi, alafu Julia. So Diana, dakika moja tafadhali.
Asante kwa nafasi hii. Ningesema ni asante. Leo ndio siku yangu ya kwanza. Nimekuwa nikiwasikiza, nikasema wacha nijaribu niingie leo. Na nimefurahia kushirikiana na nyinyi. Sasa mwito ni kuenda nje, tupige masimu, tuambie wale watu ambao wako na taswishi ati baba hatashinda, tuwatie mtisha na waambie wenzao. Otherwise mi natarajia ushindi, nisikagonjeke vile niligonjeka mwaka uliopita. So that's all that I can say.
Thank you. Papa Bob.
Thank you very much. I just want to mention one or two things about the organization that Kuse represents, the IBC. The IBC, for whatever reason, they are hell bent on trying to force a petition, and it is very clear that we must the primary system that we use is electronic, but there must be a backup as complementary. So let us not even try to joke around with that. And it's not a coincidence that the chief agent of Azimio, presidential agent, recently tweeted that the threat is active by UDA apologists to try and manipulate, since they do not have the numbers to win the election. But it will be neutralized. So on that front, I am very sure that things will be taken care of. Lastly, I just want to urge the Azimio family to come out and vote. Come out and vote. Hiyo ya Julia wanasema kumera, hiyo ndio tunataka. Tukue kama siafu. Tuelekee pale tupige kura yetu ili tuweze kupata ushindi. Na mwishowe nataka kumwambia ndugu yetu Black ya kwamba ajaribu ajisafishe kutoka tabia za UDA za kukuja kwenye show alafu unaanza kudhalilisha kina mama. Lazima uwe na heshima. Hiyo tabia ya UDA bado you are still young, isije ikakushika na ukaendelea na hizo tabia chafu. Manake hapo ndio utaharibu ile nini yako ya maadili yako itaharibika. Asante sana.
Asante Papa Bob. You are hitting someone who cannot respond. Black anataka 10 minutes wa debate yeye na Irina Imba. I would love to see that kind of a debate, but I would not want to moderate. Nitaachia Makiadi.
Can we do that tomorrow? Irene and Black, semeni saa mimi nitakuwa hapa. Nafungia kila mtu nje ya studio.
au itakuwa fireworks. These
Hakuna shida, nitakuja na gloves.
I read na black kesho kukuja hapa jioni masaa kama haya,
Mkuje mapema.
mkuja wakati wa hiyo time, tunakuwa ndio tuwasikize nyinyi wawili mpelekane mbio. Alafu Irene amesema pia together with the 4 things ukuje na functioning brain. Say na working gadget, connectivity, something to share, and something a willingness to learn, and a functioning brain. Unfortunately, ukienda UDA, you are supposed to stop functioning in your brain. Someone is supposed to do it for you. Kuseo, karibu.
Yes, thank you, Temba. Diana, I think you should have come around earlier because nimeona kama umeshika rada haraka. You see,
Mimi ni mwenyeji Kuseo, nimewasikiza for long.
Thank you.
Lakini nimekuwa nikipiga campaign.
That's very good of you. You see,
nagonjekanga kama baba hajashinda.
You see, when you wanasema, like Temba was trying to say here that hii ni draw ati wote wako sawa. They cannot be. When Baba spoke there in his mother tongue, I don't know, I'm not so sure, but I wonder whether we all heard what he was trying to say. If you listen to what he said, you cannot say that Ayimba and Adika were both sawa. No. He was very specific and he said what must be done. He was not even asking. He said what must be done. Because things are, anyway, you want to make it beyond. I've just appreciated what Temba just said now, that let the win, the margin, be almost impossible for somebody to go to the Supreme Court. Now, sometimes in politics like this, there is a time I was quite at pains here to say that all these mistakes IBC is doing, there is no punishment on their side. Now, with that kind of looseness, they could be left around, then they go messing the elections and giving good grounds for deliberately for a petition. And I'm sure they can do it for money. Money compromises. Depending on how they do that, it is like these anti-corruption fellows. They go to investigate a county performance or corruption. Then they end up coming back, bringing substandard evidence. IBC, if we are not careful, can actually lead us that direction. They go and manage things to give grounds for a petition. No, it is not right. Now, I think... yeah, I think I've just finished. I've talked about the 6 Ps and now the IBC. That's all.
Thank you, Kuseo. Ngilu?
Allow me, my time is out. Thank you.
Okay, Kuseo, see you tomorrow.
Okay, sawa. Yeah, thank you for our today debate. I know it was productive for many of us who are here. I want to finish with a simple statement that we have brains, we have intellect, we can judge all these people who are vying, we can judge them from their history, from their past, what they have promised us before. They have not come to politics today. They have existed there for quite from 90s. If somebody was not able to do it over the 30 years they have been in the political scene, they cannot do it now. Let's know them by their true colors. So what I will say now is that there is all the right opportunity for Kenyans to get the right president if they want, because at least this election is not extremely highly ethanized. There is a methodology which is creeping in where people are trying to look at the policies, and there is an opportunity for Kenyans to de-ethnize our country for once. I start by saying it's an opportunity for another community to get the leadership of Kenya. Every community has able people, and we have just to give others opportunities and chances. So all our Kenyans, dear brothers and sisters, where you are, let's evaluate and de-ethnize our communities and accept that also other communities have to lead. It's a narrative which people might not want to speak, but I stand by it. Otherwise, thank you. I push for high voter turnout in Azimio strongholds, even as we push for voter turnout in other places. And I also call upon Black to close over, because I've listened to him. He cannot explain their manifesto. And he is one of the intellectual people I know who are in UDA. So if Black cannot say anything about their manifesto, nahurumia mama mboga na jamaa wa pikipiki, sijui atasema nini. So Black, you have an opportunity to listen to workable principles and formulas. Themba, on your last point, ulisema some of the issues have not been tested. Yes, it is true. But remember the fact that those people were declared leaders, we have not yet proven that we do not have a report which has been accepted by government institutions that those elections went. Yes, it is a perception which we perceive it has been that way, but we can still emulate that perception if it worked for them. And also, let's remember that Baba team has to be serious in getting this election right. Remember, if IBC declares any one of them a winner, it will be very difficult to undo those results. So we better do all our best to make sure that our team is the one which is declared the winner by voting omundu kwa mundu, nyumba kwa nyumba, kila mtu. We can't get errors this time around. Thank you.
Thank you, Ngilu. Let's focus. Let's get people out to vote. That's the rally call. Get out the vote. Makiadi.
Mine will be very simple. I think from what I played today here, I just don't know what is happening in the IBC. But I hope they do their effort. I hope Chebukati knows what he's doing this time, because he has to get it right this time. And so these people that are called officers that are colluding with certain political parties, I hope they're discovered early enough so that we don't have a bungled election. That's all I can say about IBC. Their flip-flopping is alarming, and I hope they are prepared properly for what is at stake. Number two, Uhuru Kenyatta should not just stay behind the curtains. I think Uhuru Kenyatta should be appearing once, throwing a bombshell, and then going back for the 30-something days. I think 37 days that are remaining. I think we'll do a great job confusing William Ruto and his top dogs, because from what you saw today, it didn't take a minute for them to react to what Uhuru Kenyatta had spoken. So Uhuru Kenyatta is doing a good job. All he needs is just to speak one word. Julius, sijui kama ni Mcatholic, inasemanga Father Danny Darius anaweza kuambia kwa Catholic kuna kitu inasemaga, sema neno moja tu na roho yangu itapona. So Uhuru anahitajika kutoka tu aseme neno moja na UDA watatapaka wiki mzima. That's a good strategy. He does not have to go out and campaign for anybody. All he did today was just speak for about 5 minutes about the jilted lover, and you could see how the jilted lover was out breathing fire in Tharakanithi and Embu counties. Finally, I said here and I'm saying again, huyu Martha Karua, mimi sijui alitokea wapi ama alitolewa wapi. Huyu mama is a deal, is the real deal. And I'll keep on saying, Martha Karua was the real deal. And we tried here to compare Martha Karua and Kalonzo Musyoka in terms of the votes they bring to the basket. I think we did what we did best with Kalonzo Musyoka. We maintained him in our team, but Martha Karua is the real deal, and I hope that, God willing, I will see the first woman president in my life. That is always my prayer. You know, I look at Martha Karua as when I look at Martha Karua, I see my sister, I see my mother, I see my daughter, I see the girl child being propelled to break the glass ceiling. I hope that I'll live and see that day when I'll see a woman being the president of the Republic of Kenya. Finally, watu wapime suti. Tulisema kala ni blue tie, tutatafuta shati ni ya white. Asante Ndemba.
Thank you. Julia.
Makiadi, why you never tell us? Sa mnasema shati ni ya blue, mimi sitavaa shati. Wana waambii wa mama chenye watapima.
Iko kitu inaitwa blouse blouse ushaiona hizi blazers za wamama unavaa na shati ndani. I think you've seen that You get a blazer and then you have a shirt. The ladies shirt inakuanga na a long collar. Inaitwa blouse, but
so you want us to wear pants, you don't want us to wear kitenge ya blue.
Wachana
mambo. Bob nataka nini? Let's decide. Kitenge ama pant. Hapa zinaitwa pants. Bob
mimi nataka Makiadi ajue ya kwamba sisi wakina mama wetu, wakina dada zetu wa Azimio wako uhuru. Wale wanatuvalia pants, yani trousers, wale wa kitenge, wale wa ile mrengo wa Martha Karua pia waje. Kwa hivyo Makiadi asilete udikteta, tunataka suti nzuri. Bora kina mama zetu wakae smart, wasie na tabia za wale wake wa udaku.
Asante Makiadi na Bob. Sasa Wakenya mmesikia, hayo ni maoni ya Makiadi na Bob. Mpime suti, mkitaka sketi, mkitaka kitenge, mkitaka blouse na pant. You ask for the asking, lakini suti ni ya blue. Now, I want just to say one thing. Makiadi, you said about mother. Actually, mother is going to be president. That we can see happening. But one thing, I may not be sure about mother becoming president, but one thing I'm sure, that Ruto will never be president. So this person called Geoffrey Ruto, na mwingine hapa amesema anaambia people from Mount Kenya to come out, keep tall. Now, if you wanted Mount Kenya to vote 6 peace, please talk to your man to stop insulting our president. Hiyo ndio imemkula Mount Kenya. Now, I want to say this. Ruto has been walking around saying that he made Raila prime minister. And then today he was saying that there is idea Uhuru kuwa president. Sasa mimi na watuma Kipto na kina Geoffrey mwambie Ruto ajisaidie akuwe president. If he's a president maker and the king maker, tell him to make himself president. To choker with those threats. We are tired with those threats and those kind of statements. Tell him to go and make himself president. I didn't want to be very kind tonight because I didn't like the statements that Ruto was using in Tharakanithi and Kipto, Black, and Geoffrey. If you see my reaction, then you can tell the reaction of many people from Mount Kenya region about those kind of statements. That is why Makiadi is encouraging your unwise presidential candidate to continue making those kind of statements. You can read my reaction. You can read my body language. So you can see I'm a representation of many people from Mount Kenya region, that if Ruto thinks he made Uhuru president, let him go and make himself president. Otherwise, nawaomba Wakenya wenzangu, wenye you believe that corruption cannot find corruption, Wakenya wenzangu wenye wameona kwamba that Ruto is a king of lawlessness, na waomba mvuke sakafu, mkuje pande hii wa Azimio tupige baba kura, na wenye hajaamua, those who are in udaku, don't waste your vote. Nyinyi sitawaambia kumira because nikiwaambia mtoke, you'll be wasting your vote. And those who have not made up their minds, please make up your mind and come and vote for Baba, because This is the winning ticket. Kipto, you'll be wasting your vote. Don't waste your vote. Join us. Asante Themba.
Thank you so much, Julia, for saying that. You've just reminded me of the response of the deputy president. I saw his response and I thought that sounded more like those days in primary school when you would respond to someone because they have said something. He was like, ati wacha bana, pilipili usioila inakuashia nini? Ati si wewe nashindana na wewe. You know, you respond in a very condescending manner that you know. And I was like, why don't you focus? You are in Tharakanithi. You are the one who is buying.
Why Themba? He couldn't go and tell them that Kenya Kwanza, we are planning 1, 2, 3 for this. You know, he should have drawn away from the conversation of the president. You see, he should have gone around saying, we're going to do this for you. He's telling the same. You see, look at this. He could say that in upper, is it North Rift, and get away with it. He's Mount Kenya region. You see, me, akina Julia tuko huko na akina Ngilu, we are there. He's talking that nonsense, and we are there listening. So what is our reaction, Themba? What is our reaction?
I have always told you, Julia, sorry for interrupting you. I have always told you here that when William Ruto got wind that Raila Odinga is going to nominate Martha Karua, he decided to lose this election. I have always told you that. And that is what he's doing. William Ruto has nothing to lose right now. He has decided to go full throttle and destroy his campaign. All he needs right now is to up his numbers in terms of legislatures, that is MPs and senators and probably governors. The rest to him is just, it's like do it to finish. He's already given up.
And that's why it's all about UDA. And I like what Makiadi has said in the sense that the president just comes to give them, he knows that if he says something, they will spend their time talking about that. And so they're not going to focus on their manifesto. So
everybody who spoke, that's the only thing they spoke. Did you watch that thing?
Yeah.
Hakuna mtu alisema jana tulikuwa na manifesto, tulikuwa tunapanga kuwaletea. Nobody said anything about that manifesto. They only spoke, even Kindiki Kizura only spoke about the president. I'm like, okay, this is so stupid.
Yeah, so they were disorganized, and I think that is the sense, and the president knows that, and even that's why the president. It was today that he even went ahead and spoke about that. He has not spoken for a while, but today, you know, he gave a salvo. He's just saying, hey, you know, wengine wako sijui ni nini wako nao ni kelele tu. You know, there's a reason as to why he said that. He knew so well.
When?
Yeah, he knew
alikuwa
that,
kwa mkutano.
Yes.
President alikuwa kwa mkutano.
And he knew they were going to respond. So what he did, he diverted them. And the problem is their strategies are not wise. If their strategies were wise, which I think is good, they need to continue that way. They would have told him, they would have told the deputy president, tumekuja Tharakanithi. We launched the manifesto in Nairobi. These people from the Tharakanithi need to hear what are the key points in our manifesto. Let that be our focus. Wachana na mambo ya president, hiyo tutadili nayo baadaye. Yeye wacha waendelee kuongea, let us focus. In the meantime, Azimio, wherever it went, it was talking about its 10-point agenda and get out to vote. Period.
Sasa Themba, we unaona huyu president anaitwa Ruto anajifanya. Asira yenye ako nayo ni mtu anaweza kuwa kiongozi kweli, hata kama ni nini. Hata President Kenyatta si ni mtu wenye ako na ustamilifu wa kweli. Mtu anamtusi, anamfanya kama mpira wa kuchezea.
Yeah.
Ana watu wa huko Central sasa wana club tu. Unawezaje achia mtu atusi mtoto wako kama mpira, hata kama mtoto wako ni kiwete ama ni nini?
They
lazima
know,
pia
Diana, wanajua
wamweke
ni
where
wapi.
he belongs.
They know where they will show him what it means to be the people who voted for Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Wait at the ballot. Makiadi, tafadhali tusomee constitution. Naona watu wameanza ku-unmute na tunataka kufunga.
Okay, before Makiadi something, let me say something. Somebody called Kipto here is saying 80% is going to be Ruto. I don't know what percentage that Uhuru got. I think that's like what he got from Mount Kenya region in 2017. Now, and in those days, remember, you didn't hear any other hata party moja simamisha mtu hata Murang'a. Jana niliwaambia the governor wa Azimio wa Jubilee, he was leading the opinion poll. So that tells you, if the governor for Jubilee was leading the opinion poll in Murang'a County, Mr. Kipto, that tells you there's a wind of change. It means there's a likelihood that there will be many members of parliament in central Kenya from Jubilee. That tells you Ruto will not even get a 50% in Mount Kenya region, Mr. Kipto. So what does that tell you? Yani huyu jamaa anaenda kupewa kichapo cha umbwa.
Thank you. Kuna mtu anaitwa Kukuru Kakara amefall na Julia. She is the most beautiful pattern of beauty on the fabric of love. Hey! Makiadi, tafadhali soma constitution.
Okay, Makiadi. Makiadi, mimi nataka kumwambia Demba, ngoja kidogo tu, dakika moja.
Hapa wacha uko hapa, ngoja utasema ile utakaya kusema baadaye. Makiadi, soma
article 91. Tunaendelea kusoma mambo ya basic requirements of political parties, na nitasoma number 2. Jana nilisoma 1A to H. Leo nasoma number 2. A political party shall not A, be founded on a religious, linguistic, racial, ethnic, gender, or religious basis, regional basis, or seek to engage in advocacy of hatred on any such basis. Number 2, engage in or encourage violence by or intimidation of its members, supporters, opponents, or any other person. C, establish or maintain a paramilitary force, militia, or similar organization. D, engage in bribery or other forms of corruption. And E, except as is provided under this constitution or by an act of parliament, accept or use public resources to promote its interests or its candidates in elections.
Thank you. Now that Black brought us here about issues of corruption, I want to jump straight and talk about that before I talk about any other thing, so that I had to look for that fight against corruption. Governance. It's on the governance area. And 4.4, fighting corruption. Corruption undermines development and the ability of government to provide service to its citizens. This happens when opportunities and resources meant for public services are diverted from the intended use. There is inducement for service and abuse of office, amongst other vices. The fight against corruption is an integral part of leadership, ethos, and principles of governance. Opportunities, increasing demand for serious and impartial fight against corruption. 2, the need for public officers not to have conflict of interest in the discharge of their duties. 3, citizens increasing understanding of the need to enforce anti-corruption laws and respect of the rule of law. 4, increasing citizens' demand to the end of the pervasive culture of impunity. And 5, potential to provide moral education to inculcate national values and responsible leadership. Our commitment, 1, is fight corruption in all its forms. Don't want, don't do, don't dare. Yeah, don't want corruption, don't do corruption, and don't dare. 2, enhance and fast-track legal and administrative reforms that will facilitate the fight against corruption. 3, direct Parliament to establish mechanisms to facilitate the expeditious investigation, prosecution, and trial of cases relating to corruption and integrity, so as to achieve speedy disposal of such matters. 4, strengthen the institutions fighting corruption, including better coordination and application of innovative methods and technologies. 5, review and expand witness protection and incentivize citizens in the fight against corruption. 6, review and introduce policies to regulate penalties and sentencing offenders on the basis of proportionality. 7, accelerate recovery of proceeds of corruption and illicit financial flows. 8, fast track the reform of the criminal justice system to ensure judicious and expeditious disposition of corruption cases. And finally, increase the capacity of various investigatory and enforcement institutions to combat corruption, right? So now they have also commitment on the National Security Service, and also this commitment on public service delivery. So there's public service delivery, which also there's commitment to that. So there are several other aspects that they'll be working towards. So kama kawaida, baada ya hapo tunasoma wimbo wetu wa taifa, na jana tulisema wimbo wa taifa, national anthem. Today Julia kwa hapa atatuimbia East African anthem. Julia, tafadhali twende kazi.
Okay. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu. Idumu jumuiya yetu, uzalendo pia mshikamano, viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu, viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya Yesu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, na idumu jumuiya yetu. Amina.
Thank you. Makiadi, leo wimbo ni upi?
And good night.
We toroka tu Julia, ni sawa.
Sawa tu Julia.
Tumekuzoea sawa. Haya, sasa wimbo leo ni wimbo rahisi sana. Tumekuwa na special request hapa kutoka kwa mtu mmoja, na wimbo ambao aliniambia anataka kusikia ni wimbo ambao unaitwa Marina. Hiyo kila mtu anajua, sio? Umeona dada yetu Ndemba leo akipresent kwa Rogaroga leo.
Niliona dada yetu akipresente
akipresente kwa Rogaroga na the blackest man in Black Africa.
Black Africa.
Sasa wimbo wenyewe kama kila mtu anajua, huu wimbo umeimbwa na mtu ambaye
mbona Makiadi, mbona hukuleta hiyo clip ya hata kama ni 30 seconds tuone dada yetu akipresente?
Nimetafuta lakini sijui kama ingepatikana leo, lakini nitatafuta tu akipresente nione kama nitaipata.
Waza nikutumia, sijui kama ulikuwa na Makiadi?
Ngoja nione.
Nilikutumia?
Sijui kama, lakini unajua sikuwa nimedownload lakini ninadhani naweza pata. Sijui kama na sijui, lakini hatutaulizwa na copyright.
Hiyo si ni ya nini? Hiyo si ni ya Citizen nafikiri.
Kweli? Haya, wacha nione kama ninaweza.
Kitu kiwatoe tu sasa itakuaje?
Haya, kuna share. Wacha nione kama nitaipata saa huu.
Nimekutumia mbili pia ya kale katoto kalitoa poem ya nani? Ya baba.
Hii Mungu nalitoa hayo after Tabulei.
Okay.
Hii the first
song ya solo, career solo.
Oh, it was
Yes.
wewe ndio uliandika wewe.
Yeah.
Okay. Mimi nataka uniletea wasichana wako mcheze hiyo ngoma.
Okay.
Mansili.
Yeah.
Tutasongeza kiti. Kujeni tu. Hiyo ngoma simama. Yes. Yeah.
Otame. Mazili ngamupale mazili ngamupale mazili ngamupale mazili ngamupale mazili ngamupale mazili ngamupale makare barabi makwebola babeale barabi maleki ringiye mema mazili ngamupale makare barabi makwebola babeale barabi maleki ringiye mema mazili ngamupale Emekabe alopare kuma emema Mazili ngamupale ya emema Tabe upare kuma emema Tabe upare kuma emema Sabuna munganga elelame sabuna munganga ikepila emema Mazili ngamupale ya emema Sabuna munganga elelame sabuna munganga ikepila emema Mazili ngamupale ya emema Makare barabi makwebola babeale barabi maleki rinsimemema Mazili ngamupale ya emema Makare barabi makwebola babeale barabi maleki rinsimemema Mazili ngamupale ya emema Emetabe alopare kuma emema Mazili ngamupale ya emema Emetabe alopare kuma emema Mazili ngamupale ya emema Eyo, osi, oma, dukwama, mpengol, memaleleme, memakie, salomo, Sylvestre ya chove, kaswagi, miliane mateke, chole. Amine Mwaike Mpanzi Simiyangale Ukarobe Utame Umame
Haya, sasa mimi nataka wakati nafikisha miaka 63 bado ninacheza namna hiyo. Bob Papa amepotea. Bob Papa umejitazamia mwenyewe, umetazama. Ulisema age umemute Bob Papa. Leo Bob Papa amekataa kuongea Ndemba, naona bado amemute.
Nasema unaona vile kiuno inachezwa. Hiyo ndio kiuno nzuri ambaye ndio kwa jukwaa ya wanamuziki na sio jukwaa ya UDA. Mambo taratibu hapo bana. Wewe umeona lakini
nimetazama katika maisha yake amepiga muziki mingi sana, lakini unajua nikikwambia kuna miaka 63 bado utaamini. Ni kukula vizuri na usikunywe zile vitu mbaya.
Yes.
Alisema samaki, nyama na vidudu ni uzima wa binadamu.
Kula mzuri. Unaona hiyo ni miaka 63 na anakuchapia muziki poa.
Sauti ni ile tu moja. Sauti tu ni ile
moja kabisa.
Hajabadilisha sauti.
Mchezo.
Saa ile
safi sana wewe mama.
Saa ile tunasema
watu natamani ningekuwa Nairobi. Natamani ningekuwa Nairobi wiki ijayo bwana.
Yeah, atakuwa ananyorosha show yake tarehe 9 nadhani.
Next week.
Yeah, itakuwa tarehe 9. Tarehe 9. Yeah. Atakuwa tarehe 9 kule Carnival. Kwa hivyo kama
na Makiadi umepata ile poem ya kale katoto.
Hiyo iko FB saa nyingine ni tatiza kidogo. Lakini nitaitafuta saa nyingine na nitatiza, nikipata YouTube inakuwa rahisi kushinda FB. Nitakutafutia, lakini saa hii itakuwa challenge kidogo kuitoa hapa.
Haya.
Lakini
unataka tafsiri ama kuna nyingine?
Ile yenye iko leo hahitaji kutafsiri. Kuna jamaa aliniambia hapa, kwa nini hamjacheza Marina kila wakati? Marina Samba Mapangala. Nikaona leo acha nimtafutie Marina. Lyrics zenyewe hata Ndemba mnaweza nisaidia kuimba. Inasema nimetuma kusalimie, barua pia nimetuma usome. Nikiwa nikitembea mara kwa mara ukumbuka mapenzi yetu vipi Marina. Mapenzi sio kitu kipya duniani, kilianza na Adamu na Hawa. Alafu inaenda stanza ya pili inasema nimetuma kusalimie, barua pia nimetuma usome. Nikiwa nikitembea mara kwa mara ukumbuka mapenzi yetu vipi Marina. Mapenzi sio kitu kipya duniani, kilianza na Adamu na Hawa. Alafu kuna mmoja anaongea pale, kwa hila nimesafiri uko umebakia, chunga mapenzi yetu, kwa simu tutaongea. Alafu naenda sasa, mapenzi ya simu sitaweza, kama unipendi uniambie, mimi bado ni mrembo sitangoja, nikipenda naolewa mie Marina. Hiyo sauti ni mbaya lakini roho ni safi, niliwaambia namna hiyo. Sasa sijui kama Ndemba utawaimbia. Unajua wewe ndio ulibarikiwa bana.
Nimetuma wakusalimie, barua pia nimetuma usome. Nikiwa nikitembea mara kwa mara nakumbuka mapenzi yetu sisi Marina. Mapenzi siyo kitu mpya, kilianza na Adamu na Hawa.
Alafu unarudia tu. Rudia hiyo tena.
Nimetuma wakusalimie,
barua pia nimetuma usome. Nikiwa nikitembea mara kwa mara ukumbuka mapenzi yetu vipi Marina.
Mapenzi
sio kitu kipya duniani, kilianza na Adamu na Hawa. Haya, chapia watu kora sasa, chapia watu chorus.
Mapenzi ya simu
sitaweza.
Kama unipendi
uniambie. Mimi bado ni mrembo, sitangoja.
Nikipenda
naolewa, mie niye Marina. Umeweza baba leo, umeweza.
Sasa Makiadi kabila siku hizi mzungu Mchina wana Japanese
Mwafrika vile vile.
Mie Marina.
Bob hapa ungeingiza kasauti yako hapo. Unajua wewe uko katikati ya base
yangu baya bwana.
Ungeingiza yako. Ungeingiza hata tungepata. Ngoja Bob hapa. Nilikuwa nafikiria leo tungebaki na Rono hapa. Nimeona hako na sauti mzuri, tungemweka hapo katikati. Yule Rono wa UDA. Unasikia hiyo sauti yake vile ni mzuri ya kuimba. Huyu hafai kuwa kwa politics.
Makiadi unajua sasa we are now giving you authority to recruit a lady on your side so that during the closing of the show anaongeza hii sauti, maana yako inaharibu. Demba anajaribu kidogo lakini haijatoka vizuri, ndio kwa maana tu Rono, lakini Rono anaharibu zaidi.
Ndemba ako sawa, Ndemba ameweza. Ile shida iko sisi tunaleta hapa wanadada, lakini sasa wewe unaanza mambo nyingine tofauti. Tulikuwa tumeleta wanadada hapa watufunge nao show, lakini sasa babu papa Azimio umebadilisha majina mpaka ukawafukuza hapa.
Papa Bob umefukuza Julia, umefukuza
Christina ameondoka.
Sasa wote wamekimbia basi.
Wote wanatoroka Bob papa.
Now you are blaming me for this gender imbalance. No.
Hii ni wewe umefanya mpaka Julia akahepa. Julia alikuwa anapenda kufunga show.
Bande Kubashi wote wanakuja hapa wanakutana na Bob papa, anabadilisha nia. Sasa badala ya kufunga show wanatoroka.
Agisikia Bob anasema tu hapana, si atufungi show. Lakini hata hivyo sisi atuchoke, nyimbo bado tutawaletea. Wale ambao tuna kama papa bado tutamletea nyimbo. Naona too many request hapo chini, ili ungependa Makiadi atuletee kesho.
Hapo mazao umechoma bwana.
Sijachoma sana. Sijachoma Bob. Nilisikia wamekubatiza jina huko chini, siku hizi hawakuiti Bob papa. Na sitaki kusema wanakuita nini.
Ndiye amesema.
Die na yes, yani lakini die kidogo saa zingine yuko saidi yangu, lakini Makiadi ndiye anachoma tu. Makiadi
kuna wimbo inaitwa Toka Bola Sentiment.
Nilichapa Sentiment juzi. Si mulisikia tukiita Toka Bola Sentiment. Awino Rapemo tulichapa Toka Bola Sentiment juzi.
Sasa tafadhali tukiwaunganisha hapa, mnakaa tunamaliza show bado tuko na election to win. Si ati mnaungana alafu mnatoroka mnaenda honeymoon mnatuacha hapa. Christine na Mise wameenda, Adams na Eugene wameenda. Sasa I think we need to stop this kitu Makiadi ndio.
Ile kitu tutafanya ni kuja hapa tunachapa request ya watu na kufunga show.
Kwa sababu sasa tukiunganisha watu wanahepa. Sasa Mise hatumuoni na Christine. Haya, Adams na Eugene hatuwaoni sasa. Sasa kidogo Bob pia papa ametoweka.
Mimi siendi pale popote. In fact, I am regretting very much. Ningebaki na Julia wangu, angekuwa natoroka. Hii wakora wengine vijana walikuja katikati. Walikuja kuharibu hii maneno.
Panda nitakuletea siku moja. Unajua nilianza kuleta hizi za kina Tokoma Bakomerede Pamba hapa, watu wakaanza kusema ninaimba wimbo mbaya. So Panda nitakutafutia labda kesho nitakuchapia Tokoma Bakomerede Pamba hapa. Watu
na hiyo ya Wino Rapemo.
Proprietary, hiyo pia ni mzuri, niko na mistari yake hiyo ninaweza leta.
Basi natuka sema Jennifer. Siniache peke yangu naumia, mapenzi yangu na mimi tuyalinde, tuombe Mungu atubariki tuishi pamoja. Ni wewe mama Jennifer, ni wewe mama Jennifer.
Wakiadi inaonekana Themba ni wale walikuwa wanatembea na ile radio kwa shoulder tena wamewekelea national service. Hizi jimbo bila anazikamata.
Ile ambao ilikuwa
ameweka national service.
Ilikuwa inashika si FM, hii ilikuwa inaitwa aje?
Midwave.
Ilikuwa medium wave peke yake.
Nilikuwa napenda nyimbo, kuna jamaa alikuwa anaitwa Shakademas and Pliers, kama unakumbuka.
Yes.
Hii walikuwa naimba Mada Shiroti. Na. Kuna mtu anataka umwimbie ni maru ya Lewanyika.
Ni maru?
Yeah, ni maru. Usilie mama. Usilie mama.
Najua wanipenda ni maru yeye. Sikupenda kukuacha uteseke nyumbani pekee. Shida na tabu zinafanya watu kutengana mama mwana mama mwana mama safari nilionayo ni ndefu sana, sijui mwaka gani nitarudia yo. Sikupenda kukuacha uteseke nyumbani pekee. Shida na tabu zinafanya watu kutengana mama mwana mama mwana mama ni maru mama usilie usilie mwana mama itarudi
Unasema utarudi TZ
tufurahi nawe.
Safari ulionayo ni ndefu sana
bana.
Lakini utarudi.
Lakini utarudi.
Na unajua hizo siku hakuna kupiga simu. Wewe unamwambia tu nitarudi. Anaamini neno lako. Bob papa, si kama hii ya siku hii unaambiwa please call me. Ile wewe unaenda tu unashika mfuko wako unaweka kwa baiskeli unaenda na unamwambia nitarudi.
Unarudi baada ya miaka mbili.
Makiani anasema Remi sura mbaya Ongala unamkumbuka?
Hii Remi Ongala nilikuwa na kuna Remi moja.
Muziki asili yake wapi?
Wachana na hiyo.
Ni nani
Tuchapie hii nyingine. Hii ya Remi Ongala inasema ukiwa mpenda mabaya. Tuchapie hiyo Themba, ukiwa mpenda mabaya.
Hiyo nitakuchapia kesho. Ndio nimba kifo hakina huruma.
Gitaa yenyewe.
Unajua huyo Remi alioa mzungu.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Na pia hiyo sando ilikuwa inaitwa, hiyo ya Remi Ongala inaitwa Karola. Ilikuwa inasema ukiwa mtenda mabaya wewe mwenyewe haujijui. Ukiwa mtenda mabaya kila siku unasema unaonewa. Ukiwa mtenda mabaya.
Unajua Remi alikuwa storyteller. Ulikuwa ukisikia hadithi zake, anatoa hadithi nzuri sana. He was also a reformist, an activist. Kuna Kimpa Kisang. Si ulicheza
mzee mmoja pia alikuwa anaitwa
TPOK Jazz.
Hii ya Kimpaki Sangameni nilichapa, lakini watu walisema, unajua Kimpaki Sangameni inamaanisha mkutano wa wachawi so nilicheza hii, watu wakasema zile akina Bob Papa wakasema bwana, tutafutie mawimbo ambayo inaleta maana hii haina maana hii.
Ndipo nakumbuka mzee anaitwa
Yellow Man is a one man.
Unakumbuka mzee anaitwa Mbaraka Mwishehe?
Mbaraka Mwishehe. Mbaraka Mwishehe ameimba ile ngani? Shida.
Akona nyimbo nyingi sana.
Mbaraka Mwishehe namkumbuka.
Hao ndio wazee wa kazi. Wazee wa lyrics.
Akona moja inaitwa mapenzi yanitesa. Akona ingine mapenzi shuleni ama nimekosea. Baba mdogo, nisalimie wanazahii, matusi ya nini.
Ukumbusho.
Akona nyimbo mingi sana. Kwa hivyo watu walete request. Mkileta hizo za kina Baraka Mwishewe, tuko na Ndemba hapa atakuimbia. Wacha mimi vile ninasema hii mistari. Ndemba mwenyewe ni bakulutu. Ni mwenyewe atakuimbia mwenyewe. Kuna Darius anasema tutafute Black kesho tumchapie hicho kibao cha ukiwa na roho mbaya, hiyo ya Karola. Sijui Black umesikia hiyo. Ukiwa na roho mbaya tutakutambua.
Najua Baraka Mwishewe hakuna dawa kabisa ya mapenzi duniani.
Hiyo dawa ya mapenzi sasa.
Hakuna kitu kibaya kama shida. Naitwa Baraka Mwishewe. Mimi naona hapa Elikana Shivashi is likening me to Uhuru Kenyatta. Anasema mnanipigia kura alafu tena mnaniangusha. Nyinyi bana si watu wazuri bana.
Wenge musika, wenge BCBG.
Wanaitwa na mnaisikia vile inatamkwa. Wenge BCBG.
Wenge BCBG.
Usiseme BCBG utakuwa unaharibu. Inaitwa wenge BCBG. Utakuwa unaharibu. Sema tu vile inatamkwa wenge BCBG. Tuko na hiyo yote. Awino Rapemo naona ni mwenyewe. Awino Rapemo. Evans Nyatuka anasema safari ya Samburu. Hiyo ni ya Ndemba. Hiyo leta mapema utapigiwa na Ndemba. Hata Ndemba
tutapigia hizo zote hizo safari ya Samburu. Ukileta hapa kesho tunawachapia tu zitafuta hizo zilizopendwa. Waliobobea.
Akina Dede ya Wenge. Dede naona pia rafiki yangu
Elkana. Lakini mimi nimekuomba
fire test ni ajua, lakini sasa mwenye unatafutia ulitorosha tayari. Hii utapigia nani ndugu yetu?
Sasa kuna ile ule bwana anaitwa nani? Samangwana bana. Kuna Maria Tebo, kuna Banaba Cameroon. Unajua
sana hiyo. Makiadi si ulifanya Azda?
Azda tulichapa hapa. Azda tulisema ni aina ya gari. Vewe na Azda. Vewe is VW. VW ni aina ya gari, Volkswagen. So hiyo wimbo inaongea tu juu ya aina ya gari Volkswagen. Vewe kombo ni na Azda kombo ya sika. Yani Azda is our brand name. So ni wimbo tu ambao unasifu gari. Hakuna kitu ya maana pale. Hiyo ni ile wimbo inaitwa commercial song.
Hiyo ni kama ile
ya Mobutu.
Mobutu Sese Seko.
Hiyo ni kama ya Mobutu Sese Seko, inachapa tu ikiimba juu ya Mobutu. Mobutu Sese Seko, Nabisa candidat, yani our candidate, Nabiso candidat Mobutu Sese, Nabiso candidat Mobutu Sese Mobutu. Wanasema candidate wao. Vile tu utasema Nabiso candidat Raila Odinga. Hao walikuwa wanasema Nabiso candidat Mobutu Sese Seko. Hakuna kitu ya maana hapo. Commercial.
Na FC 105.
FC Francais, ndio hiyo sasa. Commercial hiyo ni nyingine pia. FC Francais. Na Papa Bob inaonekana wewe ni hatari. Bado unacheza zile santuri, Unacheza zile santuri kinanda, wanaita kinanda.
Siku hizi una compress bwana kwa
utamu wa hiyo ngoma haingii kwa compressed disc. Unawekelea ile mkono ya kinanda pale kwanza, inaanza kuanzia pale mwisho ya sanduku.
Makiadi unauliza ucheze kofi, unaweza cheza loi.
No, unajua Ndemba tangu Kofi apige watu mateke kwa airport, maneno yake nilitupa nje. Hiyo Ndemba atacheza hiyo.
Makiadi niko na hiyo ile kitu inaitwa nini hiyo mziki, ile chombo cha mziki kimeshikana na TV, niliinherit kutoka kwa mzee wangu ya grounding. Sasa ile kitu ilikosa ni ile kichwa na kale kapini kakucheza hizo santuri.
Iko hiyo pin na kitu kingine
inasumbua, nimekosa kabisa.
Kitu inasumbua sana pia ni mota hiyo kitu kupata ni ngumu sana.
Kuna kipindi Sam Thomas alikuwa amevuma. Sam Thomas he was from Cameroon, right? Alikuwa come on baby cha.
Nasikia wimbo inaimba
Nuwe ama inaitwa nini?
Alafu kwa Kiluya wanamaliza pale wanasema metop suma niongezee ugali. Iko na Kiluya kidogo ndani. Ndua kama ndua ndua metop suma, yani metop suma niongezee ugali. Nani anaijua hiyo? Elkana Shivachi anaielewa sana hiyo ya metop suma niongeze ugali.
Awino Rapemo inaonekana ni mtaalamu, ananiambia niende niangalie Melodica Music Stores. Huyo Awino
Melodica iko Tomboya kama sijakosea.
Iko Tomboya Street.
Tangu 80s.
Iko Tomboya hapo karibu na nini? Hapo Ronald Ngala Street.
Inaitwa Ronald Ngala ama ni nini hiyo street?
Moyaveni na Ronald Ngala.
Yeah, hiyo kona hiyo building.
Hiyo kona hapo kuna there's a building hapo nini? Hapo ndio Melodica iko hapo. Unapata hizo santuri zote hizo.
Wanauza santuri, wanauza keyboard, wanauza hiyo vinanda yote. Hiyo vitu yote wanauza pale. Ukitaka enda angalia hapo. Utamu wa muziki Bob Papa, utamu ya hii muziki. Upana hii muziki hapana kuingiza USB kwa gari ama kwa nini, kwa redio. Unaekelea ile kinanda sindano pale inaanza ikiimba
alafu inatoa ile
ndio hiyo sasa. Hiyo ndio utamu ya hii kinanda. Si unaona hata Franco alikuwa anachapa gitaa mwenyewe.
Yes.
Hakuwa anataka hii mitambo mingi computer sijui nini. Alikuwa anachapa kinanda, anachapa gitaa mwenyewe.
Hakuna mambo ya keyboard.
Kuna Pali Pupa, kuna I mean we'll do the journey across. We'll do the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, alafu hopefully tufikie kwa vijana wa leo ambao wanabobea za sasa, shida za nyimbo za sasa, and that is longevity. They do not have longevity. The nyimbo za kitambo ziko na longevity. Over time you can still play the music, lakini kuna nyimbo ambazo ziliimbwa, like tuseme kama kuna nyimbo zilitokea kipindi hicho vijana, kama kuna moja ilikuwa inaitwa sijui Manyake. Do you remember that, Makiadi?
That was a lot of hogwash. Unajua inaitwa hogwash.
I don't know. Kenyans produce some music which is horrible. You know, the
Tanzanians are doing much better. Niko ke ro.
Hiyo hata tukusikiza hiyo vitu ilipita tu namna hiyo.
You know, one hit wonders. You know, some of those songs, they do not have longevity. You can't play them. I mean, the problem with those kind of music, zinakuwa hyped. Yule jamaa na hype anaisha, anatoka, and then they do not stay. They don't live beyond those people.
Kama unaweza enda kuambia watu ati wase tumetoka Githurai, na unatarajia hiyo wimbo itakaa
na wase tumetoka Githurai.
Sasa ni wimbo aina gani Bob Papa? Ukiambia watu umetoka Githurai, hiyo wimbo itakaa siku ngapi? Na mtu kama Pepe Kale anaenda kukuchapia wimbo, anakuimbia na kuambia naibaki lingaka ngaite naibaki, umejua yani nimetambua ya kwamba hunipendi, naeba lingaka ngaite mwana mama, naeba lingaka mbongo na ngai, yani nimetambua kwamba unipendi, unapenda pesa zangu. Hiyo wimbo utaisikiza hata 40 years to come. Si mambo ya kusema umetoka Githurai ukienda wapi.
Kuna shida ya music ambazo zilitengezwa zilikuwa mixed na computer na muziki ambazo zilikuwa zinachezwa live. Najua kama hizo walikuwa ni band live. So unakuta kuna vile ile guitar lazima uichape na nini au you feel nice. Lakini hizi za kuchanganya tu kubanganya alafu unakuja na leta. They don't last long. Inakuwa tu hype.
Nimeambiwa na Black Bob Papa ni kuchezea hii, nasema ukienda kwenye bar kazi yako kuomba bia. Unajua ni nani alimba hiyo? Karubandika.
Ya Karubandika.
Kwani uko na deni na Black?
Black anakasirika kwa sababu nilimfinya bwana. Nilimfinya sana kwa sababu ya kukosa nidhamu. Unajua niko na kijana mmoja ni Mzaire, nilikuwa naleta kwenye kilabu, anacheza hiyo guitar. He's a very good guitarist. Anasema guitar yake inatoa maziwa. He really likes playing the Franco thing, and he always says that
alikuwa anacheza guitar gani, bass ama lead?
Papa Zimio, uko pande gani Mombasa?
Lead.
Uko pande gani Mombasa?
Mombasa niko within Mombasa town niko, lakini naishi hapa Beach Road. A place called Beach Road.
Kwa hivyo nikija Mombasa mimi nitakutafuta.
Hata siku mtafuta, usitafute mahali ya kulala. Hiyo expense yote ungelipa huko kwa beach kukomboa nyumba. Bob Papa yuko hapa.
Mimi nataka kuhakikisha anakuja hata kuogelea kwa beseni, nampeleka naona maji mzuri yana
Makiadi kuna Yambemba Samwa Mngwana, unajua hiyo kumbe Bob Black anajua mahali unaishi.
Hata sisi Mgoya anajua, it's a neighboring place.
Black ndio anatoka Mgoya. Anaishi Mgoya hapo karibu na Beach Road.
Huyu Black?
Huyu Black.
Then he must be less than a kilometer from here. Ni mkora tu wa kawaida tu hapa
Hiyo ni mtu ya Mombasa tu huko. Ni vile alipotea njia mapema.
Na hiyo patameni mkunywe chai, labda mnaweza kusaidiana, umsaidia ingia Azimio.
Utamrudisha, hiyo kura yake ni ya maana hiyo.
Makiadi, umeshapata list yako?
Nimeandika wimbo 2, nimepata moja ya Sam Mangwana kutoka kwa Bob, kuna Property hapa ya Franco, na kuna nyingine inaitwa Tokoma Bakamarede Pamba. Yote ni ya Franco. Sasa Bob Papa, nitakutafutia hii yako yoyote ya Sam Mangwana, nikipata nitakuchezea kesho. Tukikosa tutaenda kwa Tokoma Bakamarede Pamba, tukikosa hiyo tutapata Property ya Franco pia. Lakini wale wanasema Tokabola sentiment tulicheza hiyo imeisha, lakini tutarudia mkitaka.
Mimi nimeandika 2 hapa, Safari ya Samburu na ile Dawa ya Mapenzi ya Baraka Mwishehe. Nitamchezea kesho Papa Bob Dawa ya Mapenzi, manake inakaa yeye kila anaposhika inateleza. Inaonekana mkono wake hauna ule uzoefu wa kukeep. He's not a keeper. Ikikuja inateleza, so labda kidogo anahitaji dawa, lakini hakuna dawa. So acha Baraka Mwishe alishaimba akamwambia kuna dawa, acha tumuimbie hiyo kesho.
Na uandike kuna Simba Omar Said anasema Ndemba imba sina makosa Lewanyika.
Sina makosa. Basi ya Lewanyika basi.
Lewanyika nauliza unataka kuniua bure mama. Na wewe uko na wako nyumbani Bob. Chuki ya nini baba?
Kuna jamaa alimba remix ya Sina Makosa alafu akakufa wa TZ wa Bongo pale.
Yeah, namfahamu. Alikuwa anaitwa si professor, alikuwa anaitwa nani? Cool J. Cool J mtoto wa Dando. Mtoto wa
Dando.
Ni wa Dando ama ni wapi? Wa Dodoma ama wapi?
Alikuwa anasema mtoto wa Dando, Cool J.
Okay. Haya. Sawa, mimi naona sasa tumemaliza.
Haya basi,
na unitafutie Ngalula hiyo usisahau ndugu yangu. Ngalula hiyo. Napenda sana hiyo. Hiyo tutakuwa tunaimbia watu ya wa UD, watu wa UDA wenye wanakuja kututusi hapa asubuhi. Funga na hiyo. Kiona matusi ile akina anaitwa Peter Eri kama nani ule jamaa anamkaga na matusi. Peter Mwaura ama anaitwa nani? Unamkumbuka?
Kuna mtu amka na matusi hapa sijui anaitwa Peter sijui nani. Kuna watu sijui unaenda unalala alafu ukiamka tu uko na roho chafu tu yani.
Mtema mabe
ila yani sijui ulilala vizuri tu.
Unasema iko washenzi huko wanaongea mambo ya Azimio, acha niende nianzane nao saa 12.
Nashangaa hata mtu anakuja yani unaona kweli mtu ameamka ni mapema sana hata bado hajajishughulisha. Yani ukianza siku yako hivyo bana siku itaishaje?
Hata Daddy Darius
mtu anaamka na bail.
Father Danny Darius anatuambia jamaa anaitwa Patrick. Wanamjua Patrick Mwaura ama mtu kama huyo I think.
Mimi wanasema Kiswahili kwamba siku njema huonekana asubuhi. Sasa ukiamka tayari bana uko na bail, uko na yani umekuja watu wanapiga gumzo, wanataka wewe umeingia matusi. Yaani washangaa huyu mtu aina gani?
Unajua Ndemba wananikumbusha mzee wangu hapo zamani alikuwa akitaka kwenda safari akitoka akutane na jirani mwingine kwanza anarudi kwa nyumba. Anarudi kwanza anatulia dakika zingine tena ndiye anachomoka sasa. Kuna wale watu utaki kutana nao kutoka kwa nyumba asubuhi. Unajua ni looks.
Makiadi, I have a former workmate, a very good friend of mine ambaye tukikutana tu hivi one on one kwa pengine kuburudika. He's a very good guy and he will never mention anything negative about politics of either side. Lakini nikiangalia Facebook yake ile kitu yoyote anaona ya Azimio ama ya Raila ama Karua ni matusi tupu. Hata unashangaa and he doesn't know that I follow him. So mimi nikikutana na yeye muangalia.
Tumetangaziwa mapema na Father Danny Darius anasema ngoja tu Patrick atawapata hapa saa hii mkiongea.
Wacha tutoke manake
funga hii kitu.
Manake tumekuwa na raha hataki mtu amke watu wa Mtema Mabe wacha wapate tulishaenda kitambo. See you guys. God bless you.
Asanteni.
Okay.